let's go. Let's go, yeah? Cool. Shall I introduce it? Are you sure you don't want to wait for Nick? Because... Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to the 2025 Championships, coming live from St George's Hall, St George's Hall in Liverpool. And I'm very lucky to be joined by the 2023 champion, I believe it was. 2022 champion, sorry to Harry Grieve.
2021 champion.
2021, sorry to Harry Grieve and Michael Adams and whoever it was who won in those years. But yeah, amazing to be British champion, Nick, ahead of, you know, I think I saw something about the one in Warwick next year is going to be over 1,000 entries. Now we're looking to see who's going to be British champion this year. What do you think about the pairing on board one between Vitiugov? Is it Vitiugov? Vitiugov, not Vitiugov. I've been pronouncing it wrong apparently due to according to Lawrence Webb, who has knowledge of Russian, and Michael Adams.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a massive pairing. The top two seeds and the two players have actually been playing best in the tournament, in my opinion. It's maybe slightly unfortunate pairing for Vitiugov because he's actually up floating to play against Mickey, and there's obviously lots of other players on his score group. But this was obviously going to be one of the main clashes ahead of the tournament. Vitiugov really, because he's half a point behind, will feel a bit under pressure to try and win this game. I notice he's actually turned up on time for a change. Normally he's sort of rolling in the door a couple of minutes late. I imagine he would have actually prepared for this game in advance of the tournament. They obviously played a playoff for the English Championship, and I believe every game they've played in the past has been a draw, apart from the one game that Mickey won in the playoff for the English Championship. So Nikita's got his work cut out to win today. He hasn't beaten Mickey before, so what do you think his approach is going to be to this game?
I think he's going to win. No, honestly, I got a good feeling. I think he's going to win the game. I think this is a massive game. One thing I would say, Vitiugov came into the England team from Russia. Obviously, he was one of the people, many Russian players who were unhappy about the situation in Russia. The Russian government obviously were attacking Ukraine. So he was very unhappy about that. He went to England. I don't know whether he approached England or whether he's approached himself. However, I have a feeling that Michael Adams was somehow involved in bringing him into the fold, because Michael Adams was very keen on continued success within the England Olympiad setup. Before Vitiugov turned up, there were 5 players, but one of the players was below sort of 2600 level.
Yeah, that was probably me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we had Ravi Harir was in the setup, and possibly other people who could have potentially played, like Daniel Fernandez and Hamid Garzi. Obviously, he's changed a bit as well, the England team setups, because it used to be 6 players, and now it's 5. So obviously, there's not that many boards available.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I see he's open with one d4 because when they did the sort of ceremonial move, they actually put one e4 on the board, and I actually wondered if he was going to play e4, but my instinct was that he'd go for d4 because Mickey is very solid with this e4, e5. He's actually played knight f3. So previously he's allowed Nimzo Indian. Obviously Mickey knows Nimzo Indian very well. Most likely Mickey will go for Queen's Gambit declines. So assuming Nikita plays knight c3 here. Mickey often plays bishop e7. He has played a6 quite a lot as well. Oh, but Nikita's actually going for Catalan, so this is a bit of an unusual approach for him. Obviously, Mickey will have lots of different ideas against the Catalan.
Normally go bishop b4 check it. I'm feeling he often, he's probably played lots of moves against Catalan, but bishop b4 is quite common, I think, these days.
Yeah, I think Nikita would have definitely prepared this in advance of the tournament because he knows a very high chance Mickey would play these opening 3 moves. I probably studied most of his lines against the Catalan. Taking on c4 is quite common, and he's actually taken on c4, and that tends to lead to slightly more exciting games. White often gets long-term pressure for the pawn, so it could be an interesting game, but then Mickey might also have some ideas to try and neutralize White's initiative here.
You got several moves in there. I think knight c6 is one line, but bishop b4 is also very common. He has got knight c6.
Yeah, one of the ideas behind knight c6 is to play a6 and b5 and defend the pawn, but another quite sneaky idea is to play rook b8. Now, the advantage of playing rook b8 in this system is that when you play the move pawn b5 to defend the c4 pawn, your rook is no longer on the long diagonal of White's bishop. So White's bishop on g2 is kind of lined up at the rook. So you can play rook b8 here and just sidestep off the diagonal, but you can also play a6.
I think it's rook b8. From memory, I think knight c3 is then the main move. And then after b5, I think, trying to remember actually what you play. It's kind of a little bit similar to that Hamid Garzi game we saw the other day against Taran Kanmaralin. So really, obviously, if Michael Adams was able to convert his extra board today, it's a bit early to talk about that, but if he was, that would obviously leave him in a very strong situation where he'd have potentially 2 whites remain in his final 3 games, and he's already played one of his main rivals. Still would have to play Gawain, of course. Gawain's not somebody who is generally looking for an early draw. I hope that this game is an early draw. It looks like it's going to be quite a battling game already. a double-edged game. Should we move on to some of the other boards?
Yeah, I just want to make the point that I'm slightly surprised by Mickey's decision to actually just try and take that pawn and hang on to it. I thought he might try and play a system leaving the pawn on d5 and just trying to keep it solid, because this is potentially a much more double-edged game. And in fact, he's played rook b8 now.
Let's go back to that.
So white will often get long-term pressure for the pawn.
So I think knight c3 is a move here. I could be wrong. And then allow b5. Bishop g5 is maybe a move, but there's also, because after knight c3, b5, maybe there's stuff with knight e5, or am I getting good?
Yeah, I think that's one of the lines, knight e5.
Yeah, I'm getting confused.
I think that's one of the main lines.
Yeah, it's got knight c3. Yeah. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah, very sharp and double edged. I think the engine race is more or less equal, but obviously both sides come under some pressure. White can, if you play insipidly, it's one of my favourite words, Nick. By the way, we really like all the comments on YouTube. I'm just going to quickly read out some of the comments on YouTube, if you don't mind. Do you mind if I read out the comments? Anybody?
I think they're going to be brought up shortly. So.
Oh. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Okay, we just have to take a short break, and we'll be back in a minute.
Okay, so thanks everyone for being patient. Sorry about that. We've had a few technical issues, but we're still on the board one game. Very interesting, Nick. A bit of a theoretical battle. One of the players in our audience says day off today, Lawrence Webb. So he was interested in the theory. Lawrence, what do you think about this position? Is it white to play or white to play? What would you think about this position?
You put him on the spot.
Yeah.
I think I've got a plan just because I don't know what I actually have to do. Yeah.
I mean, it's a very double-edged.
Initiative going.
I'll just repeat what you said. Good.
So yeah, Lawrence said he'd rather take black because he's quite materialistic and he likes the extra pawn. Yeah, there's certainly a bit of pressure on white to do something, but I'm still very surprised that Mickey chose this opening given the tournament situation. I mean, he's the one who's half a point ahead. He doesn't have to win this game, but he's opted for, quite a double-edged variation against the Catalan. Maybe this is what he prepared in advance of the tournament because he was expecting, a weaker player to play the Catalan against him, not necessarily Vitiugov, and he just, because this is the line he learned, he just decided to stick with it. White's obviously grabbed the centre with move pawn e4, and Mickey's delayed the move b5, so that obviously keeps the knight on c6 a little bit more protected, and he's played bishop e7 instead. And now I think White's got a choice between playing something like queen e2, potentially sacrificing another pawn, or maybe trying to open up the centre with d5. He can also play bishop f4 here as well.
What would you go for, Nick?
Yeah, I think queen e2 I quite like just because it keeps the most tension in the position. And if you play something like d5, it might lead to quite a forcing play, which Mickey probably will be aware of.
So I think I was actually analysing this quite recently. You know, one of the few times I've actually done any opening work. It's a rarity. But knight takes d4. I actually remember having a blitz game against Michael Adams at tournament in Isle of Man, where he grabbed the pawn on d4 in the Catalan. So I think he does go for these systems, Nick. I've seen him grab the pawn. You know, he can be materialistic, and I think that's a good way to play in chess. You know, one of the great materialistic players was Victor Korchnoi, Bobby Fischer as well. You know, Victor Korchnoi had a great record against Mikhail Tal.
Yeah, I think Victor Korchnoi is maybe regarded as one of the strongest players not to become world champion. So
That's right.
yeah, it's not surprising he's good records against many players.
I was reading a very interesting book about him recently by Jenna Sisonko called Evil Doer, because the Soviet authorities, when Victor Korchnoi famously defected to the West in 1976, they described him as an evildoer, because obviously they tended to denigrate anyone who went against their policy. I don't think they'll describe Vitiugov as an evildoer, but he might be an evildoer to Mickey in this game if he manages to win the game. After rook b1, apparently the theory continues, queen c5. Now, after queen c5, white is going for the initiative with the move e5. This is a very typical idea that after knight d7, knight e4, you gain a lot of time on the black queen. Probably the engines are like...
I would love this position for white. I think this is, I'd love to have this initiative, especially in a must-win game. I'm actually really surprised Mickey's gone for this, but the one positive is it does seem as though Mickey is a little bit unsure of the theory at this point, so maybe he didn't anticipate this line.
Absolutely, or maybe he's just remembering I think he's probably just trying to remember what he analysed before and trying to pick. It's hard to believe, given I know this line, it's hard to believe that he doesn't know this line himself. But again, these guys, maybe sometimes, do we overestimate how much theory these guys know at times? Maybe they don't know more theory than we do. What do you think?
Well, I think he's tried to surprise Mickey with this Catalan, and that the downside of surprising someone is if they play a variation that you're not anticipating, you maybe don't know it quite as well as you would if you played opening lines which you do know well. And he probably just considered that a lot of Mickey's openings were very solid, and this is maybe the one line where he has a chance to put some pressure on Mickey. And I think he's right. I mean, the opening position is exactly what you'd want, but the downside is he probably just doesn't know the theory, or maybe he's trying to remember it. And d5 obviously is the other option.
Yeah.
But I think Mickey will just know what to do against d5. I wouldn't really want to play such a forcing move at this stage.
Yeah, so what Nick was saying was white could also push. White can play weight moves as well, like bishop f4, but then black would carry on. You'd pretty much get the same sort of thing. I think in some scenarios, white can even go h4 in these kind of positions, which is a very typical way to attack these days. Queen e2, kind of similar to the other line, Nick. However, then black gets time to consolidate with b5, and after rook ad1, your favourite move, you never like going rook fd1 as well. I think I would agree with you here. I would actually go rook ad1. It's not really, by the way, that a move, and he has gone for d5. So let's go back to the game. He's gone for d5. It's a very aggressive move. I'm not a great lover of d5, for the reason being that you're clarifying the position. Now, I'm not sure how the theory develops here, but you're giving black certain squares. When you go d5, Nick, you're losing control. Whenever you push your pawns in the centre, you're losing control over certain squares.
Yeah, I think that this d5 move has probably made life a little bit easier for Mickey. I mean, he'll obviously know the theory here, and he'll just be able to play the moves. He's not really under like significant pressure anymore on the king side. He doesn't have to worry about. I mean, you constantly have to worry about d5 break, e5 break, things going wrong if white keeps the tension. Whereas here, obviously, yeah, it's probably just going to end up petering out to some sort of level position.
Yeah, that would be my estimation. But Nikita does seem to know the theory here, because I think he was just recalling what he's learned. Or it could be a game of bluff, right? Maybe sometimes you sit there and you think about what you're going to play, but really you're bluffing. Have you ever had that, where your opponents sit there thinking for ages about the aiming and they just basically just whip out all the top moves?
I mean, some people pretend they don't know any theory, but they know loads of theory.
Yeah. I think we know some of those people, don't we? We're quite good friends with quite a few of them. Bishop f5 is supposedly. So the question is, you could ask why wouldn't Black just go b5, Nick? However, I think b5 is a mistake due to move a3. And then when you move the knight, obviously you can't take this pawn because White is defending it too many times with the bishop. So you'd end up losing material. But when we go knight d3, there is a knight c6. This is the downside of pushing your pawns too early. On the queen side, you're weakening that square. So going back to this position, f5 is considered to be the main line, which I'm sure Michael Evans will probably play.
Yeah, it seems as though could maybe play knight d3 instead, but bishop f5 looks the most logical.
So one of the ideas behind bishop f5 is that if White grabs pawn back, there's potentially maybe a fork with bishop d3 and you're hitting the rook and the knight. So I would expect a move like, a3 apparently is by far the most popular move. Very, very forcing. I think this is why a lot of people are going to freestyle, Nick, because in chess, in mainline opening theory these days, it's so well covered. And effectively, you often only have one line you can really play. If you deviate from that line, then you end up in a slightly worse position as White with no real chances to win. So you have to stick to this main line. A lot of the time, at the end of the line, it's just the engine's just saying 0, 0, 0. So it ends up in a draw. So I think that's why a lot of people are going to freestyle chess. But
yeah, I just think this d5 move was maybe a little bit unambitious because it's very likely that the position's going to liquidate down to something quite calm now, quite equal.
yeah, this looks a bit Dolesville, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Dolesville.
And he actually had the opportunity to really try and play a sharp line against Mickey and try and put him under pressure.
So at the moment, the engine is just to see what the engine's saying. The engine says that bishop f5 is a tiny bit better for White, but no big deal. However, if we go back, queen e2. So it's really a question of taste. Do you prefer queen e2 or d5? Both moves are considered to be around about the same.
Yeah, I just think queen e2 from a, if you're in a must-win situation, keeps all your tension in the position.
Yeah, I agree with you. However, I think queen e2 would be a lovely try to play for win, but maybe that's not his style. We discussed this before. Vitiugov is quite a technical player. He doesn't mind like an equal endgame. He feels like he can outplay anyone, even Mickey. And maybe Mickey's preparations run out here because he's taken some time and he hasn't played bishop f5, which supposedly is more or less the only move. I think we should move on to some other games because a lot of games going on here. It's not a two-player. We're obviously probably going to focus on that game today. However, board 2 is interesting as well. Let's go for Siva, not a well-known name in the English chess world, but a very strong player. Siva versus Ami. What's happening in that game?
Do you know Siva well at all, or?
No, I've never even met him.
I think
I'm sure I will in the future.
Yeah, quite a relatively young IM. I think he's in his early 20s. And presumably he's moved over from India to England and now competing in the British Championships.
Yeah. I'm going to mop up the British. Wouldn't be the first Indian to win the British in recent times. We also had Ramesh, a famous coach of Pragananda. And we also had, in recent times, we had Abjit Kunte, who won in Edinburgh. So we've had a few Indian winners in recent years, but, that was going back over 20 years ago, to be fair. But Siva, he did quite well in the tournament in Cambridge recently, where he was up there. Anyway, let's see. The Queen seemed to come off early here, Nick, so this also could be Dolesville. Queen trades d8.
I think Amit's just playing a solid game. He's probably just decided he just doesn't want to lose this game. He's going to try and maybe halve out again. We saw him actually in the last couple of days playing quite solidly as well. And maybe just waiting for his moment, but it can be a bit risky when you get into that drawing rut.
Absolutely. I think if you're playing the lower rated guys, players around about your level and the non-2600 guys, I think you really have to go for it because they're more beatable. Obviously, still very good players. Bishop e6 here. Sometimes I think that, in this position, instead of king e8, bishop e6 I know is some sort of line. Maybe not in this exact position, but often black goes for this and just allows this kind of what looks like a terrible structure, but they claim that they're grabbing a lot of control over these central squares like d4 and d5. What do you think, Nick? Would you go for this position as black, or do you consider it too passive?
I mean, I don't really play this way as black, but I have looked at these lines from white's point of view, and like you say, after bishop e6, those positions are actually surprisingly resilient for black. It's quite hard for white to take advantage of those doubled isolated pawns, and black does control a lot of squares.
After f4, Nick, could black go bishop b4?
But maybe white's just going to play a move like bishop d2 and just sacrifice a pawn. Or it's not even maybe a pawn sacrifice.
So what Nick is saying,
or-
bishop d2, and then if
Or you could take on
trade,
f4, couldn't you?
you could take on f4. Now, if you take on e4, there's bishop e5, and white would have the bishop pair.
I mean, you could take on f4 straight away, I mean, if you play bishop d2.
Oh, you want to take on f4? Because the other line I was thinking was this, but clearly white would get tremendous compensation. You castle queenside, open lines with a bishop pair, even in the endgame, would be quite dangerous for black. However, Nick was suggesting pawn takes f4, and that's another way to play. So these are lines to consider. Okay, so this game's gone into an endgame. I think we should move on quickly. Obviously, we've got limited time to go through every single game. Let's have a quick look at the game on board 3. This is another interesting clash against two informed players, getting very positional setup. And the game proceeded like this. A Ryler pairs structure, bishop e7, d3, b5, bishop d3, d6, a4, bishop d7. All looks very well. Yi Chen actually defended very well yesterday in a similar kind of setup against Gawain Jones.
Yeah, so I think he's probably quite comfortable in this opening. Daniel just trying to get a position, try and outplay Yishen. But Yishen has looked solid this tournament. He's not really been in trouble in any of the games. So
No, we said he's been one of the more impressive players, and he's not a player that people are that familiar with. However, in 2023 in Leicester, he did very well there, and obviously he's probably improved since. So I think he's one of these players, a little bit like David Eggleston, who seems to play better against better opposition, I would say. Seems to raise his game. Some people play worse when they're playing good players, like myself. I just get really nervous and intimidated. But Yi Chen seems to play better.
I think he's quite a solid player, though. So he's, probably suits his style to just play solidly and, just be happy with the draw. When you play the weaker players, you have to push the boat out a bit more.
What about knight c3 here, Nick? I quite like knight c3, just attacking the pawn and maybe trying to bring the knight into d5. What is the theory saying here, actually? Theory says here c3 is actually the main line.
We had that debate before, didn't we?
Yeah.
After knight c3, I guess black could play rook b8 or maybe just b4.
Now, Daniel is thinking, I think he might well be out of his theory. I think we should move on because there's not really much happening in that game either. Let's move, get through as many games. Let's get through the top 6 games and maybe we can go back to board 1. What do you think?
Yeah, I've noticed
Maybe
that
top
there's a
7
lot of
if we was to
double
copy.
colours, aren't there? Because Matthew Wadsworth's double black, obviously Vitiugov double white. I think there was some other double colours going on as well.
Yeah, so what Nick is saying, when he says double colours, he means people get 2 whites in a row. What tends to happen, if you do get 2 whites in a row, which often happens, of course, or 2 blacks in a row, you're not supposed to get 3 whites in a row. And you're not supposed to get 3 blacks in a row. So that very rarely happens. So that's one good thing. But if you have had 2 whites in a row, they tend to equalise it later in the tournament and try to give you 2 blacks in a row. So in this position, after d4, black played weird, unusual move, queen a5 check. Very interesting move.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's quite interesting about Matthew's approach is we saw, obviously, when he's playing Vitiugov, he played very solidly in the Slav. Now he's playing, a lower-rated opponent. He's actually gone for a much more double-edged setup. Because against 1c4, he could have tried to aim for some kind of Slav setup again after c4, but he's not he's almost like a sniper-type setup, isn't it?
Charlie Story is a great sort of creator of the sniper variation. He loves the sniper. So he calls it the sniper variation, where you put the pawn on g6, bishop on g7, and then push the pawn to c5 against anything that white plays. However, white has good options here, I think, with knight c3, bishop d2. So obviously very early stage. It's very interesting that Sorko is thinking a long time over what must be a theoretical position. Let's move on quickly. Shreyas Royal against Marcus Harvey. So Okay, so let's go right from the start. Shreyas is white. This feels like a must-win game for both players, I would say. Would you say, Nick?
Well, it certainly must win for Shreyas because he's floating up. Marcus is on 4 points already, so a draw wouldn't be the end of the world.
No.
I think this is is it the fantasy variation?
Yeah.
The character. I mean, there's one little trick that's worth noting here. If Black takes on E4 and plays the move pawn E5,
Sure.
then White has to be quite careful not to blunder here. Obviously, White should play Knight F3, but if you take on E5, for example, instead of Knight F3, then you fall for a quite well-known trap, Queen H4 check, and then you're in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, one thing I noticed when I first discovered this fantasy variation was that this line we've taken and going E5 tended to score very well for White. I don't know if we're talking about 15 years ago, 20 years ago, but quite possibly it's changed since then. However, what did Shreyas play? Let's see.
But Queen B6, which is probably
Probably
quite a
very
good move.
solid. Sorry, Marcus Harvey. Sorry, plays playing
Yeah.
back in this game. Somebody else who plays, I think the fantasy variation against the Sakara is actually quite a decent variation. Somebody else who plays the fantasy variation against the Karakan is Arjun Eragaisi, who's currently playing the Chennai Masters. Is it Chennai Masters? Or he's playing a tournament in India at the moment. Quite a strong field with people like Giri also involved and Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, it's worth noting this move A3 is a little bit of a tricky move. One of the ideas, obviously, is to stop bishop B4, but it's also to allow White to move the bishop off C1. So after bishop E7, bishop E3, which we got in the game,
Sure.
Black now can't capture the pawn on B2 because he'll lose his queen to knight A4. So that's probably an idea worth remembering. It comes up in quite a few different openings.
Why do you think it's called the fantasy variation, by the way?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But I wondered if it was a fantasy. The 2-year-old filly on the uncle stats not to some area was a favourite horse starting horse racing.
Did you bet on that horse?
I did actually. Yeah. I did. I think it beat Wolfhound by 1 length in the Numthorpe. As a 2-year-old filly, winning the Numthorpe Stakes was an amazing achievement. You do get a big weight allowance as a 2-year-old. She was trained by Richard Hannon and she was owned by Lord Carnarvon, who was the Queen's racing manager.
It's quite funny that you actually remember the winning horses you bet on.
Yeah.
Maybe there weren't that many of them.
No. Yeah, I don't remember what the losing was.
Yeah.
It was also Sophonik around about that time. Sophonik was trained by Andre Farb, ridden by the late Pat Addery, owned by the late Khaled Abdullah. They also owned, can you name another famous horse? Can anyone name another famous horse, or maybe in the audience, that was owned by Khaled Abdullah in recent years? Gone off on a bit of a tangent here.
I think so.
It was actually Frankel. I think have you heard of Frankel?
I think everybody else is probably not as up to date on horse racing as you, Dan.
Frankel's quite a famous racehorse. Anyway,
A6 is a sort of interesting move from Black. I'm trying to think what his idea is behind that move A6.
yeah, I think Karakan, given the solidity of Black structure, you can sort of mess around a bit. And I think one of the ideas maybe behind that, Nick, is eventually wants to go to C5. Maybe not immediately, of course, because D5 would be hanging.
Yeah, well, this is the problem because it would normally set up with C5, but you can't really play C5 anyway.
So what does Shreyas play now? Because it feels like it becomes an important moment already.
I would probably play knight H3.
It's interesting that Marcus played Bishop E2 as well. So you would play...
No, Shreyas is white.
Sorry, Shreyas is white. Oh, okay. So I keep getting the colours mixed up.
I'd probably consider knight H3 and just complete the development. And unless you... I mean, I guess you just can't castle queen side here because if you move your queen...
Yeah,
then queen takes B2 might be on.
So you want to go knight H3.
Yeah.
How would Marcus play them?
I'm just trying to work out what his idea was with the move A6.
No, I can't get it. Is that what you tend to do when you're playing chess, Nick? Do you tend to sit there and when your opponent makes a move, you start thinking about, why have they made that move? It's like a detective, right? You're sort of Nick the detective.
I think it's quite important because if you can't work out why they played the move, then
Okay, hello, welcome back everybody. We're back and we've got the game on ball one. And I'm very hyper. I had a kind of Red Bull earlier. Think they're hyper, Nick? What do you think they do before the game? Do you think they,
Mickey looks quite calm as always. His eyes don't leave the board.
it's quite an intimidating figure, isn't he? Because he never leaves and he feels he's very calm. He's like a sort of Buddha-like figure. Yeah, very good shape for his age. I think he does a lot of running. Apparently his park run scores are very good. A friend of mine, Zoe Varney, has also started doing park runs. You ever done a park run?
I've done a few park runs. Maybe not fit enough now. I think he's done some weight training as well.
What do you mean?
Built up his muscles a bit. Do you think?
Is that a joke?
No, do you not think he looks a bit bigger than he used to? Okay. Anyway, I think they all keep themselves quite fit, don't they? So
I think Matthew Wadsworth and Daniel Fernandez are pumping you.
yeah, they've got huge arms, haven't they?
I wouldn't want to meet them in a dark alley.
Stephen Gordon used to do a lot, didn't he? I don't know if he still does.
Yeah. What's your record for like bench pressing? Are you a 300 pounds guy?
I don't know. I don't really do bench pressing. What about yourself?
No, I'm not really into weight. I do lift some weights just to keep toned. You know, I'm obviously a very toned person. By the way, Mickey Adams just played a move that I was kind of expecting to play, which looks very, very Mickey-esque, which is 98. Now, you were saying you were kind of surprised that Vitiugov went for this line. It doesn't seem to offer White great prospects. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of White's position, would you say, just to sum it all up?
Well, I think obviously the main advantage is he's got more space and just more control of the centre, which is quite important. And I guess the main disadvantage is Black's got the bishop pair, which you love.
Bishop pairs, yeah.
Yeah, and Black's just got a very solid position. I mean, that d6 square, Black would like to swap off pieces in this position because he's slightly more restricted on space. If he could swap off the knights, that would be a big achievement for Black. So I think White will try to avoid unnecessary exchanges. But yeah, it just feels like Black's got quite a solid position here, and I'm slightly surprised Nikita went for this variation when he had the option to play the Queen E2 move earlier on and have a really messy game.
So I think Adams is one of the masters of knight manoeuvres, and typically amateur players I think struggle with that, with the idea of moving your knight to a better square. So his idea behind knight e8 is that in some situations, let's just show what might happen if Black fiddled around and did very little. You have a scenario where you're getting something like this. And I think this is the kind of position that Vitiugov would be quite happy to play, where this b7 pawn is potentially weak. Obviously, this is far from losing for Black. Rook b6 is coming in. Get this very nice edge with no risk. This is kind of what he's aiming for, a nice edge with no risk. But knight e8 kind of throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, because clearly the intention is to go knight d6. So what is the next candidate move? What would you think? Maybe rook fd1, or I don't think you're really going to get a kingside attack here. So I think rook fd1 is probably where we're aiming. Maybe knight e3. I want to keep the rook on the c file, because I do think the c is relevant at this point. Maybe bishop e4 is a candidate move, queen f4. What's your thinking on this?
Yeah, I wouldn't go for any trades if I was White. I'd try and keep the pieces on. Rook d1 or maybe rook fe1. Probably rook fe1 is slightly more natural. I mean, the d pawn now isn't going to go up to d6. Obviously, it's heavily guarded anyway, so rook fe1 makes a bit more sense. And the knight coming back to e3.
Amazingly, we're still in theory.
Rook fe1 is the main move.
Rook f1 is the main move. Well spotted. And after knight d6, knight e5 is oh, hang on. Could we get a repetition? Maybe no. It's too much.
But yeah, I mean the position does feel quite solid. White should try and keep the pieces on the board as much as possible.
He looks very a bit tame. I'm kind of surprised at this approach. I agree with you. I think let's move on to other games, because there's not much going on at the moment in that game. So we looked at some of the games. I don't think we've looked at Taran's game against Gawain. So that's an interesting game. Obviously, Gawain being a reigning champion. Taran is a young player from Ireland. And
He also has his own YouTube channel. He's been doing regular updates of his games from this tournament. Bishop d3, we saw this earlier in the tournament, Nick. That's becoming it's one of the popular lines that White's been playing. But Gawain in a slightly different way. He's obviously probably analysed this. He's an expert in King's Indian, by the way, Gawain. He's played the King's Indian on a number of occasions, also written a book and had a chessable course published on the King's Indian. Please check those out, they're very good.
Yeah, I mean, he tends to play King's Indian and the Grunfeld, but the Grunfeld, there's quite a few drawing lines or lines which lead to quite level positions in the Grunfeld. So obviously he's absolutely in a must-win situation here, given the tournament standings. There was no way he was going to allow White to get some kind of easy draw. So he's gone for the King's Indian for double-edged play and see if he can try and win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I had a game against Trisha, who's Taryn's sister, British rapid play, a year and a half ago, and she played similar variation to this, not quite the same, kind of transposed into a similar position. So obviously you would imagine that they do a lot of opening work together. And she had what I noticed about her was she had quite dangerous systems, attacking systems against every kind of setup. So maybe it's a similar case with Taryn.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the White couldn't take on d4 with the queen there. He would have lost his queen.
Yeah, so Nick's just mentioned that Queen d4 you'd like to play because you're defending c4, but unfortunately it's not a free move, which is a bit embarrassing. And yeah, you've got 2 pieces for the queen, but that's not going to be enough. So, so castles and yeah, so I think this position is more or less equal. Rook b1, intending b3, and then sorting out your position with bishop b2. Very good idea. So actually, this is a big test for Gawain, because if White gets b3 and bishop b2 in, he's doing fairly well. So let's think about what options he could consider here.
Yeah, I mean, you say the position's equal. Yeah, I actually think White might be still slightly better here.
Sure.
Black still has to prove equality because this pawn on d5 just takes away some squares, gives White a bit more space in the centre.
Could you go bishop g4 here, or is that just a shocker? A shocker from another rocker.
I mean, doesn't lose anything.
Doesn't lose. It loses the bishop, but then you get the knight back.
Yeah.
That's my tactical idea. But
Well, maybe it does lose something.
maybe there's some of the e5.
Yeah, because if d takes e5, you can play queen takes bishop anyway.
Yeah, this is a very clever tactic. But I'm wondering, so the idea is
Maybe it does lose something. I spoke too soon.
yeah, which I do all the time. So you maybe learn from the master of speaking too soon. But there
Knight
is
takes-
this move, Nick, which is a bit random. I'm sure I love this for black, I must admit, because you're almost ready to walk into bishop h6 immediately. So yeah, probably bishop d4 is kind of a little bit pointless, maybe, because so there's also moves like queen d3. So I'm not convinced about bishop f3 is also possible. So yeah, what's your feeling on the candidate moves here?
Yeah, I think Black needs to try to line up the move c5. So whether you play bishop d7 or, I mean, your knight on c4 could be a little bit. Yeah, because actually, where's the knight on c4 going to go? Actually, this is a problem. If White plays b3,
It's a bit ugly, isn't it?
you don't really have that many squares for your knight. I mean, you obviously want to put on e5. The only square you've got now is g4.
Yeah, it could get something very sharp and tactical like this. Wang is known to be a brilliant, creative, tactical player. So obviously, there's always that sense when you play him, there's that danger lurking. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So big test here for Gawain. And I think this is a must-win game, really. I think you mentioned before. If he doesn't win this game, I mean, it's all very well saying play Mickey at the end of the tournament, or Mickey or Nikita. But if he's still got to get to play them, right? If he loses this game, he's more or less out of it.
Well, even if he draws the game, he's in a lot of trouble, isn't he? Then he'd probably be forced to beat both Mickey and Nikita, which is obviously a very tall order.
We've got an interesting clash as well on board 7 between Stuart Conquest and your brother Richard. Now, just for a change, Richard has sacrificed a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Richard would, he might like fancy this game a bit, you know, he might think this is a game he can try and win with black. Stuart Conquest, obviously, their last person to win in Liverpool. Richard probably going for something sharp against an older player, hoping to like mix things up a bit.
Yeah, not that Stuart is that old. It's not like he's in his 70s or 80s. He's a senior player, Stuart. He recently played in the World Senior Team Championship with Mickey Adams. I think Stuart was on board too. And we had a team, I think people like Mark Hebden and Peter Wells was also playing in that team. There was a little bit of controversy, obviously, with Keith Arkle, who's a good friend to everyone in chess. And Keith was a little bit offended by the team selection, but let's not go into that now. I mean, it was obviously everyone had differing views on that. But Stuart is a very good player, as we know. I absolutely disagree with you, actually. I think that this is more like Stuart is going to fancy his chances than Richard. I think Stuart's a much more experienced player.
Yeah, but Richard, he's quite an active player. I think he might win this game. I've got a bit of a feeling.
I don't think so. I think he's going to lose. We'll just disagree.
It'll probably just be a draw.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look. H3, Bishop H5, D4, Knight BD7, castles, Knight B6. No, to be honest, this looks fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think White could really hang on to that extra pawn. If you play a move like Queen B3, that would allow Bishop to take F3. Well, you'd have to play. No, I don't know. I don't even know how you hang on to the pawn.
So you think maybe the opening's gone slightly wrong for Stuart? Because normally you can, normally you force black in some sort of concessions to win back the pawn, but after Bishop B3, Queen B3 feels too ropey. The fact that you're allowing this, I agree with you. It's not. I remember Peter Spidler once saying in a post-mortem that he actually thought that this structure, people get very scared when they allow this structure. He thought it would actually be White King very safe, but I'm not sure about it in this particular situation. It looks a bit suspicious.
I think Richard would be delighted to have this kind of structure to play against.
I think you go here, Nick. And after this, position is relatively equal. I would say, although actually, the structure favours black due to the isolated deeper.
I mean, black would like to exchange off a couple of pairs of minor pieces because with the isolated pawn, White's got more space, so he wants to keep all the pieces on the board and might give him some attacking potential. But if black could, say, stop off a couple of knights or even at least one set of minor pieces without changing the structure, he'd be very happy to do that.
Can I go G4, Nick? And then when you
can.
When you go here, I mean, maybe you can sack, I don't know. Then I just go here. Is that totally ridiculous?
It's not ridiculous at all. It seems reasonable. But again, you are taking some risks. You're pushing up the pawns in front of your king.
You have to take risks in life, Nick, to get anywhere.
Yeah.
That's what I've discovered.
You're going to
Play it too safe.
Are you trying to play F4? Are you? Is that your idea?
Maybe, but it's more just gaining space. Maybe having the option of exchanging off the bishop. The bishop.
Yeah.
Maybe Rook E1, Queen F3 is ideas. I don't know. Have we left theory by this point? I'm assuming we have.
Probably.
More or less, yeah. And
yeah.
What is your assessment? We normally do the evaluation game here because we get very tremendously bored. So we do the evaluation. What's your assessment of this position at this moment?
I mean, it's got to be close to equal, hasn't it?
Yeah. Who do you think is better though?
It might be
Who
like
is better?
0.1 for White or something, but I think I would just say let's go for equal. What about yourself? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. What about, is anyone in the audience? What do they think? Who do they think is better? White or black? What about you, Jonathan? What do you think? Jonathan Arnott is in the audience, one of the players.
Feels very relevant to me. In some ways, I'd rather play the black pieces because you've got the opportunity to play against that IQB. Plan's quite straightforward for black, I think. Sort of feels like any game you're going to favour black rather than white.
Sure.
And it's difficult for white to generate pressure quickly. So I can imagine the engine's going to say it's time to be pressure white, but I'd probably prefer to black.
Yeah, it's quite a good point. I think I'd probably take black here as well. And you actually can capture on d5 with the F knight, which might be a better option because you don't get so bunched up.
Yeah.
After this G4 knight e5 type of idea.
Sure. But that feels more natural to me, to take with a peanut, I'll be honest. I agree with you guys anyway. Jonathan said that he thinks that maybe black is better long term. But yeah, I think that the engine's saying that I would say tiny edge for white. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is an edge.
Actually thinks it's
significant edge for white.
surprisingly.
So Night Tech, yeah, it likes my G4 idea.
Yeah, that's what I quite like. I quite like taking with the F knight just to so you don't run into G4 seems a bit less powerful now because your pieces don't get so bottled up on the king side.
Yeah, I still would play that move, but maybe that's just old tendencies. I like to move the knight away from the queen side. Like you remember I was saying about I like to have all my pieces on the king side against my opponent's king.
Apart from your rooks.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's interesting. Very interesting position developing there.
But I think it's one of those games that they're both going to try and win.
Absolutely, completely. You have to gamble at this point, guys. No wimping out early because you're going to have to. The Mickey Express. I mentioned actually, I think in my YouTube, when we do a recap on my YouTube channel, I mentioned there's something called I call it the Mickey Surge. So I've noticed that you often start slowly in these events and drop to draw in round 2 against Glenn Fleer. I think the Cambridge Open 2 or 3 years ago he drew against a much lower rated player. But then there's a Mickey Surge. In the middle of the tournament, it will just go win, 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 and even crush fellow 2600 players.
I mean,
So, yeah.
when he played for England a few years ago, he was very reliable. I mean, he quite often able to get a +2 score, +3 score against these elite guys without losing any games. So obviously, just incredibly strong player. But he's a little bit older now. He's got a kind of solid position that he'd like against Nikita.
Somebody said in the YouTube chat, Andy Burnett said, there is an actual billionaire whose grandson plays chess at a high level in England. I think he's possibly referring to Soham Lahoya, whose grandfather is an Indonesian business and textiles magnate. So he's currently trained by Louis Shane. So it'd be interesting actually to have like a billionaire as British #1. Can you imagine? You're like really rich and then you're playing against all these really poor chess players and like you win like the top prize in a weekend and they're really needing the money. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
I think any money in chess is good for the game.
I mean, there are other sports where you do get super rich players. I know Jessica Pegula is the daughter of billionaires in tennis. And there's also, who's that other female tennis player? I've forgotten her name. I was forgetting her names. There's another female tennis player in America who's also the daughter of billionaires. There's also Maverick McNeely, who's a golfer. His dad is called Scott McNeely. He's the owner of Sun Microsystems, who were affiliated with Microsoft.
But I think if you've got money though, and your child's quite talented at
Hang on, we're going to just
quite talented at something, you can obviously give them all the lessons. You can take them to all the tournaments. So there are certain advantages if you don't have the money to, attend the tournaments or get the coaching. I mean, even with chess, if you can't play in all the tournaments, it does limit you to a certain degree as a junior player.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. If you are rich, if you have got money, then you can afford to hire the best coaches, which does help. But having said that, you still have to do the work yourself. Coaching can only take you so far. If you have got the interest, you've still got to play the game, you've still got to win the game. So it's an advantage, but you've still got to do the work. So he's obviously a top player, Soham. So good luck to him. Hopefully he'll be playing the British in future years. Knight D6, yeah, looks very solid. I think maybe your prediction about this game being a draw might end up being a more accurate prediction than some of my lousy predictions. Mickey looks very comfortable here, I have to say. So it'd be interesting to see if Nikita manages to get in. We're going to do some, apparently there's interesting developments in the Supratit Banerjee game. So let's go down to that. That's an interesting one against Simon Williams. Our good friend Simon is up against one of England's most talented juniors in Supratit Banerjee, who was originally representing Scotland, but is now for some time now, he switched to England.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised. I was playing this 4-1CL game, and Simon was actually sitting on the board next to me, and he actually played against Supratit in that game. And when Supratit came and sat down on the board, was a little bit surprised, that he was in the 4-and-seal match because he was younger than I actually realised. But obviously, he's incredibly talented players, even at a young age.
Super talent. Yeah, I mean, I played him in a blitz tournament in Hastings a few years ago, Nick, and I lost to him. And he was 9 at the time, and I thought, I can't lose to a 9-year-old. This is ridiculous, right? I'm plunging new depths. Tennis players, Emma Navarra, exactly. Yeah, that was the name I was looking for. Thank you for that, Nigel Saunders. Yeah.
You got Gulbis as well.
Oh, Gulbis, that's right. Yeah, he was a Latvian. Oh, I've forgotten about Gulbis, but is he retired now, Ross? I can't remember. Yeah, Ernesto Gulbis. That's right. He's a contemporary of Tim Henman's, possibly, and Murray's. So that's wow. The king ends up in G3. This is really weird stuff. I don't really quite understand.
I have seen the king. I have seen in these positions White played G3 and almost like fianchetto the king before. I'm not sure I've seen the king just run straight to G3.
Yeah, so what is Nick referring to? By the way, when you put the pawn on F4 and H4, or, for example, before I go H4, if I try to do, the reason why White often moves the king to F2 in these lines is that if you put the bishop on D3, for example, Nick, which would be the natural development, firstly, you're just losing the ball. So it's actually not easy for White to maintain the centre. Now, there are lines where Black will try to play F6 and try to sacrifice a piece sometimes. However, that's not the way the game has gone.
Yeah, it seems a little bit premature to just be moving the king up straight away.
Is it theory though? Maybe it's theory.
I don't think so.
It's not theory.
But I mean, White often would get checked by that bishop on B4, and then you start moving the king. So he's just voluntarily just started moving the king.
Looks fairly safe though, right? Because Black is not in a position to attack it at the moment. His queen's out on B6.
I mean, to be honest, as soon as that king moved, I'd be looking to play F6 and just trying to, open up the F file. Yeah. And one idea for Black sometimes is G5, so the pawn on H4 stops the G5 break.
Sure.
Which you can play. But yeah, I would have probably played bishop E7, F6, castles, and just tried to open up the F file. Look for some kind of sack in the middle of the board. But okay, Simon's pushed to A pawn. Maybe he will go for that plan, but he's just trying to do something with the A pawn first. Try and create some kind of concession. If White can play B3, then he might switch plans and just try and open up the centre. Yeah, he probably could go for bishop E7 and F6, castles, those kind of moves now. And at some point you end up sacking on E5.
Yeah, I feel like we're kind of like in a phony war at the moment, right? I think the phony war refers to the period during the Second World War when England and Germany were at war but not quite attacking each other.
That's quite common in geopolitics these days, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That would have been in like 1939 maybe, after the attack on Poland. However, it feels the same here. It feels like there's going to be an attack later. So we're going to come back to this game when things start developing. Are there any other games you look at? Otherwise, I think maybe Peter Wells, Stephen Gordon was an interesting clash as well.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like Simon's position. I feel like you could get an attack there.
Sure. I will disagree with you as always. I love Supertet's position. I think it's going to be easy. Yeah, this looks Bishop E2 is a line that's quite popular now, and yeah, I think it's quite a simple move. You play Bishop D3, you bring the knight out to F3, so D5, Rook C1. Yeah, quite cagey by Stephen, just retreating the bishop, not really worried about taking on C3, not bothering to take on C3, and Bishop D3, C5 played. Knight C6. I think this is some sort of weird theory, actually. This kind of rings a vague bell. I quite like Peter Wells' position here, I must admit. He had a great win yesterday against Max Pert. So he's looking to build on that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Richard and he thought Max maybe didn't perform to his full potential in that game because he had just played the Blitz the night before and the Under-16 Championship in the morning, so he played a lot of chess. But I think with Peter, he's obviously very strong at openings and the middle game. In my opinion, his main weakness is just that he gets into time trouble. So from Steven's point of view, if he can just keep it going for the next, 20 moves, I think he will get some chances in the time scramble. So he just needs to make sure that nothing too bad happens before that stage.
Otherwise, it's really good that people are tuning in. I should also put a plug in for Eccles Chess Club, Barbara Farrar, I was chatting to earlier. I've done a lot for Eccles Community Chess Club. That's based in Eccles, which is near Salford and near Manchester as well, about 10 miles outside of Manchester town centre. So she's been running a lot of tournaments in the Eccles area. You ever been up to Manchester recently?
Not recently. I actually seen in the chat someone mentioned Bill Gates. Did you see the game between Bill Gates and Magnus Carlsen?
I did actually. I read a biography of Bill Gates recently. It's quite interesting. Apparently, he got a lot of speeding tickets when he was younger. Of course, Bill Gates, the famous founder of Microsoft, with Paul Allen, and he would race his cars and he'd sort of like speed his cars around a lot. You know, he's a bit of an adrenaline junkie, which has surprised me actually. But do you think any of these guys are adrenaline junkies? I think if this game has got anything to go by, possibly not. Let's go back to the.
But Bill Gates, I mean, he does do a lot for charity. It'd be nice if he got involved with chess. He actually played a game against Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus had 30 seconds,
Sure.
and Bill Gates had 2 minutes. And I think after about 3 moves, Magnus knocked over one of his pieces, so that cost him a few more seconds. And Bill Gates actually reached a technically winning position. And then unfortunately blundered checkmate a couple of moves later. So it was over quite quickly. It was quite a fun game to watch.
They're worth staggering amounts of money. But I think Bill Gates is worth over $100 billion. I mean, it's crazy money, right?
Yeah, massive amounts of money. But they do a lot for charity. They've got their own, I think it's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They do a lot of charity.
Yeah.
So someone should.
I don't think they're together anymore. I think they're divorced.
Yeah. But they still do charity work. So if they're interested in sponsoring chess,
No, they're not.
get
They're
in
not.
touch with the board.
I mean, Paul Allen, who was, as I say, was a founder, the other founder, he used to have his own basketball team. He just bought a basketball team, which is nice. But yeah, unfortunately, there's not a lot of money in chess. But they don't do it for the money, they do it for the love. I mean, these guys love chess. Yeah, Mike Adams, he loves chess. He loves analysing positions. That's partly why he's so strong.
It's interesting. He's actually offered Nikita now a chance to regain the bishop pair. So after the knight came back to e3, he didn't even move the bishop. He just left it there. But it's probably because he's slightly low on space, so he just feels exchanging off one set of minor pieces, even though he's conceding bishop for knight, will just steer the game a bit closer to a draw.
Yeah, this looks very. I just don't see any good way to make progress for White. It just doesn't feel like there's just any weak squares to target, anything where. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a bit dull. I mean, we might change our opinion on this game, but I think we should switch to another game and have a look and see what game do you think we should look
Are
at.
there any that we haven't looked at yet?
Well, yeah, I mean, we need to scroll a bit further down. We haven't looked at the board 8 game.
Okay, let's have a look at that one.
That's also looking fairly dull, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, it's not our fault. So we got a Nimzo, but then Black decided to play D5 and transpose into Queen's Gambit.
Yes, it's interesting. So the move order that White chose here, I don't know if you remember earlier in the tournament, William Clash Hansen took on C4 and played this kind of B5 idea. So he's actually like stopped that possibility with this move order.
Somebody said, it amazes me that there are billionaires who love chess and can't give a few million to chess charities or sponsorship. Yeah, I think that's why they're billionaires, right? Because they don't give money away easily, right?
Yeah, but it is a good point because there are some very rich people in chess. They did this dinner in London once, which I think CJ Demoy was involved in organising. And the number of millionaires and celebrities that turned up was incredible. But yeah, unfortunately, they just don't seem to sponsor that much. Well, some people are better at getting sponsorship money than others. And Malcolm Payne's very good at finding sponsors, but a lot of the other chess players, but maybe people just don't ask. But you don't ask, you don't get. So
Yeah, I mean, What do you do if you're a billionaire, Nick? Would you bother to play chess anymore? Probably not, right?
I'll probably play more chess.
Oh, really? I'll be like the opposite.
Would you?
I'll be like, it'd be quite funny if you like won the Euro Millions and you were like in the middle of a chess game and you just heard you won the Euro Millions, you just got up and walked out the tournament. Is that quite amusing?
Is that like quitting your job? Is it?
Yeah,
Quit
it's just
chess?
like I don't really care about chess anymore because I was only doing it for the money. But
Yeah, that's just you. I mean,
That's just me.
I think chess is the best game ever. So there's no way I'd quit chess if I was a billionaire.
yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I think these guys don't really do it for the money. Yeah, money is secondary. They love chess. But money is also an important thing. It's also an important factor. It's not nice to actually play the tournament and not win a prize.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it would be much better if there was more sponsorship. We all love playing chess, but it's nice to get rewarded for all of because it is quite hard work as well, all of the work you put in trying to achieve these good results.
So this game, we had this fantasy variation, and Black went for E5. That's quite an uncompromising break by Marcus, who is quite a dynamic player, I would say, and Queen D2, Queen C7 on the board. So, I mean, the only thing I don't really like about Marcus's position, I would say, Nick, is that he's quite far behind in development. He's spent a lot of time playing moves like Queen B6, Queen C7, A6.
Yeah, he's a bit behind development. I guess if he can play knight f6 and castles quite quickly, though, then it might not be too bad. He waited for the knight to move to h3 before he took on e4, which is quite important because obviously didn't want Shrez's knight to come out to f3.
Sure.
So that was quite a technical idea. And now he's just going to try and complete his development and I guess argue that White might end up with an isolated e-pawn, depending on how the play continues.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, one move that really screams out at me, I'll be honest, is just castles queenside, because I just think that's a very flexible move. Of course, I could just castle kingside, but it feels stuff happening on d5, maybe d5. I've also got the option of capturing. So let's say you went knight f6.
Yeah, would you play d5 now?
Yeah, certainly a move I would start thinking about. It looks a little bit dangerous for that to me. Shreyas is thinking there.
Will you take on d5? That would justify your a6 move.
Yeah, but then maybe I'm taking back with a pawn.
Black is a little bit behind development. You could maybe block the d pawn now, bishop d6.
Yeah. It's like a typical line. Now I've got a few options now. Maybe I could go g4, g5, but also quite
Knight
like the idea.
g5 as well.
Yeah. Knight g5 or knight f2 kind of probably
Yeah.
similar, right? This is going to be like quite a good position, quite a good positional idea for what I would say.
But it is a bit double-edged. I mean, obviously Black later on can just play b5, b4. You probably just castle kingside and just commit now to a fully double-edged game. b5. I mean, I think White's better, but
Sure.
you can see Black could win this position as well.
Absolutely. So currently the position of the board is after Queen C7, and Shreyas is thinking he's going in the tank here. You often find that, I played in Banchuk tournament recently in Spain, and I know one thing I noticed, he wasn't afraid to go in the tank. He wasn't afraid to get short time. A lot of players are afraid. I'm afraid to get short time. I start to panic when I get less than 20 minutes. Are you somebody who kind of subscribes to this theory about going into the tank, and do you have big things during the game, or just basically just take it as it comes?
Yeah, I think Ivanchuk, he's kind of known for losing on time sometimes. So, I think there was all candidates one. It's the candidates which Magnus Carlsen won, where he lost on time about 6 times, didn't he? And then he beat both Carlsen and Kramnik at the end of the tournament to decide the candidates. So
Good memory there.
yeah, he's quite an eccentric player. I hate being low on time, so generally I won't get low on time unless I've got a really bad position and I feel like I have to get low on time. But if I'm low on time, that's normally a really bad sign that things are going wrong.
Yeah.
I often base myself a little bit on my opponent's time. He's played d5 straight away, which he was maybe afraid that Black would play e takes d4, so probably going to go for your line, but just takes away the option of e takes d4 from Black.
So it feels like knight of six might almost be forced here for black, because if you don't do that, I mean, like taking here, it seems like an
That's horrible, yeah.
So it feels like, by the way, I do think Shreyas' future 2600, I mentioned this before, that, you know, he's going to be up there with the big boys. I think he's the one player that I would bet on from this tournament, other than maybe Bodhana and Super Tip further down the line, in say 3 or 4 years, to be up there as a 2600 player and potentially winning British championships, not national titles. So I think it's only a matter of time. But Marcus also an ambitious player as well. He's looking to get his first GM norm. He's already played a GM in Nigel Davis. So this is a big game for Marcus. If he can get a result in this game, potentially on course for a GM norm. However, it feels like...
Do you think 2600 is the limit of Shreyas?
No, not a limit at all, but I think you minimum is going to get 2600. But it's definitely not the limit. But obviously, it's difficult to get 2700 now. It's tough, you know. It's obviously possible. You know, we're looking in England to get world-class players, because we've gone through a period where we haven't had any real world-class. We've had good players come through, but we haven't had world-class players come through. And I think, you know, players like Shreyas are potentially changing that narrative. Would you agree with that? Do you think that maybe we've had a fallow period in English chess where, you know, we've basically had the same team, you know, in England chess team, we've had David Howe, Mick Shane, Mickey Adams, Wayne Jones for many years. I think that was one of the reasons why they brought in Nikita to bolster the team, because essentially we didn't have any younger players coming through, right?
Yeah, definitely. By the way, I'm just looking at, is this Siva playing against Ami?
Right.
He's wearing quite a thick coat today, isn't he?
Let's go to that game.
Seems a little bit unusual in hot weather. Would that put you off if your opponent was wearing a thick coat?
Depends what fashion. What can we maybe he's sponsored by a fashion company and they told him to put on a thick jacket. Or maybe he had a trip to one of the great clothing stores around Liverpool and decided to pick out, Amit's wearing just a t-shirt. I agree with you. It feels like in this weather. Quite hot actually, but he's from India, and India is typically very hot at this time of the year. I mean, of course, you know, we're talking about the great sort of environmental disasters that are going on at the moment and the global warming. India is one of the places that's been most affected by that, getting soaring temperatures of over 40 degrees this time of the year. So maybe he thinks it's just very cold in Liverpool, even though we find it reasonably balmy. Okay, in this position, getting a very sharp position, haven't we? White's just gone A3, so it's black to move. Seems very confident here, Siva. Seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, Ami obviously is temporarily a piece up, but the bishop on b4 is under attack. So if you move the knight, he'll take the bishop. If black played bishop a5 now, which obviously is a consideration, but I'm presuming white's idea. Well, I don't know if he can take on f7 or not, but
Right. So that's.
do you think he can maybe take on f7? But presumably his idea is then to play bishop d2. After maybe you could take on f7 first and then play bishop d2.
I like it. I like that idea. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. And bishop d2, and with the knight moves, the bishop on a5 is hanging. Doesn't really seem like an obvious way for black. Well, there is rook f8 maybe, Nick. Is rook f8 a move? Because if you were to grab the bishop, that would be, I would imagine that would be in black's favour. So where do you move the bishop to? If the problem is you move the bishop, and maybe there's weird stuff with rook f4, I'm not completely sure. Probably
I
doesn't.
guess bishop b3 is quite an obvious square.
But one alternative is you could simply play that move. You don't have to take on f7 because you're not pawns down, you're just a piece down. So you could just play that move immediately and win your bishop back that way. I wonder what the engines are. Should we do an engine check?
But black doesn't need to play bishop a5 though. Black
No.
could just defend the f7 pawn if he wants to.
He's gone bishop a5. Somebody said, do they check players for electronic devices before entering the hall? Are you suggesting that he's got an electronic device under his heavy jacket?
It looks a bit dodgy, doesn't it? But they do have they do spot checks, don't they? So they
these
sort of
scanners.
randomly check players, probably players who are playing well, more likely to get checked.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously a good player, so I mean, there's no suggestion that he's cheating at all. I mean, he's no more under suspicion than any other player in the tournament. My personal opinion is very few people cheat over the board. We have seen a lot of cheating online. I think online is a different ballpark altogether. You get a lot of cheating online. It's very, very rare in my experience, personal experience. I played professional chess for over 20 years to get people cheating over the board. Anyway, I think we better steer away from that.
Yeah, I think it's quite.
We might bankrupt the UCF with
I think it's,
legal
it's
challenges.
quite an honourable game, isn't it? People generally don't
Exactly.
they don't cheat. But yeah, you probably just some people just like to be warm, don't they? So
It was raining earlier.
it was raining earlier as well.
Station.
Yeah.
Raining in the room.
Well, walking home.
Exactly. So it's a big question now. Would you go for bishop d2, or would you just try and get that little bit extra, take the f7 pawn with check? I mean, you're going to have to play bishop d2 at some point. I'd be tempted to try and steal that pawn, but I suppose I'm a bit greedy.
Yeah, so the critical
depends if you
line
get away with it or
Nick,
not.
is this, and rook f8. So you want to go bishop b3, right?
Yeah, rook f8 is not the only move, but you could maybe develop your knight, challenge e5. Okay, so bishop b3, then what do you want to play?
Oh, you want to change the knight? Oh, of course, you could also go here, right?
Well, bishop d2, you haven't put bishop d2 on yet.
Oh, bishop d2, yeah.
Yeah. It might not really change very much, though. I mean, you're still in that pin.
What if I go here
We take the knight
and then take?
and move the bishop somewhere.
Yeah, there's nothing clever that black can do here, because you're constantly thinking, can I do something clever here? Can I punish white? Because it's taking a little bit of a risk here. It's some clever move, but it doesn't seem to be a clever move here. We can't find a clever move.
Would you gamble? Would you take on f7 with check? You'd have to
You know
study
me,
it.
mate, I always gamble. I'm one of life's gamblers, but not in chess games, so. Bishop takes and bishop d2 could be met by rook f8.
Okay, rook f8, bishop b3.
Can I then go here and then maybe take an f4? Does that maybe not really help me very much? Because I feel like there's a line like this actually backfires on black.
I feel like this is good for white, isn't it? Well, yeah, this is completely.
Should we engine check this? Let's engine check this because we're lazy.
Bishop f7 certainly feels like the critical test.
Apparently this is losing.
It's not losing, it's the
Oh,
best
it's not
move.
losing, sorry. Why am I thinking that's... Oh no, I'm seeing that as... Bishop f7 is the best move. Bishop d2 is also playable.
Yeah, I would gamble bishop f7, take the pawn, and
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be much danger there. So Nick's suggestion is quite a good one. Sivas has a couple of good options there. Daniel Fernandez has got quite a big advantage against Yi Chen Han, interestingly enough, which is slightly surprising given how solid Yi Chen Han's opening was. So Daniel Fernandez is starting to move into contention. If he wins this game, Nick, and Michael Adams doesn't win on board one, Daniel Fernandez is going to be tied for the lead. It's going to be incredible. And then it's going to be the acid test for Daniel because he's got a terrible record against Michael Adams, as so many English players have. He's then going to have black against Michael Adams, which is a nightmare pairing for him because he always seems to lose with black against Michael Adams.
yeah, but I think the pairing between Nikita and Nikki is really good for all the other players because, normally those two players would be knocking out two of the other players from contention, but instead they're battling each other. And that really opens the door for players like Daniel to
Can I ask
get
you
into
a
leading group.
question? Like, did you ever have a bad record against somebody and you managed to turn it around? And what did you do to turn it around?
Yeah, I have had some bad records. I used to have quite a bad record against Graham Buckley when I was younger, but then I started beating him every time. Similar with Peter Wells, I think I didn't do that well against him, but then I started winning most of the games I played against him. So, yeah, it's possible to turn it around, but other players, it just persists. What about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a bad record against people like Michael Adams, but that's not uncommon in British chess. There is one player that I played a lot when I was younger, in Mark Hebden, who's also playing still, and I used to have a very good record against Mark, but he did a lot of work on working out how to play against me, and his record slowly turned around. And he worked out that I was a lot better at counter-attacking when he was attacking me. I was quite good. But, you know, when it's sort of boring kind of strategic positions, I wasn't as effective. So effectively just worked out that the best thing to do was just wait and score against me. So that's a very useful piece of advice. It's very worthwhile working out how to play against somebody. So this position looks fairly harmless, but white has the A file, and he's using that A file in a very aggressive way in the game. He's gone rook A7, so you clearly see these bishops are lined up a little bit like, like bowling pins, right? They're ready for the bowling ball to skittle them.
I saw in the chat some people were asking who was the youngest British champion. Looking at Michael Adams, but the youngest British champion was David Howe, wasn't it, in 2009, I believe?
Ah, right.
16 years old.
Now, hang on a minute. That can't be right. David Howe was born in 1990. So, are you sure he was? Are you sure you got your facts right? This is not one of my general facts. When I said
I think he was the youngest ever
from Howe, he
champion.
was born. I'm going to Google it.
No, I thought David Howe was the youngest champion. He's the youngest ever British champion, surpassing.
I'm going to look it
Michael
up.
Adams'
I'm going to
record.
Wikipedia. I'm going to wiki it. Right. British champions Wikipedia.
Yeah, the oldest was the doctor. I've gone off the chat now. I can't see the chat. Dr. Fazekas, I think it was the oldest at 59.
Yeah. So
Mickey
you're
might
saying
break that
David
record.
Howe in 2007?
Maybe it was 2007. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that
I think he was the youngest ever British champion. 16 years old.
Are you not getting confused with the youngest ever British Grandmaster? So
No,
I think he was the youngest ever
I
British
think he was the
Grandmaster.
youngest British champion as well. But you can look it up. Or someone in the chat.
I think
can
you're
tell us.
wrong because it's David Howe was born in 1990 and he won the British Championship when he was 90. I think you're getting confused with British Grandmaster. 2009, he was born in 1990. He's famously born in 1990, same year as Magnus, right?
He's definitely born in 1990.
Yeah,
Wasn't he? You clicked on the wrong person.
yeah, born in 1990. So he would have been 80.
Okay, it was Michael Adams the youngest. I thought David Howe was the youngest.
Okay.
I'm sure somebody can look it up.
Might be Adam.
I think it might be
It
Adams.
might be Nicky.
Be plastic.
I'm pretty sure Adams was 17, so he would have been younger when he won the British.
Yeah, maybe it was Michael
But
Adams.
obviously they're pretty young. I mean, I've never won the British, so I'll probably be the oldest to ever break through at this rate. Yeah. When Michael Adams won the British for the first year in 1989, it was actually only rated about 2,400 at that time. I remember seeing one of his games in 1989. It very quickly improved. Because by 1993 he was 2630. But yeah, he was born 1971 and he won the British for the first time in 1989. Oh, hang on, that's close, isn't it?
It is quite close.
That's close. So he's born in November 1971 and the British typically in August. So he would have been 17 when he won it. And David was 18. So David just missed out. Second youngest though.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'll have to double check that later.
Double check it.
Maybe someone in the chat can just double check.
You just don't trust Gormally. You don't
What's
trust my,
Michael Adams,
you
the
don't
youngest
trust my
ever
use of
British
Wikipedia,
champion?
right? Now, Shreyas is the youngest GM, right?
Yeah, I think Trey is definitely the youngest GM
Yeah.
that we've got.
Yeah. But I think David was the record holder before that.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the youngest GM ever was Mishra, who currently represents the United States. And I think he was 12 years of age when he became GM, which is phenomenal.
It's very impressive. It used to be Wei Yi, didn't it?
Karyakin as well held that title.
Yeah.
Sergei Karyakin from Russia is persona non grata in the chess world these days. And obviously back in the day, it was people like Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov also maybe held that title, Judith Polgar. Do you think, what about Bod Hanna? How long do you think Bod Hanna will take to get GM?
So she's 10 now, and was her rating is over 2,200, isn't she? I mean, maybe she could do it in 3 years, do you think?
Yeah, I think 3 years is a good shout. I think she'll get it by the time she's 15. Super Tit as well could potentially get it within the next 4 or 5 years, or even sooner. Queen H5. Yeah, so we got this position on the board. So white to play has a huge advantage apparently, and a large part of the reason why he's got an advantage is that rook on A7 is creating a lot of pressure. So if black can't nullify that pressure over the next few moves, then there's going to be serious tactical problems for black, I would imagine, Nick. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to see whether bishop g5 does anything, or if there's an easy solution. Yeah, because I want to play rook f7, but it doesn't really go anywhere, does it? No.
Rook f7. Oh, you mean,
Yeah, it doesn't do anything though.
yeah, if you could take away that f, you could go rook f7, that would be very strong for you.
No, I know after bishop g5, I was trying to take it with the a rook.
Okay, yeah.
That's something, but it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really threaten anything.
So I think black wants with that move, Nick, after bishop e6. He wants to take on d5 and go rook b7. And if he does that, he's going to dilute the pressure. Daniel's thinking it. He's got his head in his hands, leaning back. He's thinking about the position.
Yeah, because there might be something here for white.
Do you think Daniel can get to 2600?
I think so, yeah.
It's possible. It's not easy. It's not easy.
But he is getting a little bit older. I mean, actually, because I did do a bit of training with Daniel before he went to university.
Right.
And I think he went from 2360 to about 2480. And then during his university, he didn't really do much chess and he didn't go up at all. As only after university that he then pushed on again and got the GM title. So maybe those 3 or 4 years didn't play as much as he could have done.
I like pushing the f-ball here, Nick. What do you think? Because
I think so. If there's
I think
nothing
if you
immediate-
take it, then you can't go rook here.
Yeah.
But you can go rook a8, but it's
Pretty good queen e6 and just try and get the queens off.
queen e6. Good to see that move.
But Hanishin's a bit of a natural defender, isn't he? He quite likes keeping it solid. Yeah, Daniel was a phenomenal talent. Obviously, a little bit sort of unusual style. He just has this incredible calculation, but never really did that much work on his openings.
Yeah, he's quite a creative person. So, you know, it's not when you do work on openings, it's quite mechanical. It can be, some people find it quite tedious and uncreative. I think that's part of the reason why Magnus stepped away from the World Championship title. So a lot of it's just start, you know, there's other people we know, like Keith Arkle does very little work on the openings. But it doesn't seem to do him any harm. He seems to get very good results.
I mean, this position looks just slightly better for white, doesn't it?
Well, apparently White's got a big advantage. I think in the initial position, I'm not sure what the move is, but it is f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, big advantage for White.
So if they take on d5, like we suggested, you just shouldn't swap the queens. Then.
Yeah,
right?
you avoid swapsies. You're right. You can take, and you're better. Queen c6 is keeping attention and make f5 feels like a big threat now.
Yeah, so yeah, queen c6 is a stronger move.
There's even a nice line, rook e8. Rather than moving the queen, which looks natural, we'll go rook c7, blocking the attack from rook. You go f5 and you hit the queen.
Yeah, then your queen can get into d7, can't it?
This looks really awkward. So I think big chance here for Daniel to win the game if he can possibly grab it. Interestingly, Taran's also better against Gawain, like you were saying earlier. Maybe he's better, but a position. We left it around about rook b1. So why play rook b1 with the idea of b3 and bishop b2?
I mean, one thing is in Taran's game against Richard yesterday, that both players had some chances to win the game. So
Sure.
you can maybe
That's
get
right.
away with it, but if you're playing someone like Gawain, you can't afford to give him any chances. You need to be
absolutely
very accurate.
yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Gawain would have spoiled that rook and pawn endgame yesterday. Richard actually played really well to get the rook and pawn endgame, but then, you know, it shows why it's so important to know your endgames, right? But of course, they were short time, those guys. They should also stress that they didn't have much time, so maybe if they had more time, they would have worked it out a little bit better.
They both had chances to win that game.
Absolutely. F4, C5. I think, by the way, Taran described it on his YouTube channel as crazy endgame. So I wonder what he'll say about today's game. Knight b5. So the idea is that you're hitting a knight on e5 now, because black's idea was c5 was a counter-attack against the knight, Nick. And obviously here would be fairly welcomed by black. However, knight b5 was played. It's not only hits the knight, but also threatens queen takes d6. So
It's a little bit uncomfortable for black still.
very uncomfortable. So Wayne is now in the tank thinking about, this is what I like about Wayne, you know, as a player. I think he's not afraid to sit there and think. A lot of players panic when they've got a, you know, a difficult position, but he sits there and he kind of works it all out. I mean, his position's actually that difficult to me.
He's sort of looking up into the air, isn't he? Whereas Mickey would be focused on the board.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
Maybe just a bit upset with the position.
Yeah. I actually think it's different. I think the reason he's looking away is he's doing it blindfold, whereas I think Mickey doesn't seem to do much blindfold analysis. He seems to just stare at the ball. It's, you know, we talked about Ivanchuk earlier. Ivanchuk very famous for looking away from the board, staring into space. Other players like Shirov would look like that, and Nakamura would look at the ceiling. So
Can you get away with knight c4 for black?
sorry, bad idea. Nice C4, yeah.
So I just want to show one line. Obviously, if white plays, well, I mean,
B3.
yeah, b3, then I want to try a6. I don't know if we can get away with that or not.
Yeah, because Nick's idea is if you move the knight, this is it's really very nice for white indeed. I think, are you a pawn up here? Maybe
Yeah, that's just
you're
a clear pawn up.
And so, but you have this now. You do lose a pawn, but what black is likely to regain it? Rook takes a2. So materially, this is actually quite reasonable for black. And actually, again, you know, we saw that in the Fernandez game. Rook on the 7 can be very dangerous. So I think Wayne will be quite happy with that variation. But this is probably something else that he's concerned about. Otherwise, he would have gone knight c4 already. If you go knight c4, there's also options for white, like knight c3, maybe e5 is a candidate maybe you'd have to consider. Probably not e5. b3 would be the main option. b3, a6, knight a3 maybe. You know, a possible line. Looks a bit ugly.
Yeah, there must be something in this position which he's worried about. Queen d3 is apparently the best
b3,
move.
a6 is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Queen d3 is giving black some problems, but not unsolvable.
But now it says d5 for black, which is quite interesting.
That's a hard move to spot as well. Even for a dynamic player like Wayne, probably can find that. It's not obvious.
So you can't take with the pawn because the pawn's pinned.
Yeah. So yeah, that's disaster. So you could take with the queen. Think that is a move, but then bishop e6. The computer's idea is that the rook would then come to d8.
To b8.
Rook would come to b8.
You get quite a lot of activity. I mean, Gwaine, you know, is quite an active player. He might find this line.
It's very good. I think this is giving very good practical chances. I think knight c4 I would pretty much.
You can play
Wow.
bishop a6 as well.
Bishop a6 also possible. Because the point is that if you take, this is no good. Because of this and this. So this is a typical way, a typical situation you find yourself in an early middle game, or mid-middle game, you could say, where your opponent's played pretty well, he's obviously a good player, and he's putting you under pressure. Now, we've seen this tournament, Wayne's maybe not in absolute top form, so it's interesting to see how he'll handle this position. I think we should go to some other games. Well, we haven't looked at which game would you like
Do you want to
to
go back at Matthew Wordsworth again? I haven't seen that for a
yeah,
while.
big game here, big clash here between the two MAs, actually. I think that both MAs, we've also got Marcus Harvey's also an MA. Marcus, and we've got Matthew Wordsworth, MA. So, tell I've been here too long, start looking at their names. Have we ever had an MA win the British before? That could be a good one.
I don't know. Don't think so.
Genuinely don't know the
No,
answer.
Matthew Sadler.
Oh, we have. Yeah, we've had a Matthew Sadler. What year did he win it? The big
He won it. He would tied with Mickey in Hove in the. I'm trying to remember which year that was.
I think it was the first year of the Smith and Williamson sponsorship. You're right, it was in 1997 in Hove, and I think he lost in a playoff in 1998 against Nigel Shaw. However, I do think he also won it in 1905, Matthew. I think it was the first year that he won it, in 1905. Matthew Sadler would have been actually quite young himself at that point, 1905. He was born something like 1975, 1974.
I remember there was one tournament. I think it was Nottingham where he was the overwhelming favourite.
That's right.
Chris Ward won the tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Chris Ward, that's right. I remember that year. I think Matthew Sadler lost to Chris Ward.
I think that's the first year I met you, actually.
Oh, no. That's
all
when
downhill
you
since then.
that's when your life started going downhill. Yeah, I remember that was the first year I won. That's the first year I played the British. I lost. I played the Major Open that year. I didn't qualify for British. Travelled up with Chris Dunworth and John Naylor, friends of mine. Chris is still around now, but John sadly passed away a few years ago. We drove up. We stopped off at Mike Duran's place. We stayed in the university in Nottingham. It's actually a really nice experience. First time I met Simon as well, actually, Simon Williams. And I remember, yeah, Sadler, I think he also lost to Jonathan Parker in the final round. Jonathan Parker played a great game against him. It was a really tremendous game by Jonathan Parker. He's more or less retired from chess these days.
Yeah, I have seen some signs of Jonathan Parker coming back. I think he was talking about, getting back into seniors chess when he gets there as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, he might make a bit of a comeback. He started playing 4CLs again.
We were talking about billionaires earlier. I don't think Jonathan Parker is quite a billionaire, but I know he had a good job in the city. So, Jonathan, if you're out there, maybe you could buy me a Happy Meal. Are you watching? Are you watching? Okay, so yeah, this position looks fairly good for white, actually, I would say, just due to the long-term chances on the queen side. Would you agree with that, Nick?
I think it's a bit double-edged though. I mean, Matthew at least has got, he's quite a blocked position. He's got the 2 knights in a blocked position. They might be able to do something. Black can play G5, knight E5. Yeah, he will need to. He does need to be a little bit careful on the queen side though.
Is there a danger that rook b2, rook b1 is just going to be a quick attack on b7, or is there a quick...
I mean, it's definitely a danger, but you have to play like knight E5, rook D7.
He's played a move, I think, has he? No, he hasn't played a move yet. So you want to go knight e5 immediately, do you? Or you want to go
Maybe
G5?
knight E5 then.
Yeah, knight e5, queen c2, I guess, right?
Yeah, we'll play G5 to stop it.
And if I double a stack,
Probably
double
would.
stack. I could actually,
Good,
no, I'm going to go.
triple stack.
I'm definitely going to go triple stack.
Okay,
here.
rook D7.
Rook e7 and a rook b1, because I'm not worried about this because of that's clearly a blunder.
The problem with white is how do you get the bishops into the attack?
Yeah.
I mean, let's say we play, okay, go back to your position.
Yeah.
If we move our king, can we go king A7?
Yeah. So if I go queen d2, yeah, I agree with you.
Rook B8 maybe?
It feels like the attack might run out of steam, right? But I think the engine probably just likes white due to the bishop pair and the fact it's not necessarily, even though black is potentially attacking the king side, he's not necessarily better on the king side, even though he's got.
It's still quite a solid position for black, yeah.
It's a solid position for black, so I think that game will develop in. Let's go back to your brother's game actually, because that game's probably going to be quite interesting as well. Because when we left it, it was around about here, and actually the engine was giving white an advantage. And he played your move, knight takes. Stuart didn't go for this g4 idea.
That's sort of the twin thinking, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he was getting the psychic waves coming through, right? C6, Nick, and then A3, bishop F6. Very solid by Richard. Very solid stuff. I think he's actually just aiming for a draw in this game.
I don't think so. I
Set
think
himself up for white.
I think you fancy this one if you can get a bit of a chance,
But he does have a threat now, actually, some sort of positional threat, which is to take, and then take on d4.
Yeah.
So what are you doing here as white? Are you chop skis? Maybe.
So the more pieces that come off, obviously that starts to favour black, doesn't it?
Well, my thinking here is this really is blocked now because of this knight. So I'm wondering about bishop c2, Nick, because I'm not necessarily afraid of this. Because I feel like rook d1, you're getting tremendous initiative.
Yeah, this feels a bit dangerous. So it might be the kind of thing Stuart goes for. He's quite a creative player.
Yeah. Is there any other options that white could be considering?
But after bishop c2, I don't think Richard will take the knight. Just play some other move.
The other problem with that, maybe this might be an issue, and then if you ever move a knight, you get a favourable exchange of. I think, just to show people at home, I think this is the sort of thing that black would definitely be very comfortable with. And
Yeah, it's true. I think one or two exchanges of minor pieces is going to favour black.
What you tend to get is when white has a double pawn, or when black has a double pawn, what they tend to aim for is the initiative in the middle game. When you have a lot of pieces hoover off the board, that weakness in structure tends to be more relevant.
You mean an isolated queen's pawn, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so certainly white wants to keep all the pieces on the board, and black would like to swap off one or two without really changing the structure of the position. But you don't really want to swap bishop for knight. You want to do a fair trade of pieces, so knight for knight or bishop for bishop.
I'm slightly surprised by bishop f6. It looks a bit weird to me because you're weakening some squares over here. So I think maybe his reasoning is that he is actually intending to do this, because otherwise why would you bother to do it? Or maybe he's just trying to force white into some kind of favourable exchange. Maybe knight g3 actually is a move, Nick, because here, you know, again, like I'm just giving you a great initiative. Maybe it's not that great, I don't know, but bishop g6 is knight e5. He's actually played a move, Stuart, so let's try and refresh the board. He's actually just taken. I don't like that decision, I must admit. Unless there's some really concrete reason why that's a good move, it just feels like a bit of a pop-out move.
Yeah, I think that every exchange black's going to be happy about. Probably just a bit of a dubious move from white. Knight takes f6.
I don't like that at all, but I just think, aren't you threatening this now? So you pretty much have to go g4 otherwise. That must be his idea. So, but now you have issues with knight f4, so...
Yeah, I think knight takes bishop is a strange looking move.
I feel that this must be his idea though, Nick. Otherwise, why would you do it? So your idea is maybe to go f4. He's going to try and play as ambitiously as possible. And I agree with you, I don't particularly like it, but, you know, now he's got this position, he has to make do with it. What was the engine saying? Should we do an engine check on whether knight takes f6 was the top move? Whether bishop f6 also felt very strange to me. I didn't like. I would have played something like rook e8.
I think bishop f6 is okay.
In c7, rook e8 was the top move. So he's gone bishop f6. Knight takes f6 is actually the best move, or one of the best moves. And then g4, and then...
No, I think the computer likes grabbing space, but in a, you know, human wouldn't necessarily want to weaken your king side so much.
It says this is playable, but yeah, I'm not loving it.
I mean, knight f4 is a very natural move for black now.
Let's go back to the Mickey game because it's pretty equalish here, but still there's some play left. It's not dead.
But Mickey's just going to try and exchange off those knights. Mickey could just play knight d6 now.
I notice he's got his face in his hands there, Nikita. So he's really in the tank. He's really trying to work out this position. What do you think about this position, Malcolm? We've got the great Malcolm Payne in, the doyen of English chess. What do you think about... You get Malcolm on, yeah?
Do you want to talk to Malcolm? Would you like to come on?
Yeah. Bring him in.
It gets a bit busy when there's three people.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I feel a little bit intimidated here because I'm in the presence of greatness. I'm here with Malcolm Payne, who's one of the hardest working people in chess. How's it going, Malcolm?
Well, it's great, really, the championship record entry, which is really a really good result for the city. We've had local politicians here, regional politicians here, and I've been in touch with some members of the government who are sympathetic to us. So I think it's just all around a great success. The festival that's happening around the city, there's something going on every day.
Sure.
Run by Chess in Schools and Communities, Rob Steele. There was some coaching in the beautiful art gallery, which is just over the road from the championships here. Sure. There's been stuff going on in the library most days. This is coaching for the public. Of course, you and I and Simon did a spectacular simultaneous to open up the entire event.
That's right, yeah.
And I think only you managed not to lose, Danny. So.
No, I lost 2 games.
Oh, did you?
I actually got sunburnt on my right arm with it. I'm probably the first person who ever gets sunburnt in Liverpool. So I think when you're on the board, actually the sun is reflecting off the board.
Yes.
And In regards to Nikita, because obviously he came in from Russia,
Yes.
was he actually approached or did he approach England himself? I mean, do you have the information behind that?
I'm trying to remember. I think that initially I was told that both Nikita and Vladimir Fedoseev wanted to leave Russia.
Right.
And so I think I initially approached Fedoseev, but he'd already decided to go and live in Slovenia.
Right.
And then Nikita got in touch and said, you know, he was desperate to leave Russia. He'd spoken out against the war and his position would be difficult. And could we make it happen? And this was, of course, at the time of Rishi Sunak's government, not the current administration.
Yeah, sure.
And in those days, fortunately, our English Chess Federation president has very good connections with Rishi Sunak, and he had with the government. And in fact, Sunak is sort of a disciple of Dominic Lawson's father, who was the Chancellor of the Exchequer. So Sunak was Nigel Lawson. Yeah. And so they had a good connection. And the problem is in this country, well, there are many problems, of course, but one of the problems for chess is that we're not recognised as anything at all.
Yeah.
So we couldn't just get him in as a talented sportsman because, you know, some civil servant in some office somewhere in Whitehall will go, well, it's not a sport, is it? You know. And so we started a campaign. Well, actually, I started a campaign to get chess more recognised, more known. And I did stuff in Parliament with the Ukraine match. Mickey played Volokitin in Parliament. I got the Speaker of the House of Commons. Yeah, I got the Speaker of the House of Commons to give us his house. He's got his own house in Parliament.
Oh, right.
And so we had this match in his house, and then afterwards we had a match between the Lords and the Commons, and we made a big noise. And Dominic managed to get some contacts going inside number 10 as well. But it's one thing actually that the Prime Minister wants to do something. It's entirely different than that something actually happens. Because the civil service can get in the way, can be obstructive. But fortunately, Dominic was able to sort of keep the pressure up, and I finally managed to get a meeting with one of Sunak's advisors, and I showed him this graph that I'd done. So I did is I got one of my researchers to do a study of money that goes into British sport through Sport England.
Sure.
And then, so I got this graph with all the money going on the x-axis, and then on the y-axis, I had the number of people who actually play that sport. And then I had a separate number, which was the number of people, the amount of money it gets, divided by the number of people who play that sport.
Sure.
And I came up with some really stupid things, you know, like everybody who does judo gets 80 quid. And orienteering gets loads of money, even though hardly anyone does it. And so I took this to this government advisor, and he looked at it, he goes, can you send me that on WhatsApp? I want to spread that around. And I was able to demonstrate to them that, you know, chess has got millions of people playing it. And so from that, we got some money. And while we were doing that, we also said, well, given that it's the objective of the government that we raise the level of British chess, could we get this guy a visa to come in and become part of British chess? And so while we were getting the recognition and the money, we managed to get Nikita in as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting answer. I wasn't aware of Fedoseev. Thanks for answering that. I mean, I did actually look at the numbers for, you know, what was put into seniors chess, what was put into the England team, and you know, you could make the argument maybe that things could be put into other parts of English chess, but they're not a huge amount of money. There's, you know, you look at these footballers, they're on like 300 grand a week or whatever.
Yes.
Compared to what chess players get, it's absolute peanuts. You know, these guys don't really play chess for the money. They play chess because they love the game. So can I just ask you about some of the positions on the board?
Sure.
Currently.
I mean, I think the Nikita position looks fairly equal. The only thing that I could see going wrong is if you imagine the queens were off the board and somehow miraculously the bishop had come off for the knight, the black bishop had come off for the knight, for the white knight, then in some position white would go rook c1 and black couldn't go rook c8 because of h3.
Sure.
That's the only thing I can see going
So what
wrong.
you're saying is that bishop is removed off the board.
Yeah, I mean, if we played some ridiculous moves here, like
Well, you should move the queen at this point.
yeah, but I mean, imagine, I mean, it would take a long, it would be very difficult to arrange this. But I mean, if it went something like bishop d6, for the sake of argument, knight takes d6, queen takes d6, queen b4, queen takes queen, queen b4, queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, you know, king f8 or something,
and then
rook c1, rook c8, bishop h3. That is the only thing that I can see going wrong in this position.
G6 is
Even
not best
G6
for
looks-
black, right?
yeah.
Because also there's ideas with D6 at some
Yeah,
point.
so, but otherwise it looks completely drawn. I mean, if the knights
Yeah.
come on, then it's a draw. Let's look at something more interesting.
Okay, yeah, it's a bit of a Dolesville game. That one.
Yeah.
What about the game, Daniel Fernandez? What do you think of Daniel Fernandez?
Okay, so what I don't like doing against any grandmaster and is voluntarily taking on any structural weakness. So knight d4, I know it's theory,
Yeah, yeah.
but I'm just against it in principle.
What would you play here? Because I know you're a bit of a Ryder Pairs expert.
Well, you beat me, didn't you, in my last attempt? Well, I blundered horribly. You beat me easily, I remember. So
yeah, but the
my
game was
expertise-
fairly equal.
It
till-
was. Yeah, I don't know right in the opening. I don't know right in the opening. I mean,
Yeah.
I think in this position I'd be trying to play h6, rook e8, and bishop f8.
I think Magnus is obviously a bit of an expert in these kind of
Has
positions.
he done that?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
he's
what I would like
probably
to
done everything here.
Yes.
He's
I mean, my
probably
plan
had done games
is
on
h6, rook e8, bishop
Yeah.
f8, knight e7 to g6 and c5.
Okay, and
That's normal.
so, yeah,
That's normal chess, yeah.
so the position we've got on the board currently, Queen G4 was played. White didn't actually go for the strongest plan, by the way.
Which was what, like f4 or something in some
F4
position?
was, we were saying, was the
Yeah,
best move.
this is obviously clearly.
Me and Nick have been finding the top engine moves pretty much
Yeah.
throughout.
But f4 is an obvious move, really, isn't
It's
it?
very, very obvious.
Yeah.
You know, Leela style, right? Just
Yes.
going all in.
Yes.
What do you think about Daniel Fernandez as a player? Do you think he's potentially maybe could get an England team in the future? What about people like Sprayas?
The thing, Daniel, is he's a brilliantly talented player. Like he's arguably like the most original player in British chess.
Sure.
I mean, if you look at his peaks and some of his most brilliant games, they are absolutely amazing. But in team tournaments, you need people who are steadier. So
Right, right.
So although I would say that given that Daniel will be board 5, you know, it's not so bad actually to have someone on board 5 who's very good at bashing up, you know, the relatively weaker countries you play at the beginning of the tournament.
Sure.
So I mean, I think he's always. I mean, I can tell you he's always in the selector's mind as a candidate.
Good. What about Shreyas? Because do you agree with me that Shreyas could be 2,600 in 2 or 3 years' time?
I'd be disappointed if he wasn't. Yeah, I'd hope he would be. And can I see the moves of his game?
Yeah,
it
it's a
looked- I
fantasy
was guessing it was a
variation.
fantasy. I looked at it and thought that could only arrive from the fantasy variation.
We were asking that, where did the name come from? Because I mentioned the Philly lyric fantasy. I'm sure you're very familiar with horse racing.
Well, the filly, yes.
Yeah. But I don't think it came from that.
No, I don't know where the fantasy variation was. I don't know when it was named. I genuinely don't.
Interesting. point,
Yeah.
right?
Queen b6. I mean, it's black is very solid. So
Maybe it was named after the Mariah Carey song.
I think it predates it though. Bishop e2 is unusual, right? So bishop e2 is a very interesting move order nuance. The knight usually goes to that square. So that's bishop.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if it was
It's
too
a
common a
weird
move.
move. It's a weird move in some ways.
But it's a computer move. It's clearly a move generated by a computer, right?
Yeah. Bishop e2's top move.
Yeah.
But if you look at the openings, Bishop d3 has been played.
Of course.
Bishop e2 has also been played before as well.
Okay.
So Bishop e2. So it seemed like both players had some idea of what they were doing.
And now e5. This is typical what black plays in the fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's kind of prepared e5 and done it later.
Oh, I don't like c5,
Yeah, I feel
I
like
really
there's
don't like
worry
C5.
that this will happen.
but that doesn't stop it happening. I mean, you don't want to fix the pawn structure like that and give one protected pass pawn forever. I'm suspicious of that move.
So we go back to this position. This is the current position on the board. Shreyas is thinking. What do you
Queen
think?
h4, is that possible?
Yeah, you got good instincts. What about knight e7 though? Are you going to sack the exchange?
I'm very tempted.
You
Yeah.
not do this,
Yeah, I'm tempted actually to go maybe all in here actually with knight f7. So rook f6,
right?
gf6.
Knight
Is knight
f7.
f7 lead?
Wow. He's played a move. He's played a move, by the way. He has gone queen h4, so this
Yeah.
could happen.
I mean, I don't know if it works, but it looks very dangerous. Or maybe bishop
Rook
h5
f1 or
first,
bishop
maybe.
h5. yeah.
Bishop h5 first, maybe.
Marcus could be under huge pressure here. But
Yeah.
can you maybe? Is it
Yeah.
actually checkmate?
So, no, but now I play slowly. So now rook f1.
Now rook f1.
And I'm just asking, I'm saying to you, your queen and bishop on d6, they're not playing chess. What are you going to do about rook f3 to g3? That's what I'm
Very
arguing.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, Matt, because I know you're a very busy guy, I just want to ask you about another player who's playing in our tournament, and that would be Bodhana, because she is potentially maybe one of the future stars.
She's
in
just
chess.
broken Judith Polgar's record. So Leonard Barton said that she is the youngest player ever to get a WGN.
That's incredible, right?
Yeah.
Incredible achievement. She's, I played her opponent.
This looks like it was a Petrov, yeah?
I've never played Bodhana, but
Right.
I played her opponent. I don't think I played Bodhana.
Oleg is a very good player. This looks like the D takes C3 Petrov. No?
Right. If you go back to the start,
Looks
yeah, your knowledge of openings
You can see the
is,
debris.
very
you know what I mean?
erudite, shall we say.
You can see the debris, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this is a very safe line for White, I would say.
Yeah, agreed.
You know, very hard to actually, for White to get any advantage. Sorry, for Black to really,
Yeah,
sometimes they even do this, I think. But
that's right. Sometimes you see the A-pawn being thrown down mysteriously as well.
But White's just going all in on the king side, this G4 move. Bodhana's playing.
Well, let's come into F5. C4. Hold on,
Yeah.
C4. So what was the idea of C4? Why did not Bodhana take this pawn? Knight E4 maybe winning her knight? Is that the problem? Is that the problem, Knight E4?
You mean Bodhana's black, by the way?
Oh, Bodhana black, so he's got the point.
he's
Yeah,
Knight
Knight
E4.
E4.
Very clever tactic by Bodhana.
Yeah,
I think that's her idea, I guess.
Yeah.
It seems to work, right?
yeah.
So Oleg carried on though, very aggressive.
Keep calm and carry on, Danny. Keep calm. and
Keep
carry on.
calm. I never keep calm. I'm the opposite.
So now the question is, do we want to play take on C2? We don't care about knight H6, king F8 very much, do we? Nah. I think Bodhana would be licking her lips here for an endgame, Danny, you know, at some point.
Yeah.
With that weak H pawn, for example.
So he's got a different. I mean, I thought about Nikita actually. He's quite a technical player compared to a lot of the elite players we've had in this chess.
Yes.
And I would say the same about Bodhana. He's kind of almost like Capablanca reborn, right?
Yes,
So he loves an
she
endgame.
likes the endgame. Yeah. And she's really good in the endgame, and her resilience, even in a bad endgame, is unbelievable. Just her ability to just keep playing and not play a losing move.
Well, her defense against Brandon Clark the other day was
amazing.
incredible. It was incredible.
Yeah, she lost in the end, but it was amazing how long she lasted.
It really-
Yeah.
So do you think she could potentially be a future British number one?
Oh, she could be. She could be a potential women's world champion as well.
I mean, we did go through a period where we didn't have a lot. I mentioned this to Nick earlier. Yeah, just before you go, we had a period where we didn't have a lot of elite players coming through. We haven't had like 2600 breaking through since the established stars. So do you think that might change over the next?
Well, I'm hoping Shreyas
Few
is the
years.
next one.
And then potentially maybe followed by Bodhana
Bodhana.
and Super
And
Ted.
Supertip,
Yeah.
exactly. And there are others, you know, there are other kids, there's Ethan Pang and other kids who are also incredibly good. I mean, we have the most amazing group of under 11s.
Sure.
Well, like, I think we must be sort of in the world's top 5 or 6 for the group that we've got.
That's,
you know,
that's great. That's great news, yeah. And I think it's largely thanks to your work.
oh, I think a knight has just landed on F7.
Oh, wow. This could be game in the tournament. This could be game in the tournament by Shreyas. And we were giving it to Wadsworth. By the way, we were giving it to Eggleston against Gawain Jones.
Against Wayne, yes.
Currently, but this could supplant it. King takes F7.
And now Bishop H5 and Rook F6. It basically transposes. That stops King G7, by the way, Danny.
Yeah,
So you don't have your King
this
G7.
actually looks very bad for Marcus. He's had a bit of a difficult time recently with chess. Marcus he hasn't played that well, but he's having a good comeback here. But this is the acid test for him, I think, against Reyes, who's a proper player already.
It's amazing, Danny, that because White has so much space, Black can't feed pieces over to the defence.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, actually, knight e7. I mean, we might see Rook F6 first, but for example, after King F8,
Sure.
you know, just after King F8, Rook takes F6, Pawn takes
It's like
F6.
checkmate, right?
Yeah, it's just what.
Well, I could just take.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all over. But
Yeah.
what strikes me about this position is just the limited mobility of the Queen, the Bishop, and the Knight. They're just hopeless pieces.
Yeah. It reminds me of these handicap matches I played against Leela,
Right.
where you start a piece up and it moves you on the king side, right? So it doesn't matter that you've got your extra piece on the queen side, it's totally irrelevant.
But the action's on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Well, look, thank you. Thank you very much.
That's
I mean,
right.
it seems like
Thanks, Malcolm, for coming on.
seems like it's warming up really nicely.
Yeah, and we're probably going to break soon as well because we've been going for quite a long time. Yeah. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching, and it was great to have Matt Payne, one of the sort of main drivers behind English chess. Sort of very powerful figure within not just English chess but chess in general. So it's great to have him on. His very interesting thoughts that he was talking about there, and so we've got a very dynamic position on which board is this? The Strauss Royal board.
Board 5.
Board 5. Marcus Harvey is under extreme pressure. There seems to be a crushing attack brewing. What do you think about this position, Nick?
Yeah, well, I thought it was quite impressive the way Malcolm just saw the sacrifice straight away. I guess it's quite intuitive, but the more you look at it, the more dangerous it looks. I mean, it's very hard to see any kind of defense for black here.
I think Malcolm's a very talented player, actually. I think he stopped playing because he suffered from bad nerves, but and also he's very focused on his business. He grew his business, London Chess and Bridge shop, and obviously took a lot of energy. Obviously done very well with that business.
Yeah, I mean, he's been fantastic for chess in general. Obviously, raising the profile of chess, bringing the top players to the country, raising sponsorship.
Absolutely.
Hosting, these London Classic events and other events where the world's top players come to London. So he's probably done more for chess than pretty much anyone. He's really driven chess forwards in this country, and you can see he's still got some ability as well. Seems to have quite a good feel for the game.
I think the problem that Black has here, Nick, is just these pieces that kind of trip over each other. Knight, it really has no good square to go to, right? And bishop is blocking the knight, goes to c8. You've got to stop that threat.
I mean, just
This is the position we got on the
horrible.
board.
It's horrible for black.
Is currently white just checked on h5.
Yeah, I was going to say part of the problem with knight g6. So they might wait after bishop h5 check. If we just go back to bishop h5 check.
Yeah.
If black tries to play knight g6, so there might be some sacrificial way to win, but you could simply play queen g3 if you wanted. There might be something even stronger, and just get your piece back.
Yeah, very simple.
But there might be, you might have to play rook f6, but this
Rook f6 and rook f1 is on sound.
Possibly.
But I think I like this. Yeah, this wins, right?
it's kind of risk-free way of being a pawn up. So black doesn't want to suffer in this kind of position, so understandably he took material. You might as well be under attack and up on material rather than under attack and
Where was the
down on material.
mistake? So roundabout, Malcolm said that he didn't like c5. I kind of agree. I would have gone knight f6 here. I think it just keeps the options open, but he's gone c5.
I mean, knight f6 was the move we were discussing earlier
It
on.
was already a lot better for white anyway. So possibly the mistakes happened earlier.
a6 was a funny looking move.
You really need to know your onions against this fantasy variation. I might do a video, chessboard course on the fantasy variation. Well, you probably find that someone's done it already. But it seems to be like quite a good way to attack for white.
I think a6 was a bit of a waste of time. c5 was a bit inaccurate as well.
Just seems that like every move is, black's position's got worse in this game. And, Shreyas is showing this 2600 level in this game, really, essentially. 97. Yeah, he's under pressure. Mistakes happen when you're under pressure. Yeah, he's under positional pressure. He has to go something like bishop d7. 97 was a tactical blunder. And I think Marcus just played a little bit too quickly at this moment. How much time did he spend on... It seems like he spent barely any time on 97.
Yeah, I think he just missed this knight takes f7 move.
I think that's often what happens when you're under pressure. Your ego is reacting to it. I mean, I find that myself. You know, your ego is reacting to the situation. It's telling you to make a move quickly, just to show that the situation's okay, just to show to your opponent the situation's okay. But there's some moments where you need to resist that temptation and actually say, look, actually, it's not okay. I need to buckle down here and take my time. And now he's actually in a position which is almost irreparable, where it's just almost forced checkmate, right? Like, how do you, I mean, you can't defend this position. It's just resignable, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously White's threatening checkmate in one move with Queen F7, so the most natural move is Rook H7 to try and stop that. And then Rook F1 simply.
F1.
Now you're threatening Queen F8 checkmate, and what can Black even play?
You can't go here because of, I guess, Bishop F7 is just dead. Yeah, just like everything wins it. Well, Queen F6 is just a very simple way to win, and she, Bishop D5 actually. Sorry, that's a very nice win actually, because the point is you go.
Because now you can take on G5 off the Queen F6, presumably, or Queen H5.
Yeah.
Queen H5 is even stronger.
And Rook F7, and it's just dead still because it's the threat. Okay, so I think we're thinking that Marcus is possibly going to lose very quickly, and that's if so, sad for Marcus because he was my tip to win. I think he will win a big tournament at some point, whether it be the British Championships, not sure. He's got Daniel Fernandez, another one I think will have a big breakthrough soon, but you may have to wait this year or run the tables from here. But that's going to bring Shreyas back into contention, actually. If Mickey Adams draws, Shreyas is only going to be, if he wins this game, he's only going to be half a point behind.
You were talking about the bounce after you win a game, but sometimes you can bounce after you lose a game. So that Shreyas really,
Absolutely.
played a very good game, which is quite hard to do after the disappointment of yesterday losing to Mickey.
But I don't think there would have been that much disappointment, Nick, because in reality, he actually played okay in that Mickey game. Mickey just played a masterpiece. Mickey masterpiece, right? So
He had the bad opening, didn't he? Played badly in the
he
opening.
played badly. It was one bad move, though, really. It wasn't like a really shocking game. So looking at that, anyway, I think we should go on a break now, Nick, because we've been going for 2 hours. So let's have a little break, have a Kit Kat, and then come back and hopefully have a bit of energy for the final surge. What do you reckon?
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Welcome back, everybody. And welcome back to the British Championships live commentary. So we're going to look at this game actually that's happening on board 3 between Daniel Fernandez as white against Yu Chen Han. We had a couple of quick moves. Nick, rook b1, rook a2. So what do you think Daniel's going to? How do you think Daniel's going to try and convert this extra pawn that he's got on the king side? He's got an extra pawn on the king side.
Yeah, obviously he's a pawn up. His position is a little bit passive. His rook on b1 can't really move. It's quite hard to actually untangle. Yeah, I'm trying to think how he's actually going to do it. He's going to probably try and bring his king over to the queen side, try and use his king. But I do think that there should be enough here for Yishen to make a draw. I guess black can try and play c4, get some initiative with the move c4.
Yeah.
Bring his king to the middle.
I think white did have a bigger advantage early, I must admit. I still feel now. I mean, what do you think the evaluation would be? I'm going to do the evaluation again. I would say plus 0.3 for white. What would you say?
I mean, I think a computer would just draw this position with black.
I agree with you, but what would it say as an evaluation? I'm saying plus 0.3.
Yeah, probably
Something
would
like
agree
that.
something along those lines. Whereas
It's
in
not
fact,
even saying
it's just
anything
saying
like
0.
that. Yeah.
So the computer's just completely confident they would draw with black.
Yi Chen has done well to actually get this.
So he's played
Yi
c4
Chen
now.
playing C4, yeah. I think he's gonna make a draw here. This is a bit disappointing for Daniel. He's looking a little bit glum at the board now. Just look up. But Daniel is the sort of guy doesn't really. He's very mentally strong, I would say, and that's what makes him a tough guy to beat, a tough guy to play, I should say.
I think he'll just keep on playing when he just keep going.
I mean, let's say I went king f1. Is there actually a dangerous c3 break, or is that something?
It's still going to be a pawn down after c. Oh no, c3 take a rook c2 is your idea. Yeah.
No. My idea was to take back.
If you take back, bishop takes.
I didn't see rook because I didn't see rook c2.
Okay.
Yeah, but c3 actually is a bit annoying, isn't it? Although I guess you could go there, but that looks really good.
You're getting quite cramped.
I'm very cramped, so I'll not lose now. So
Yeah, in fact, they almost threaten to trap your rook in some lines with b3.
yeah, so here the idea that Nick spotted was to hit the bishop, causing a bit of a tactical problem. Now you can do this, and then you've got your passed d-ball,
Yeah.
but I'm not really convinced about this variation. I think
Yeah, there's a little bit of risk for white here as well with the c pawn so far advanced. Should be able to handle it.
I think the danger is, Nick, that if all the queenside pawns come off, which Yi Chen should be able to achieve, basically you're probably going to draw on the king side, aren't you? You've probably got enough to draw. You'll suffer, but you take all the pawns off the board and you've just got the... You say that's possibly a theoretical draw?
Yeah, I think it should be a draw, but I think that would be a really good outcome for Daniel to get to that end game. If he could get rid of this queenside pressure, he'd be very happy, but he might be actually considering just taking on, instead of king f1, he might be considering taking on c4, although it's still struggling to see how he's going to do it, I think, here. c3 is still a threat here now.
Yi Chen looks quite confident, so Yi Chen could be homing in on his first general, which let's hope so, because Yi Chen is a very likeable young guy, as is Daniel. Both very, very strong players. I hope Daniel doesn't lose this game, because that would really be
Maybe
impressive.
bishop e1 is that move?
Bishop e1.
I'm really scraping the barrel here.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not, maybe I like to use the king in. It's just, I could have gone bishop g5 last move. You had g3 blocking the bishop out. But yeah, I'm not convinced about this for white. It feels too passive to really claim an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, actually, maybe if you can get away with it, you don't take on c4. But if you just played something like bishop e1 now, I'm just trying to avoid this c3 move, which is quite annoying.
Yeah. It makes more sense. But again, I use the king. I mean, I know you have g4, f4, but these are weak on your
We
moves.
should bring the king in ourselves, king f1.
Maybe king d5. Put the king on d5 as quickly as possible. Not sure what it does on d5, but it looks good on d5.
After king e2, I don't think you can play c3. I was looking at c3, but I don't think you can play it. You just take it. And if rook takes, then king d1.
He's played a move, by the way. He has gone
You
for
played
the
bishop e1. I see. Class.
Yeah, class acts. This is
We,
why
we
you
all think the
guys
same.
are in the British Championships. Bishop e1. Brilliant. Oh, yeah, retreating move, that's strong.
Even so, it does seem as though black's very active here.
Okay, let's move on to another game. Not the most exciting, but interesting in its own way. People get bored by endgames. I don't think any chess match is boring, to be honest. I think they're all interesting.
Do you want to just keep going down the list?
Let's have a look at games that we. Let's look at Peter Wells' game, because we haven't looked at that game for a while. Okay, the current position on the board is Queen G4. It's black to play. Oh, they agreed to draw. Wow.
Okay.
I'm kind of surprised at that, but maybe Daniel felt like he'd blown the advantage. I think
Well, he was correct.
he's asking for maybe a possible post-mortem.
The Hessian hand's probably quite happy. He seems to be happy halving out with black.
Yeah, very much so. He's scoring heavily with white, so if he can-
He's halving out with white as well, didn't he? Half out with white against Ami.
Oh, did he?
It's just halving
Well,
his way.
he beat David Eggleston, right? And that was a good result. Although David's record was possibly not exactly bomb-proof, but still, David is a strong counter-attacking player, so that was a good result. David Eggleston's doing well in this tournament as well, relative to his rating. Queen G4 by white, so it seemed to, although white's position looks threatening, there doesn't seem to be any really obvious threat. What do you think?
Yeah, so is something bad going to happen if black takes on d5?
Now, it does allow maybe knight d5, rook c7, but it doesn't probably doesn't achieve much, I would say. There's also ideas of f6, but again, what are you actually doing? Maybe bishop e5, Nick, but again, it looks very, all the attacking moves look a bit vague, right?
The thing is, you can't get your knight into the attack now, so, if you're just going to be a pawn down.
Oh, is there an f6 here? What do you do after f6? Because bishop f6, I'm thinking rook f6, attacking the... So my idea, Nick, is to distract your queen by doing this. However,
Yeah, but black can play bishop c5 check.
forced. So yeah, bishop c5 move. So my idea now is to do the crude checkmate. That's the only thing I understand in chess is checkmate. But bishop e3 feels like a good defensive move because covering this maneuver.
It's quite double-edged for white to play this way. You could end up in a worse position.
But what else do you do? You're taking your pawn up, right?
Or can you regain your pawn by taking on e4?
Take a look, yeah.
Unless you want to be ultra greedy and take the a2 pawn. That could be a bit risky though.
Not really. Doesn't
Probably
take
too risky.
By
Might
the way,
allow.
we've got two players in the commentary. Do you guys want to jump on possibly and
Okay.
go with your game? Do you want to go with the game, or do you rather?
I don't mind doing it.
Yeah, you do it. You do it. You do it.
So we go on a break. Okay, so we are joined now by Yishen Han and Daniel Fernandez. Guys, can we just have a bit of quiet in the back? We're joined by Yichen Han, Daniel Fernandez, who just played out a draw in the British Championships. Both players were, I think, half a point behind the lead going into the round, so they're both still in contention for the title. And we actually thought that Daniel, you actually had a bit of an advantage in this game. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, I felt that maybe it's +1.5 sort of territory, but nothing crushing.
So did you prepare this opening at all, Daniel, or were you just making this up at the board?
To be honest, I mostly expected open 5 knight 6 e4.
Okay,
So when I got to move 6, I was just sort of deciding d3 or e1.
yeah.
I thought I'd play relatively safely.
And then you played this move bishop d2, which seems slightly unusual, but I guess it's a thematic idea. So where did things start to go wrong for black? I mean, here it feels quite solid.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe rook b8 should like not best move.
Would be a
Yeah, it's probably okay. I was thinking about bishop e6 here first.
Yeah, I guess I have nothing better than taking it and going. I mean, b4 positionally if I want. If I believe that I'm okay after d5.
you want to play b4 here?
Kind of.
Okay,
I guess
an interesting move.
If I have time, I can play c3 and queen b3, and that sort of makes sense. But
Yeah.
maybe it doesn't quite work out. I have to play maybe that queen e1 here. It's not ideal.
Yeah, it feels as though this should be okay for black. I mean, you are potentially threatening to take on d5 in some positions.
yeah.
Pressure on this pawn, it should be okay for black.
It feels not trivial to find a plan for black.
I think so.
Yeah, maybe I can go like bishop d6.
Bishop d6, maybe c3.
Yeah.
And if I can play queen e2 and sort of slowly improving.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be too bad for black. I guess you can argue that it's slightly easier for white to play.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing I could do is instead of b4, play knight c3. Was another option.
Yeah, b4 feels like quite an ambitious move, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So go back to here.
But then maybe even here I go rook b8, probably a bit happier than what happened. Okay.
Maybe. I guess I will still take
Yeah.
maybe knight e2 or something.
Yeah, but this type of position I thought was probably
Yeah, what do you think of these pawns? So I sometimes find that they can be like quite good in the e45 structure, as long as white doesn't play d4 at the wrong point. You have quite a lot of central control.
I guess in general I'm reacting to d5 with knight g3 and just sort of holding it there. Maybe c3 and queen c2 and just sort of slowly trying to improve my position.
Yeah, so this is your plan, this kind of setup. Yeah, which makes sense. Yeah, black has to try and come up with an active plan. Could black ever do anything aggressive on the king side? Was that really off the cards?
looks difficult. Yeah, you
Knight
can try and-
h5 at some point. Maybe it's too ambitious. Queen e8, knight h5. Go for the attack. Just give it a go. Anyway, so let's get back to the game. So a takes b5, a takes b5, knight c3, yeah, knight d4. Maybe like slightly compromises your pawn structure.
Yeah, somehow I kind of underestimated bishop d.
Yeah, bishop
I thought
d5.
maybe he'd take it. Yeah, here I thought probably c5. I was planning to go queen c8 first. Maybe it's a bit.
Yeah, so if white plays rook a7, you want to play rook b7 as this one of the main ideas,
Yeah, I can even go
or,
rook a8.
or rook a8, yeah. Yeah, that rook on a7 was slightly annoying.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of underestimated. it.
So if I play rook a7, rook a8, queen a1, how is that?
Queen a1.
Can I go queen b8?
I wanted to stack my queen.
Well,
It's
yeah,
much easier to do an analysis.
Exactly.
yeah.
It's,
It's ambitious, but it might work.
Yeah, to be fair, I can't really defend it, so.
yeah, so the main idea is obviously to sort of come in with the rook, put pressure on this square. Yeah, it's quite an interesting idea. I guess black will probably have to sacrifice the f7 pawn. Maybe just move the bishop and sacrifice the f7 pawn.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, quite double-edged position. Anyway, let's have a quick look what happened in the game. So bishop b3, c5, bishop d5, obviously taking away these key squares from the black rook. Rook a7. Yeah, I think it was maybe around here when we actually looked at the position. Queen h5. So I think it was, yes, this position here. We actually discussed the move f4 here. Don't know if you
Yeah.
consider f4.
I did consider it, but it was the other move I was spending time on here. So I guess g6 is likely anyway.
Yeah, thanks.
So g6.
Bishop e6 and then queen drops back to f3. I'm sort of thinking of that position.
So bishop takes e6, queen takes presumably. Yeah, this
Five.
it'll be f5 in this position.
Yeah.
Maybe f5.
The pawn side.
Sort of need something concrete though in that ending.
Yeah.
Just take the queen.
I don't believe I have. Maybe I do. Maybe rook f3 is a try.
I mean, there's enough compensation here, isn't there? But I don't know if there's more than enough.
Yeah, I don't feel better yet. Maybe rook a8 is okay.
Yeah.
Black.
Yeah, perhaps. So f4, yeah, g6. Because we actually looked at this line, but then we just thought white was better here because there was a clever move in this position. Try to get them in right move order. So rook c8. I think f5 is supposed to be good for white.
Right.
But yeah, perhaps like you said, better just to play g6 instead.
Yeah, I was thinking about that position after the bishop takes, and queen f3 and trying to assess it. First of all, I guess rook a8 runs into f5. Which is not very
Yeah.
nice.
You can't take on f5. Well, yeah, it's going to cause you problems because the queen's attacking the rook.
Then I somehow scared myself because of black playing f5 instead of rook a8.
Yeah, it feels like black has to be a bit careful. Yeah, perhaps you should take first.
Yeah, this is problematic for black.
Yeah, I think so.
I thought rook f8 was like a nice way to keep a safe plus, but maybe I just have to attack.
Yeah, I think this was supposed to be the way to go. Knight bishop f4 anyway. So you didn't play f4, you played instead rook a1. Yeah, and all the pieces coming off.
Maybe I can do better than rook a8.
I mean, the other option is to, well, you can't really ever double that easily. You could play rook d7, I guess.
Yeah, I thought rook d7 was maybe met by rook a8.
Or rook a8, okay.
I can still potentially try this, maybe rook a5 or something.
So
Could be a move. Well,
obviously they're just to show the trick, which oh mine have gone off the game somehow. So I pushed it all. Sorry about this. So they've just lost the position. So we're just looking at this position. We're discussing the move rook d7, rook a8 with a nice little trick if white tries to grab the pawn, then just lose your rook. I guess either way, but say check. So yeah, rook d7, rook a8. Can you just take and then play some other move?
like a bishop f4 or something.
Yeah, so take.
Maybe. I did think about this bishop f4, rook a2.
It's going to become quite double-edged though. So you're going to lose. I mean, would you? Is it worth even throwing the check in first?
It could be.
Then you might be on f2 at the end. Just try and take all those pawns on the 7th rank.
And then I guess I'm trying rook takes d6. Takes
So rook-
b2, rook takes e6. Or maybe I play e5 first. Maybe e5 is clever.
e5 here.
Yeah.
Then
Specialist, no.
I'm gonna take again.
D7 worth thinking about.
Okay.
King F8 is easy. Yeah. So I'm taking an E6. F7. Rook B6, I guess. No. Is this anything? It feels like I could lose if I.
You definitely could. Yeah, you definitely could lose. E6. Tried to get some tricks going.
Also King F6.
Probably. Wanted to punch G. Give it a go. Analysis.
I know it's good. Oh, can you even take F2 and then maybe Rook E2?
There's not really much happening here, is there? Yeah, there's no threats. G5 doesn't do anything, just play King F5. Yeah, there's no real chances for white.
So maybe after F takes E6 black is actually just fine.
Yeah, probably back to fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought instead of trading queens immediately, you can go rook a6 first. And that was like a bit more
Right.
accurate. but-
So we're going back to this position, are we? Oh, you mean here?
So yeah, bishop.
Oh, rook
rook
A6
A6.
now, yeah. Because it's all natural to take the queen and open up the 7th rank, isn't it? Because then you might be able to.
Yeah, but in
cause
general, I
some
think
problems.
if I take with the f pawn, then there's never like bishop f4 threats anymore. Because I can always go e5.
Yeah.
But here, like, it's have to go rook e7 anyway.
It should probably be okay for black.
I guess
That's
I can
okay.
still try something. Maybe Rook E7, Bishop E7, and Bishop H6. Let's see if I can make you stressed about the back rank.
Can we play passively and just take the queen? That might be a bit of suffering. Yeah,
Maybe bishop-
yeah,
bishop
it's
F4
slightly
then.
uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not time to play G5 here, is there?
I guess Rook A7. Try and dig my way up. You're going F6.
I'm gonna try and win your bishop.
Do I need to urgently play F4? Is that what's going on here?
I might play F6 anyway.
And then F5.
Okay,
Original
save,
position.
save your bishop that way. Yeah, so my plan is obviously to try and do this.
I suppose maybe I can delay because if you go King F7, there's FG5. Maybe just King F2, for example.
Okay. So what did you want to play? Oh, you can take and take again. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. And if you take and then King G6.
And I have GF6 with tempo, luckily.
Oh yeah, and you got the tempo to get your bishop out. Well, trying to do something that didn't really work. Anyway, yeah, I guess this is all slightly distracted from the game. So you played Rook A6. Let's see, let me go back to the game. Rook A6, Rook E7, E5.
Yeah, I'd seen the C5 idea was winning a pawn in most lines, and I just thought it was enough. But in fact, maybe it's me that has to be worried.
Yeah, I think when we checked the evaluation, it said it was just equal here. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you can always go like c3 at some point. If you
yeah,
want.
I also thought bishop here, C3 is a slightly annoying threat. But what would happen now? Would you just bring the king up? Or?
Yeah, exactly. I think I just put my king on d4.
So King F1,
Yeah.
King E2.
Well, C3 is not really a move here. I don't know, what does black play next? We actually thought that Daniel we might play on, even though it was equal. Because
Thought
black
about
has
it, but I
to
was
still.
quite depressed about spoiling my advantage. Just wanted to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess if I just sit and do nothing.
Yeah.
I feel like you can do something before my king appears on E2, right?
Yeah, I
Do
thought so. Yeah,
Bishop
maybe.
E1 is there. Bishop
Yeah.
F6, I think, was maybe the move I was thinking about. And then just
Yeah,
C3
so-
next move.
Okay. So if king F1,
Yeah.
then C3.
Yeah.
I guess you probably just take and go c3, right?
Take.
No, it's
sorry.
king f1, I think.
Oh, you want to take on c4, do you mean?
Yeah, and then c3.
Okay.
Maybe if I'm feeling really ambitious, I can try and play some g3 or something instead of c3. Just wait for you to go c3 and then I take rook c1.
Yeah.
It's quite, yeah, it's a bit passive though, isn't it?
It's incredibly passive. On the other hand, if my king can appear on e2, then I can play on.
Yeah. So it's just a question of trying to untangle your position.
It should be a draw in lots of ways, I suppose.
Yeah.
D3 seems like a way to do that.
Yeah, maybe you can try c3 then.
There might be c3 for black.
Yeah, but they're just taking a rook c1.
It's quite passive though, isn't it? It's quite a passive position for
Yeah, but I don't
So-
I don't think I can do anything.
trying to bring the king up to here.
Yeah, I guess probably.
So king f1, d5, king e2, or king d1. What a lovely move to make.
Yeah, and just try and get your
Yeah, but
rook out. We can maybe
You
try and
could.
trap the rook in, can we? Is this a good move? Try and just keep your rook out of the game.
Yeah, and I guess I need to distract you with some pawn on the king side.
Yeah, it's quite. Yeah, it is a bit of a long shot. I mean, I feel like white probably had more chances to play for win than black, but it's obviously should be a draw. But you want to play f4, do you?
Maybe rook b1 first, bishop b4, and then f4.
Okay. There's a little bit of risk here for white, isn't there? I mean, I guess if the rook moves away, you can always play king e2. But yeah, okay, it should be
probably just wait.
it should be a
Just
draw,
let
shouldn't
go.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have any sort of optimism about being better after bishop e1, so I just thought I'd offer a draw.
Yeah, fair enough. So, what's the situation with your GM norm ambitions then, Ishan? Have you worked out roughly what score you might need to get?
Not really. I haven't really thought about it. Because
Okay.
first of all, I think I need to play some foreign players, right? I've only played English players, so
But I thought in an English championship you don't need to play.
yeah. But
You don't need to. Yeah, you don't need to play foreign players. I think it was a national championship.
I think that only applies to
yeah,
your own national
I think it's
championship.
only.
Oh right.
Yeah,
Oh, it's different
Yeah.
with someone else's national championship. Okay.
I think so. So yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know.
And yeah, have you thought at all if you might get tomorrow, or it's probably too early to say?
Yeah, I haven't.
At some point, you're going to have to play against the top players. Have you got what's your record like against them? Have you played them many times before?
Well, I've played Adams a few times.
Yeah.
Well, and yeah, I haven't played Nikita yet. So
How'd you get on against Mickey?
the 2 times I played him in the British was a draw. So
That's
Yeah.
quite good. What about
It's
you,
not-
Daniel?
I probably spared myself playing Mickey next with this draw.
Okay.
Got 0 out of 3 against him.
Just avoid him for one more round. Is he slightly better? Is he? Should we have a quick look at that game?
Probably.
Yeah, it looks like a draw. Yeah, so if that's a draw, then I guess if anybody else wins, they'll play against Mickey. Not sure if anyone else is winning.
Well, Shreyas' game looked quite chaotic.
Yeah, Shreyas was completely winning.
Okay, but he's played Mickey, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's played Mickey, and also he was up floating,
Right.
so yeah, he'll probably win. This game is quite drawish. That'll probably be a draw. I guess there's potential for someone to win.
Yeah.
And then there's this one, Matthew. I don't know who's better here. It's probably quite drawish as well. Would you rather be white or black here, Daniel?
Probably slightly rather be white. Maybe you can make a past H pawn.
I actually thought black was maybe better. No, because I thought you can go like knight h8, knight f7, knight d6.
Yeah, quite a long-term plan. Yeah, trying to bring a knight. Where did the knight come from? The knight just came from. Oh yeah, f8. They just come from here. So your plan was to try and bring the knight round this way. Quite a slow plan. The knight on g6 does help stop this. Well, I don't know if you're worried about g3, h4. So help stop this plan. Yeah, I think black can just try and get the queen active. When you get the queen into the attack, then you might be able to do something. Maybe you can get the queen into b2. I don't know. You could leave yourself a bit vulnerable on the king side. Yeah, because if white plays g3 at some point, and queen h5 is coming, which is potentially a bit annoying. I'll just delete all my arrows. Yeah, I guess white could consider this move and then queen h5.
Yeah. And the queen by itself shouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. I have said.
Yeah, the queen probably it's the wrong plan to bring the queen out to the queen side. Maybe black has to try and bring the queen over here. So yeah, potentially, if they all end up as draws though, then you might still get Mickey. Then your plan backfired. But that was good anyway. Thanks for coming in and showing your game, and yeah, good luck for the rest of the tournament as well. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, yeah.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I've been joined by, is it Human?
Yes, that's right.
Human, and going to talk a little bit about what it's like to be an organiser. He's also got a tournament coming up. By the way, it's a draw on board one between Nikita Vitiugov and Michael Adams, so that's interesting. Wasn't the most exciting game. Okay, Human, you've got this tournament coming up in Brighton.
That's right. So we have this IM Norm Invitational, which you'll be playing in. So that's part of a 3-part section to our event. So the whole point is that we have educational chess, competitive chess, and professional chess. So it starts with the professional part where we have a round robin to get some people some norms, hopefully, and then we'll have the educational side. So we have a 2-day summer school in association with Sussex Junior Chess. So we are doing that, and Tom Randall will be leading the master class in that. And lastly, it's the weekend congress. So five rounds, your standard Friday afternoon, and then 2 rounds on Saturday and Sunday.
It's nice to have an organiser on because, you know, as professional chess players, we're often kind of spoilt in a way. We take people like arbiters and organisers for granted. What chess players have you met are quite interesting? And do you find there's any sort of like prima donnas or divas that you've met before through organising tournaments?
I mean, this will be my 3rd one, and the only reason that I continued doing one after the first one was that, honestly, I have to say, like, everyone who I've met in the chess community helping us with these have been absolutely wonderful. So I can't really give you more than that. So yeah, and that's why we've been doing it.
And when is your tournament? When does it start and when does it finish?
So the professional side starts on 27th of August. The first round will be happening at Brighton Club, with the last 8 rounds happening at the Sussex University, the main venue. So that's the professional side. Then the educational side, it's a 2-day summer school on Thursday and Friday. So from 10 till 4, and all abilities are welcome. And lastly, for juniors, obviously. And lastly, the weekender starts at 6:30 on Friday and goes on Sunday afternoon, evening.
So you organise Chesterwood. I know you've been trained to be a doctor, so that's really good.
Yes,
And
that's
you're
right.
currently at the Brighton University, is that right?
Yes, I'm at the Brighton and Sussex Medical School, going into my 5th year.
How's that going?
Yeah, pretty good. Excited for my last year. Have got finals coming up in 6 months, so last tournament before that.
But as an organizer, are you looking to make a profit? Are you getting into organizing because you just want to make a lot of money out of it and then just get out and then just, or are you looking to grow the game?
I mean, well, right. We are not making any profit for ourselves, so it's for the university. But even that profit, basically, all of it went back into this IM norm tournaments, because IM norm tournaments, as you may know, basically it's just a loss for the organizers, but it's a nice thing to do. So that's why we decided to do it. But yeah, I mean, if we can do something to, I'm not so sure about growing the game, but just, helping some people with their chess, then that will be great.
Yeah, because I mean, I've got a connection with Brighton because my dad, he grew up in Hove, and so that's close to Brighton. It's just along the coast. It's same Brighton and Hove. That's the whole area.
Yes.
And I've also played tournaments in Brighton. We were talking about British Championships earlier that took place in Hove when
1997, yes.
that's right, when Michael Adams tied for first with Matthew Sadler. I've also played at Sean Hewitt events back in the day, so I'm looking forward to that tournament. Thanks a lot. Just before you go,
Sure.
thanks a lot for coming on.
Thank you very much for having me.
No, that's brilliant. So, that tournament's taking place from the 27th, and possibly there might be links that we might leave on the website and so on, or on the YouTube chat. Hopefully, if we can have some links. But let's just click on a game. Let's have a look at the Gawain Jones game. What's your rating, by the way, Human?
I'm 1920 ECF rated and 1800 FIDE.
So you're like a typical amateur player.
Yes.
Right? You're not like, you're better than the average chess player, because the average chess player is not 1900, right? Of course, but I'm interested to know your perspective, say, on this position. It's white to move, it seems, sacking the rook. What do you think about this position? And what would you play?
Right. So just counting all the pawns, I guess. You quite like to keep the rook on the e file, so I would say maybe rook e7 is logical, if I'm not blundering anything major.
Yeah, that looks like a good move, yeah. How would you assess this position? Because I always ask, I'm bored Nick to death with asking him how he assesses these positions. I always think the ability to assess positions. Would you not go for rook e8 and just trade skis?
Well, I think the combination of the knight and sort of queen might be dangerous in short term if he can get something going on. But I think if you are sort of dominating the e file, then trading all the rooks might not be the best idea.
I think there's a blunder here, actually. If white goes for this potentially, there might be a queen f4 in the air.
Oh, that's beautiful, yes. With knight e2.
But actually, there's something even worse, which you don't even need to take this point. I think this is actually winning because of...
Yes.
There's like a double fork happening here. So if you move to h2, there's knight f1. If you move to f2, there's knight e4.
Yes.
So actually some serious problems here for Taran. But anyway, Human, it's really great to have you on. Brilliant. We better get on with it and then go surge through to the finish with the live commentary. But it's brilliant to have you on. So look out for that.
Thank you very much.
In September. Sorry, late
August,
early
yes.
September. And hopefully that'll be a roaring success. I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Danny.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Thanks for all our guests. Man we just had on. We just had Daniel Fernandez and Yi Chen. And it's great to have, do you think, Nick? It's great to have people coming in. Not everybody's familiar with these players. I haven't heard them speak. They haven't heard them talk about chess. And also, it's great to have an organizer on as well, talk about organised chess. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, not everyone's as famous as you, are they?
No, I'm a very famous chess player, but sadly not for the right reasons.
Yeah, it's great to have a few more people on. I just, whilst you had the organizer on, was having a quick look at this game, and this has actually become quite chaotic. So on the last move, Oleg played this knight e5, which is, so black played king f7, which is a very creative move. Another move which looks quite interesting is knight takes f6.
Why is king f7 creative move though? Because
No, not king f7, I mean
Oh.
king knight e5 was quite a creative move.
Yeah, I thought you said king f7.
But yeah, another move, what it could have considered here was knight takes f6. Should have a quick look at that line.
Crazy. Yeah. Oh, you want to sack on e6.
Everything's potentially coming in.
Oh, so one idea I think you have is maybe this check, right?
Yeah,
And then a rook g7 is Nick has in mind, and it's not easy to see this, especially for inexperienced junior players. Potentially very crazy line. Like one line, I guess, Nick, is bishop f7, rook g1, right?
yeah. This actually looks crushing, doesn't it? Because what can black play here?
This is a very nice. Don't bother to take with the bishop. I'll go right.
And if bishop g5, you can just take on f6.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work.
It's crushing. Very nice tactic.
And if king h6, just to
and
finish it
show
off,
that, show that. There's also
probably bishop e3 is the easiest.
probably several ways to go. This looks game over, right?
Yeah.
So going back to this position,
So perhaps knight e5 wasn't the best move, but it's still really interesting. So king f7, knight e5.
so Bordana's thinking here. He still wants to do this queen. He still wants to do. Oh no, I think he wants to take on e5 with a rook, right?
Probably taking with the rook. I mean, I guess Bordana has to probably take the knight, does she?
Well, I think she's also thinking about that move.
Yeah.
And after, I guess you go queen c7, do you?
Queen
You can also
c7.
maybe consider maybe sacking. Also maybe possible. Queen c7. Can you block that with something like bishop f7? It looks a bit scary, right? Several reasons. Maybe just getting rook g7 might be very strong. Quite see a force win here, but I think
Let's look at rook g7.
yeah,
Interesting.
G7 and then check. And there's lines like bishop g5 and even just knight f7 maybe, or rook g5 is also quite interesting.
All the tactics.
Yeah, it's looking very dangerous with Bordana. I mean, is there a possibility that you could take that though? What happens after this?
So presumably that is rook takes.
Rook takes e5.
And then
I mean,
you
there is
need
rook
to-
g7 and rook e5 as well, actually, just to show. I don't think that quite works though. You've got to be slightly careful how you do it because you're actually
queen d1.
That's not a very good way to do it. Right?
Yeah.
So I go for. I like this line of taking with a rook, which actually probably lines up these ideas now of taking g7.
Yeah, so what does black
Very
play here?
dangerous for Bordana. Very dangerous. I really don't want Bordana to lose.
So could you just um,
Kind of dangerous young Ukrainian player who's probably not much older than Sears. I played this kid in British Rapid Play a few months ago, and I was very lucky to win.
what can you play? Obviously, your queen's under attack, so
Queen
the,
H6,
maybe queen h6, defend the g7.
because I'm thinking like here, isn't this just squash 1-0 stuff?
It looks horrible.
Okay, so he's made a move, right? This is a critical moment now.
It's just taken.
So we're expecting rook takes.
Yeah, probably queen h6 is the best try. g5 feels a bit too risky.
Yeah.
That's
Can
the-
you refute G5?
I imagine we can somehow. Could we just even double stack?
Double stack, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a line. If black plays
Rook D8?
rook d8, I didn't think about that one. There's some rook f5 ideas as well, isn't there? But rook f5 is quite a nice idea. Obviously, you can't take on f5 because of queen f6.
Yeah, so
Just
this-
force
this
checkmate.
line it's all about black's exposed king. The king is too exposed. And I think this is probably the engine would say the way he's winning it after e5. Because engines don't like, you mentioned this before, that engines don't, they're very big on king safety, and really white has no king safety here. Which is, I think it's not like Bodhan's defended badly, but it's just that he's played very creatively to get this kind of dangerous position.
Okay, let's look at queen h6 though. I mean, that's probably the best move.
Yeah.
So what actually can white play here? Rook h. No, there's bishop a2. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was trying to be clever with rook h5, but suddenly realised black's actually got some threats of bishop a2 check.
Wow, this could happen. This could happen. Maybe Oleg's going for the best game price. But Bodhana's a great defender, right? So although he's doing well, Bodhana will defend, try to find. I mean, that's also a move, right? But the problem, I think you say with a rook, right?
Yeah, if you take with the queen, it's mate and one.
I guess he will go for queen h6. Now, probably the engine finds a very clever win here. But have we found one yet?
I can't see one, to be honest.
Rook g7.
White's move.
By, is it Bob Kane? Yeah. Same guy who created Batman. Yeah, I mean, you start to give up too much material if you win the queen, because you're suddenly facing two bishops, and I mean, maybe you can't even go queen. You can go queen f4. But
This is lost, this position, yeah.
So, okay. So we have this position on the board. Maybe he's just gone wrong, because it's possible that knight f6, your brilliant knight f6 idea, was winning. Knight f6, just go back to that position, Nick. After knight f6, could I not take him with a bishop?
And then bishop takes bishop.
Oh, you want to do the same sort of thing?
And queen c7.
Yeah, it's probably winning. If I take with a king? It's actually queen d4, Nick, actually.
Oh yeah, queen d4 is killer, isn't it? Yeah, queen d4 is a very good move, yeah.
It looks winning. Okay.
Yeah.
But 95 has been played. Okay, so we've got. This is a clash between two of England's best junior
Oh,
players.
she's gone for g5.
G5.
Okay. There's rook f5.
We thought about rook f5.
But then maybe just
G5.
move the king though. Yeah, so rook f5, king, you can't take it because it's forced mate. But you could play king g8, could you?
Yeah, so this line, but then there's queen e5 maybe.
And then bishop a2.
Bishop a2, yeah. Wow.
There's some.
So was this bishop a2 resource very important? If pawn was on c4, queen e5 will be winning. Yeah,
Maybe black's surviving, I'm not sure.
it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. If Bodhana survives this, that'll be an incredible achievement. I think you mentioned rook e1 actually. Maybe this is a simple way to win and just double. Because you've still got all these attacking ideas. I think G5 is not a good move. It's weakening too many squares around the king.
Okay, let's not give up just yet.
No, don't give up. Don't give up. We still have faith. What about Queen G6?
Yeah, I was looking at Queen G6. I was a bit worried about Rook takes bishop.
And then Queen D7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit more than worrying. But I'm struggling to see what else you've got. So I think
You don't have some kind of perpetual there for black, do you? You probably don't, do you?
so you're thinking about this
No,
one.
this
Rook
is-
E6, Queen D3.
No, I meant Rook takes Rook
Oh,
first, but yeah, I just hard to believe.
Rook takes, Queen D7.
Yeah,
Let's say King F8. And if Rook E6, there's Queen takes.
I mean, White has other options anyway, but this is not going to work for black, is it? You
Yeah,
can just play
even-
King C1 even.
Even King A2, Queen
Oh yeah,
C4,
yeah, that's the
B3.
simplest. Yeah. Yeah. So
So it looks like Bodhana's possibly going to lose. Should
But-
we move on to other games or?
okay, I'm just trying
It's-
to see. What about your Rook D8 after Rook E1?
Ah, yeah. Right.
If Rook F5, we have to play King G8. Although I'm not sure if that.
I'll tell you what, we're going to come back to this game because
Okay.
I think there's crucial moments happening on the top boards. The Daniel Fernandez draw, come back to that Bodhana game. Well, this game is also looking very good actually for Ami, I would say now.
I like having his position because that bishop on A2 is just stuck out the game.
Something's gone wrong for White here. I'm not sure exactly what, but positionally this is looking very bad.
Yeah, so Ami could potentially be going into joint lead with Michael Adams.
Joint lead. And Ami as black would then face, he would then get a double black against Mickey, I guess. Unless there's somebody else who could play Mickey.
I'm not quite sure what the color sequence has been. They've all had quite funny colors.
Ami had white again before, right? I think Mickey's just coming off a black and he had white again before. Yeah, we're not sure if Mickey had a double white earlier. I don't think he did.
So someone said that apparently Jonas let his advantage go and also Simon Williams has blundered.
Simon Williams was in trouble against another great junior. Shreyas won, by the way. I think we knew that already. He was winning from quite an early stage.
Richard drew with Stuart Conquest.
Yeah.
So
we
we
both got the wrong prediction there. I think a draw was always quite likely to happen in that game. They should have possibly gambled. What was the final position there?
I mean, they could have played on, I guess.
It was equal. But yeah, it's a bit. Stuart offered a draw, and I think they've got to gamble if they want to win the tournament. But Wayne seems to be a lot better.
But maybe they don't want to win. They just want to finish with a decent score.
So yeah, huge development. Supratit against Simon seems to be crushing Simon. Where was the?
I'm not sure if he's crushed. Still, like, he's obviously a lot better, but it's still some work to do.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Like, it's very intimidating playing these juniors, and I don't know. This just looks bad for Black, doesn't it?
It's definitely better for White.
I think Supratit is an underrated player. He's stronger than 22. I think he was over 2,300 recently, but he dropped down because obviously with a K factor with the juniors, it's about 40K factor. So if you have a bad run, you're going to drop a load of points. You also
So King
King
F8.
game along.
Let's try King F8.
is King E6 a bad move?
I'm not sure.
King F8, yeah. With your, and if I take here, you're not actually a pawn up for White, are you?
Can we try Rook H8, desperately defending?
Yeah, I think the idea, reason why the engine gives a huge edge for White is because of position advantage. These knights are bad. This pawn is weak. All these black pawns are potentially can be taken by White. Whereas White pawns are all very safe. Pawn H5, even though White's a pawn down, White has a big positional advantage, I would say. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what would you play here for White though?
Yeah, rather than babble. Maybe I can babble on that before. So, I've got a big positional advantage. What do you think?
Well, it's easy to say, oh, the computer thinks White's a lot better, but you need to prove it. Because you're still a pawn down here, aren't
Maybe
you?
Rook B6, man.
Then we go knight B, C6, try and cut your rook off.
Yeah, rook b5. Can I get actually rook b5 wins a pawn battle, is it?
That might be a better way to put it, because actually taking the H pawn is not such a good move, maybe,
We've
because
had
it
a move by
allows
Simon.
rook H8.
He's actually
It's gone for king
he's
e6.
gone for
Okay,
my move, yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
that-
Simon likes his activity, he doesn't like
might be a better move.
knight, king f8.
It does allow some knight g5 checks
Yeah.
though. After knight takes h6.
Absolutely, yeah, that's the problem. You need to calculate this. Rook h8 is knight g5, which kind of looks scary. And you could move the rooks along the g file. Where do you move
Yeah.
it to? Rook g2, Nick? Or rook
Maybe rook g2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just get attacked.
Is there maybe just? I mean, I'm thinking actually here, Nick, and just move the knight somewhere.
But where are you going to put the knight?
Well, I just sack it. 'Cause I'm going to go knight f5 actually, because you can't take because the knight h4 check. You thought I was lovely, didn't you? Well, I was actually because I didn't see. No, I could even do it immediately. I could even play that move immediately.
Yeah, just knight f5 now.
Maybe knight f5 saves the knight, and then you've got this huge pawn.
Just start pushing it. Yeah, just leave.
I preferred your king f8 more. What I'm getting with you, Nick, is you're quite a patient player. You're quite prepared to play. You're probably quite a good defensive player. Tends to be the patient players. Put Keith in that category as well. He's a good endgame player. It's because they're patient people. They don't tend to be like fidgety and always on edge. Is that safe to say?
Well, I mean, Simon's probably trying to look for some active play, isn't he? Some counter play.
Yeah, but some positions you need to play the passive defensive move.
I mean,
And
yeah. I mean, in that position, whatever you play is still a bit of suffering.
it's saying that knight takes h6 is more or less winning, and knight f5 is one of the top moves.
Yeah, this idea of knight f5 or knight, yeah. Knight f5 is probably the best move, isn't it? Because you just get it out of the way of the, well, the simplest move because you get it out of the way of the h pawn.
King f8 was maybe slightly better. It's, I think already a bad position. Where was the mistake? Was here. That you should challenge the pawns maybe with f6 or something.
You shouldn't take on f5 because then the d5 pawn
You've
becomes
destroyed
weak.
your structure, which is a very important structure for black in the French. Now he's destroyed his own structure, and this is bad. So Simon in trouble. Big upset brewing on that game. Is that a big upset given that the Super Tip's probably 2,400 strength already? Not so sure. But obviously he probably hasn't beaten that many Grandmasters. We're also going to have a quick look at the Glenn Fleer game, because it looks actually Glenn Fleer a moment or two ago was winning, and now he's blown the
Was he
advantage.
winning? I thought he was losing and then maybe he's going back and forwards.
Yeah, apparently he was winning. So should we go from the start or?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so apparently let's click on the engine to see where the key moments happened, because you know we've got limited time here. Yeah, I was talking about this earlier in the tournament. I quite like this bishop b4 check for black. Then Fleer played it.
I mean, Glenn's quite booked up as well. He does an opening section, doesn't he, for chess publishing? Is that right? Does he still do that?
Probably, yeah. I think that's no longer. I think Tony Costa might have sold it on. I think Simon's actually involved in chess publishing now as well. Simon Ansell works for them. This all looks quite reasonable for white, I would say. Quite reasonable for Jonah. However, a lot of developments. Bishop h3, good move. Yeah, Queen d2, best.
Queen d2 threatening mate.
Oh yeah,
That's like the classic
Hannah game. Yeah.
puzzle rush checkmate.
Yeah, so Queen h4. So at this point, white is just a huge position. Could just play maybe rook h2 or something. Played bishop f1, that was a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a complicated game. There's been quite a lot of mistakes, but that's because it's a complicated game.
So at this point,
I don't think Glenn's had any chances to be better here, has he?
I thought I saw evaluation where black was winning, and maybe I was getting confused. No.
I also think this is the kind of position where Glenn's probably quite comfortable though, because you know he's up on time. He quite likes his end games.
Yeah.
So he's probably quite pleased to have survived complicated middle game.
Absolutely. I'm not convinced he'll win the game, but draw is quite a likely result, right? From here, it's possible he could win. It's possible he could win because you know if you start getting these guys going, the b pawn drops.
I wonder if White's trying to get some checkmating net with e5, knight f6, and bring the rook round. So it's, probably a bit hopeful, but so if you can play e5, knight f6, rook g8, and all that stuff, then you can checkmate black. I'm sure there must be a way for. I mean, black can survive.
I think-
Black can just bring his king up the
I think
board.
we need to go back to the Amit game because it's such a massive tournament, a massive game for the tournament. Rook d1's been played. So we're seeing the two guys live on webcam. It's only on move 29. So typically Amit is in time trouble. His opponent is also short time. So this could be, Amit's looking confident. We could be looking at a new British champion appearing here. I think he's about the 15th player I've tipped up to win the British so far this week.
The only ones you haven't tipped are
The top guy.
the top seeds.
You know I love an underdog, right? His move is it?
I mean, it feels like just because the White's bishop on b1 is so passive, it feels like should be
Piece. Yeah, it's a terrible
should be winning
piece.
for black. But
be
you still have to win the game though.
It'd be A5, Nick.
Yeah, I saw this idea of going like it was also you can do this idea of going like a4, b4, and then a3.
Yeah.
That's another idea.
It could just be checkmate, right? White's only hope I think here is these two pawns, right? Like the H pawn, you know, like we saw in the Simon game, it's very strong. And also the E pawn.
Yeah, because rook d6 check, does that actually threaten anything? I mean, you play king e7. Okay, so let's suppose black played a5. That's a useful move anyway.
Yeah, A5, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
obviously I can't push at the moment, and maybe I can. Well, I haven't got rook g2, but I've got other moves like rook f2. Maybe rook f2 feels very strong
yeah.
because if you push, I take,
Yeah.
and when you take, I don't even
Well,
bother
you-
to win the bishop. Actually,
yeah.
I'll go checkmate.
Yeah.
So
You can maybe even take the rook with the same idea.
So A5 feels like a good move. So Amit's getting very nervous. So in less than a minute, this is huge. It's a huge moment.
So what's he
Still got
worried
11
about?
moves to reach time.
If rook d6, he just plays king e7. That doesn't really achieve much for white.
I think if
Or
you see-
bishop d2, is that his idea?
Bishop D2.
I'm just trying to find any plan for white.
But it's black's move, right?
No, we just played a5, didn't we?
No. No, it's his move. He's played A5.
Yeah, A5, yeah.
Huge moment.
You say wow because he's playing the same move that we suggested.
yeah. It's shocking.
It's probably the wrong move. After bishop d2, would you consider playing b4 to, but then b4 weakens that c4 pawn.
Strategically lost the white in this position, quite obviously. I think if Siva loses this game, you can put it down to wearing too heavy a jacket.
He's
The
definitely
jacket's too big.
he's definitely sweating now anyway.
Sweating now. Definitely sweating. He's got like 3 minutes to come up with something like a miracle save here. I think this looks totally lost. I don't know how he ended. How did on earth did he end up with this bishop on? It was around about here. Maybe he should have traded earlier. Just trade, right? Let's get rid of it.
I guess he's worried about just being slightly worse.
Yeah, but obviously, strategically, he ended up in this terrible position.
Yeah, to allow that bishop to get stuck on a2.
Was very bad. It reminds me of a game I saw many years ago. Ponamara pass rating his opponent's bishop on a2 with the pawns on c4 and b5. A strategic masterpiece by Amit. He's setting him up. He's setting himself up with this huge game against Michael Adams. Michael Adams, a player that he often struggles against. So that's going to be a massive game for Amit if he does win this game. Obviously, we'll probably
Still has to
jump
win it
down
though.
to see the position.
So is king e7 a move now?
What does he play? He's gone for rook d6. He's desperately trying to get some counterplay.
I probably would go king e7. What do you think?
I think it's most likely king f5.
Because that might allow the h pawn to start running.
The h pawn starts running. He's gone king e6. He's played your move, Nick. The only thing you're better at in predicting the moves is predicting the results. I was wrong about the Michael Adams game. I predicted that Nikita Vitiugov. I was Vitiugov, not Vitiugov. I kept getting that wrong apparently. Williams blunder. Yeah. I know, that was an old comment, isn't it? Come on, we need more comments, guys. Come on, more comments on the YouTube.
What,
Any comments from the audience? Sorry? Half of them are blocked. Unblock them. Freedom of speech. Allow them all. Allow them all.
that's why you got any active plans here, though? Is there anything you can do?
Yeah, it looks scary, Nick, right? What do you think? Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to get mated here. Not many. I can't run the. Oh, can I run the king and sack the bishop? It's such a terrible bishop. I almost want to just give it away. But I just
I
don't
mean, you
think-
can't even get the king out because we play bishop f3 and then you get mated.
Yeah, because my idea, Nick, actually was this,
Yeah.
and then actually I feel like I've got good play now with it, with the bishop and the.
Yeah, but
something
bishop-
like that might give me some hope, but bishop, yeah, I haven't.
It's forced mate.
Yeah, so I think he's going to lose, isn't he? I mean,
I mean, actually, bishop f3 could even become a threat. He actually had to go back with the rook.
that's sad. That's sad.
Okay, would it go a4 or b4? What do you
And a
think?
very short time. Do you think he might lose on time? He might lose on time.
I might play. I'm tempted by. Would you think a4 or b4? What would you play? Because it's not.
Yeah, so what you saying? Yeah,
Because at
yeah,
a4, the idea of b4 takes a3 is also interesting.
very tempting, isn't it? Can you go bishop e3 though, with the idea that I've got this? Maybe.
Okay, and then king e6. Yeah, I guess he has forced black's king to a worse square, hasn't he?
Thinking.
I mean,
Very short time now.
surely winning.
He could lose on time. He could lose.
He's
on
deciding which one to play.
time. He's played b4. He's played b4.
He's played the safe one.
Kind of very natural move, right? b4. I think he's got ideas of going b3.
Takes and then a3. Oh no, he took back. a4, sorry. I wanted to go a4, a3, and bishop b2, mate.
But now he's threatening b3 and then b2, mate.
Yeah, that's also very powerful, wasn't it?
And also, when you take on b3, you have bishop b2, mate. So just show, say a player move like this, you go here. I can't take because bishop b2, mate. Maybe be able to try some.
This looks horrible for white, doesn't it?
He loses. He's lost. He's going to lose. He's going to lose. Ami's going to play Adams tomorrow. It's a huge, huge game. Massive game. Could decide the tournament potentially. Shreyas is going to have a massive game as well against potentially maybe
Bishop d2, will he try that?
Bishop d2. Nice try. Yeah.
We got to try something. I mean, he's got to do something before the time control. Because once Ami gets extra time, this game's over.
It's a sad position for White, but maybe there was. Actually, maybe the engine says it's okay, right? Should we check the engine?
No, let's not check the engine. Let's just
Well,
play
you
on
use our
instinct.
own brains. No, that's wrong.
Let's try.
Yeah, what's wrong with bishop d2?
Let's try bishop. He's played bishop d2. Yeah.
Yeah, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Oh, maybe bishop f3, Nick. No, but then you have bishop c3, bishop b4.
Yeah. So Ami still needs to find some good moves here.
Oh, do you know? I thought of a great idea. Rook d2 and b3. No, that doesn't.
It doesn't really work, does it?
Okay, maybe will he take the pawn or will he?
You take on e5, they take on b4 though.
Yeah, that would check. So he's probably going to trade skis, right? But actually, how do you win?
Well, you could also consider a move like rook h2, but that's probably a bit tame.
Bit
Or
obscure.
king e6, king e6. You could play king e6, yeah. Oh, he played king e6, did he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just leave white tied down.
Still in a box. Living in a box. Living in a telephone box.
Yeah, I mean, white's bishop on b1 is so
On bishop
bad.
a2, so that it's gone king e6, bishop. Wow, great defensive move. Bishop a2, hitting the c4 ball. I see that. Great defensive move. We don't know much
b3,
about that
b3.
side.
What about b? There's a b3 move, or that's mature.
We don't
You
know
usually
much
just take
about
it.
Maybe you run out of material if you get b3. That's the only
That's
problem.
always a risk.
That's the only problem, right? It wouldn't surprise me if there's a tactical win here for Black.
Yeah, it feels like there should be.
He's going king d5, mate. I think he wants king d5 just to defend. No, he can't go king d5. It's ridiculous.
See, this idea, bishop d2, bishop a2, is quite clever.
Very clever.
It's your last chance, isn't it?
He's just taking the ball. Wow, really?
There's now bishop c4. Is white got the bishop out?
Really? Oh. So, okay, we got that. Hang on, let's update live board. He has taken on c4. No.
Maybe it's going to be a draw after all this.
This doesn't look winning. No, this is a cop out.
It's all gone wrong.
This is rubbish.
Quite a good defense from Siva. I saw that Siva I googled him before the round. Apparently, he came 7th in a title Tuesday.
Really?
That's quite. So maybe he's like a blitz
Was
specialist.
he wearing that jacket when he, when he played Title Tuesday? Kramnik found his jacket very interesting. No, I'm sure he's a good player. Yeah, I'm not surprised. A lot of these Indians are amazing at blitz. You know, I was watching Gukesh versus Duda blitz match earlier. Gukesh didn't go very well for Gukesh, but he's an amazing player, Gukesh. Do you think Gukesh will remain world champion for long, or do you think he will get knocked off his pedestal?
I think he could stay world champion for a bit longer.
There's still actually some problems here for White, right? Because like, how do you actually? You can't. Oh no, you could
Bishop
take
D.
him
Can you go
C3.
Bishop D3? What about Bishop D3?
Bishop D3 is a good defensive move again. I think somewhere around about here.
It should peter out to a
I
draw
think
now.
somewhere earlier, missed a force win. Is that a fair assessment?
It felt that way. Maybe this B4 was wrong. Yeah, they should have played my A4 move.
So let's try your A4 move, because honestly, you got literally no moves. We're still in. We're still.
Mind you, the B4 A3 plan doesn't necessarily work because then they can play
He's got
Bishop
Bishop
D3.
D3, by the way. Now he looks fairly comfortable.
Yeah. It's going to put another coat on soon.
So yeah, what do you? Because my idea in it was to go here with the idea of Bishop C5 check.
And then King E6 now.
Now King E6, yeah. Maybe this is a blown win because look, that bishop can never get out. So all you do is somehow you're essentially playing a piece up here, right?
I mean, to be honest, it's been a very impressive defense though from Siva.
Very impressive. Yeah. I'd have agreed to draw. Oh, this is disappointing.
Do you want to check with the engine then? What's the winning line that we miss? Is this winning?
Let's check.
Yeah, this is winning.
More or less winning,
But if you put, even after B4 though, it felt like it was winning.
B4 was winning.
Yeah.
Was there
Even
anything even earlier? Maybe. It is.
A5 was right. Yes, A4 was actually a stronger move. It's the
Bishop
play-
D2. Oh, Bishop F3. I think I saw that move, but I thought that he had. I mentioned that move, didn't I?
It's
But
not.
I
It's not.
mentioned
It's,
that
it's not,
Bishop-
not necessarily winning though.
But I mentioned Bishop C3, but I thought it was a Bishop B4. What I wanted to do was take, but I forgot about Bishop B4. But in fact, you can just take back.
Yeah, but then Rook E1. It's not that clear
Actually,
you're
if
winning.
you go back to the position, your A4 was simpler, right?
I think it was stronger A4.
It's actually not an easy win, but practically you're probably going to win this.
Well, if White doesn't do anything about it, you can play B4
You have to
takes and
find
then
it.
A3.
E6, yeah. How was I defending? I was going there, right?
Yeah, then King E6.
Then King's like the game, but a better version.
Yeah, so A4 was.
B4 actually, the reason why having B4 and takes back was very natural. But
It simplifies the position a bit, doesn't it? That's the problem.
yeah, exactly. And now you have to play incredibly. In fact, that's already staying as a draw now, basically.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Nick. Your instincts are really good. You mentioned A4. You're finding better moves than these guys. How is it possible? You're only the commentator. This isn't right, you know.
Happens occasionally.
Let's just. That's unfortunate for Ami. I really thought he was going to win. That's very disappointing. I'm very disappointed for Ami. He's one of the good guys in chess.
He's getting to that drawing right now, isn't he? Where you draw all your games.
I'm depressed now because I was expecting Fernandez had a winning position today, right? Marcus Harvey.
He lost quite badly.
And Ami only drew a winning position. So it's looking like my 24,500 guys falling away a bit. Simon's in trouble, right?
Look at Matthew though. He might save the day for you.
Matthew might say that, and the other one potentially Shreyas, because Shreyas won, and he's actually, we discussed this earlier, he's already played two of the big boys. He's already played David, not David Saab.
He's not even playing.
He's already played Mickey, and he's already played Nikita. So he's only, at the big boys, he's only got to play Gawain. So if he goes for it, he could potentially finish on 7.5. I think we need to keep an eye on Wadsworth and the Gawain game, right? So Wadsworth, big edge for shortboard. This is interesting. I think shortboard could be narrowing in on a win. Could get a Polish British champion. He could be the one to play Adams, right? He'll be black against Adams for sure if he wins this game, because he's white and Adams was black in the last game.
You still got to win the game, though.
Still got
It's not a trivial win, is it?
You mentioned before how good defensively Wadsworth is.
Yeah, Wadsworth's good at the defending these end game
It's going to
positions.
have to be good. I'm unsure. Why is this so good for White?
But that H pawn is annoying, though, isn't it? It's very hard, yeah. Yeah, because you want to use your knight actively on the queen side, don't you? Knight d6 and attack some of these weak pawns, but then the H pawn could become quite dangerous.
I've seen one like funny tactic that black might rely on. If you go king f3, Nick, there's a knight g5, king e3, knight takes h3. So presumably swords scores seem like half an arrow. But this would turn the tables and black would be the one pushing for the win, potentially. But at the moment, white's a pawn up, right? Although it's a double pawn. But you've also got the h pawn, so difficult defense here for black, I'd say. Not quite sure why, because the engine says white's better, but I'm not sure how to continue. How would you continue here?
You have to decide what to do with the bishop. I mean, do you want to play passively and put the bishop back to e2 and d3, or do you want to play aggressively and just sack this c pawn? I'll probably just go aggressive. Bishop f5, maybe.
And if you read a knight?
And maybe h4.
H4, right.
Just sacrifice that pawn.
Somebody said mathematical 55. So Marcus Harvey's fate was sealed once Danny tipped him. It's like Final Destination. I was watching that film the other day. Has anyone seen Final Destination? Sorry? There's a new one called Bloodlines, right? Yeah, I love the Final Destination. Surely you've seen the Final Destination films.
Just remind me what's the plot for Final Destination?
Basically, it's people like they predict a disaster. The first one's the best one. The guy goes onto a plane. He's going on a plane trip to Paris with his school, and then he predicts that the plane's going to blow up. He visualizes it all, and then he wakes up and he realizes the plane's going to blow up. So he goes mental and he says, "I want to get off the plane." You know, a bit like me.
Yeah. You see that all the time, don't you?
Yeah. And it's a good film, really good film. And it's the idea is that fate is, you know, following them.
You can't fight fate.
You can't fight fate. So basically, all the people who survive, they then get picked off one by one in various gruesome ways. It's a really good film. Yeah, so it's gone bishop f5, Nick. So very clear plan of going h. Yeah, this is really unpleasant.
He hasn't played bishop f5, has he?
Oh, he hasn't.
We were just considering that as an idea. But
Bishop f5 does feel like a candidate move, though, right? Because I'm not sure you're that worried about losing the c pawn if you start running with your h pawn. Just to give a sample line, Nick, it's probably utter rubbish, but something like this, and you know,
it's quite straightforward, yeah, straightforward plan.
yeah. Got
Yeah.
your brother in the audience, by the way. Does he want to come on and tell one of his games? Yeah.
Let's show you a game. I said I thought you might win, and Danny thought Stuart would win.
Oh, it's tick again. Yeah.
Do you want to go over the game or not really?
Jump on. Yeah, but jump on. Yeah, do you want to chat to him or shall I?
I don't mind.
Yeah. Hello. This person looks familiar, right? We've got joined by Richard Pert. Yeah. How you doing, Richard?
Yeah,
Good friend of mine.
not too bad, thanks, Danny. We've known each other for quite a long time, haven't we?
Oh, remember those days you used to drive around London and you couldn't navigate? We had some funny stories.
Before the days of sat navs, yeah. I'm not sure you're the best navigator in the world, but I wasn't the best driver either, so interesting combination.
So you had a game today against Stuart Conquest. So, like, how did you prepare for the game?
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't do a huge amount of preparation today because I've had a couple of really long days and I've got my children with me and they're playing morning and after. They both play in the morning. So it's been quite a lot. I mean, I did have a look at a few things, but when I sort of brought Stuart's name up on the database, he's played just about every single opening going. And you just you can't predict it at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite a hard guy to prepare for. He's very experienced, I would say, and
Yeah, I thought you picked an interesting opening idea, to be honest, because he just took me out of the book straight away.
So you're a fan of the French. I mean, do you think it's a good opening? A lot of people play the French advanced now, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it was interesting. It just came up with something new, which I hadn't seen before, so I was kind of on my own straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really want to get to. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Going back a couple of moves after Bishop B5 check, I almost went C6 here.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What's wrong with it?
Just to try and get something going.
Actually, I think knight B7's
Knight D7's I think the main move. Stuart's telling me
and
afterwards.
then they go A6, right?
Yeah.
So there's line like A6 B5. Vaguely seems, but okay, Bishop D7. Yeah, it's a kind of slightly
The
odd.
problem is it's slightly awkward for. I mean, maybe I was just being a bit negative on my bishop. But it was slightly awkward for black, just manoeuvring round. White's got a bit more space.
Yeah. So Bishop G4, Knight F3. So this all seemed quite logical, right?
Yeah, I was hoping he was gonna. When I went Bishop G4, I was hoping he was gonna entice him into some sort of Queen B3 nonsense.
Yeah.
You know, because
I didn't trade, right?
After when I went Bishop G4 initially.
Ah, right.
But I realised I couldn't go. There's a little trick actually after Knight F. Yeah, I was hoping for some Queen B3 nonsense.
Yeah.
But after Knight F3, I couldn't take on. Now I'm just going to sack my pawn, like Bishop D6 or something. And I'm just going to get loads of compensation. Yeah, this is what I was hoping for, something like this. But actually, he went for Knight F3, but it was quite. He's telling me afterwards there was a little trick which I just hadn't noticed at all, but fortunately I didn't fall for it.
Take
yeah.
and it's like Bishop D. No,
After
A4,
after takes, it's like Queen A4 check straight away.
Yeah.
Quite sneaky trick. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of transparent, though, right?
But I mean, I didn't go for this anyway, so
Doesn't look.
it just wasn't. It just wasn't on my radar to play this move. But Stuart's quite. He's good. He's a good player, isn't he? But he was trying to play it safe. He wasn't tempted to go for these really early G4s and 95s. He just tried to play very positionally.
It's interesting actually because I was discussing this position earlier with your brother, and he actually said knight takes was better because after this, the engine was actually saying your position was quite unpleasant. Did you consider?
Well, I spent quite a bit of time on knight B takes, and also actually Stuart was telling me after the game he thought that I should play. He thought I might play knight B takes actually, but the only reason I played the knight F takes is because it reminded me of a French Tarrasch position with colours reversed, and in that line the guys always take with the F knight.
Right.
But I mean, what's the evaluation at the moment? Is it?
Well, it's not much between knight takes or knight. It actually says that white is better.
Yeah, I felt like white was slightly better. That's how I felt like in the game.
Because like here,
I felt uncomfortable
A5
slightly.
It's very difficult to find A5.
Yeah, but I wasn't convinced about that. Yeah, I felt like I was slightly worse in the game.
Yeah,
to be
it
honest.
feels uncomfortable because he's got a very straightforward plan and maybe
exactly.
F4 eventually or
Or
Queen
just
F3.
develop, Bishop D2, Queen F3, whatever, put
Yeah.
the rooks to the open line. Yeah, so it's actually quite, it looks like it should be, what is this nonsense? It should be equalising, but actually it's a lot more difficult than it looks for black.
So this was. Oh, sorry, hang on. You can't do that here. But he could have actually maybe gone for the same plan, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I
quite
thought
so
94 is a good move. I mean, for the viewers out there who, talk about isolated queen's pawns, I hope I'm not sort of lecturing. But the key is with the isolated queen's pawn is that if you're the one playing against it, you're desperate to swap off minor pieces.
Yeah, I was saying that.
But so Stuart's keen to keep the minor pieces on. So 94. In fact, in the game there was a moment where he swapped off the second set of minor pieces, which really released the pressure.
I must admit though, sometimes in the ice, I know what you're saying is correct, but sometimes actually, if you keep the tension as black as well, often you can get better chances to fight for the win. I was thinking about maybe move like rook e8, just really doesn't seem like White has an obvious plan here. Was it maybe intention to go there?
Yeah, maybe at some point to go knight g3 and knight e5. Yeah.
But can you either trade or go bishop?
The truth, if you trade the f5 square becomes very weak at some
But
point.
let's say you just cover it. I mean, how bad is this? Yeah, I agree. This probably isn't very good.
Yes, maybe slightly worse. But you might not even have to play knight g3 straight away. The knight's not attacked. The knight is kind of attacked, isn't it? Yeah, so maybe you do have to go knight g3.
But how bad is this? I guess
Yeah,
then 95.
95.
Again.
It's just slightly unpleasant, really.
Well, the engine actually, I think the engine says it's equal, right? Is that right?
No,
It's a
rookie one. Yeah.
93. I actually think black is slightly better.
Yeah, no, but rookie one, but 93's played a little bit prematurely.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
90, rookie, there's no,
Yeah, say
yeah,
you keep the tension.
yeah, like
Because
rookie one,
sometimes
yeah.
keeping the tension is the best way to try. Because I honestly think, Richard, I think a lot of you, I keep predicting a 24, 2500 player win this tournament. But I think a lot of you guys are like halving out prematurely, right? You know,
I know, so yesterday I played
you're
it.
destroying my dream, right?
Yesterday I played the king against king. I mean, I don't think.
Yeah, okay.
This is my shortest game of the tournament by a long way. Yeah, I think every single game I've had has
the other
been.
guys like Yi Chen and Daniel, and you know, you got to be fighting a bit harder, right?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, this is by far my shortest game of the tournament.
Yeah, but this position is about equal. I think what you did was fine as well. Like it looked a bit weird to me, Bishop F6, because
Yeah, no, it was. I was just so desperate to get a set of minor pieces off, but actually Bishop F6 might be a mistake. Yeah,
it just felt slightly unnatural because you're weakening these squares as well.
yeah.
So
No, I
you're
wasn't.
having to trade. But,
Yeah, I wasn't that happy with it actually either. To be honest.
but
there was
actually, the engine says this is fine for you.
no, really, because I'll tell you the point I was panicking the most was
Yeah.
after 90, he went 97. I went 97 here, which I don't know if that's a mistake or not.
Right.
But I was kind of panicking about knight c4 in a big way, and him keeping the pieces on.
Okay, so
What's the
you probably
evaluation
would've gone
here?
Queen C7. Well, let's analyse it
Well-
first before we check the engine.
Yeah,
Lazy checking the engine straight.
yeah, queen c6, then bishop h4 to come round to g3 to hit the queen and bring the knight
Bishop
in.
H4, right? And if you go like greedy,
Yeah,
full
like,
greed,
like bishop g3.
then take.
Yeah,
But then king
king h
G2,
or king h2 probably. Yeah,
and then he's going to walk into a pin.
yeah.
And if he goes
And I could go queen f4 is another move. Queen f4, bishop g3.
bishop G3,
But I thought if queen h6, he's actually just got quite a strong move here. He can play h4 to queen h6,
right.
and suddenly those pieces look a bit stupid.
Okay, I tell you what. Sorry to torture you, but I'm going to tell you the computer valuation. Let's turn on the computer.
Yeah, no, because I was panicking about knight c4. I'll be honest with you. I was very pleased.
You're right. Your instincts are right. The Pert brothers' instincts are spot on because Nick keeps coming up the top end with it.
Yeah, actually, there was a few people commentated that when there's the commentary on, you sort of just put some general chit chat in, and then Nick just comes up with what the correct assessment is. But,
Yeah.
You're more the padding, and he's more.
That's it.
Yeah,
I'm just here for the look. I'm here for the house.
You're for the
right?
general chit chat, and
Yeah,
then Nick
yeah.
comes up with like, what the accurate assessment is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have an assessment game actually. We do an assessment, but I'm actually regretting I invented it. So here, yeah, you're right. This is a little bit of suffering.
This is I wasn't happy with this. Yeah, so I was quite pleased when you took off this set of minor pieces. Yeah, but knight takes g6. And then I felt like because
Yeah, it's a weird move. I hate that move. It just looks weird because it's just.
yeah,
what's-
no, I
what's
just
the
felt that
plan?
it just released.
Here's why.
Well, he wants to go bishop c2 and then brings up the bishop out to g. I guess he's got two bishops, but I was very relieved to see that move.
Strange move.
So yeah, so the reason I played rook f8 was I wanted to bring the knight to f8 and come in on g6,
No, I
e6,
think by this
g6
point you're at least equal, maybe pushing for the advantage.
potentially. I think it's probably around equal.
What does it say at this point, actually?
I mean, I had the option to force the queens here. Yeah, queen
Queen
f4
F4
is
is
the best
slightly
move.
better, top move. So trade skis, bishop.
King h2 to.
You can trade and then go for knight e6. Maybe this is a better way to do it, right?
All right, just take a set of rooks off straight away.
And then you're hitting this. What was? Yeah, you're better here. Your knights are better than his bishops. Normally it's the other way around. You know, I love the
Yeah,
bishop
I'm
there,
already,
right?
I'm already on top. I felt like knight takes g6 really was a bad move actually.
Because Nick actually in the commentary earlier said he thought he'd win today. Like predicted, he had a good feeling that you'd win. But I mean, it's not like you really ever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about. I mean, Stuart's a good player too, you know, and I'd black.
He's very experienced. He's hard to beat, I
You
would
know.
say, especially when you're black against him. I think white, when you're white against him, he's a lot more beatable because he will get into time trouble. A little bit like Peter Wells.
Yeah, he was actually running short on time, even though he kind of surprised me in the opening. By the time we
Yeah.
got later in the game, he was getting short on time.
Yeah, he loved
Okay, I mean, here we kind of had a repetition. Well,
He could maybe play on with something like this, but it doesn't really give.
yeah,
any
maybe the
serious
b5 and then 96. I'm going to hit the d pawn very quickly. So,
Yeah, it's unclear, more or less. I mean, the engine's given a time. The engine loves two bishops, right?
yeah, I'd say it's probably about equal. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was,
Assessment's completely
yeah,
correct.
exactly.
I repeated moves because the best square was for my rook to go there, and I just didn't really see a reason to.
Should we
to,
see
to
how
play.
Max is getting on? It's
No,
neat.
he just finished because I'm waiting for him. He actually lost.
Oh,
But the problem with
no,
Max is he's a little bit overkill because he's playing
yeah,
morning games, afternoon games, blitzes in the evenings, and it's
Yeah.
just too much. He's not playing at his normal level.
how did Nina get on today?
She won. She's doing quite well actually. So they're both doing quite well in their morning tournaments. So Max, I think, is on 4.5 out of 5 in his junior tournament, and Nina is on 3 out of 4 in her in the AM Open. So they're both doing very well in the morning tournaments. But I noticed that Max suffers in the afternoon game because he's just running out of steam.
Yeah, I think
At
it's
that
too much.
stage.
But when you're playing all that chess at that young age, it's also osmosis. You're soaking a lot in.
Yeah.
We were discussing this position earlier, by the way. Sorry. What did you think? Like here,
Oh, so yeah, he's quite a good player, isn't he? I've seen this Oleg around playing against my kids. He's quite a good player.
I played him myself.
And obviously, Badana we know all about. So they're both very talented juniors. Yeah.
Yeah, so we saw this rook f5
Is
earlier,
this what happened in the game?
but Nick pointed out that king g8 was a possibility,
Yeah, sure.
and that queen e5 was going to be met with bishop a2.
Oh wow.
So White went for this, but so the position they got in the, I mean, it's total mess. This guy.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure if White's been totally accurate. It felt like White was close to winning a second ago.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think White
I think White's lost the thread a bit here.
So what's your assessment of the position on the board? Do you think that White will still make a draw here, or maybe potentially?
I think White's lost the thread a bit. I thought White was close to winning earlier, but yeah, no, I don't know now. I mean, also she's very good in endings. She's actually not so strong tactically, but she's very good in endings. I'd probably go for a Badana win here. To be honest with you.
What about our good friend Simon? Let's just check in.
His games are always quite entertaining, aren't they?
I'll let you go after this. Oh no, he's already lost. Sorry, that's a sad end for Simon.
Well, that Supratit is an incredibly strong junior
Very
as well.
strong.
I mean, I think that's why it's so hard in this country. What I've noticed is a lot of when you go and play abroad, a lot of players tend to do a lot better, gain points, and recently quite a few players I think got norms. So I think Badana got a norm, didn't she? And Lan, I think got a norm, and Jonathan Payne got a norm. All these guys got norms playing abroad.
Sure.
But in this country, it's very, very hard to make a norm because there's so many of these underrated juniors. Supratit just being an example of one. So.
Do you think there's any like tournaments that people go abroad that are a bit dodgy, and then they basically?
No, I don't think it's that.
buy
I
the
just
norms?
think we just perhaps have we just.
Get myself into trouble.
No, I don't think so. I just think we just let all the underrated juniors in here, and perhaps in other countries they perhaps.
What do you think about this position, by the way? Like, it's White to move. How would you assess this position?
I mean, I think Black's doing quite well. Yeah.
Are you just going with a rating? You know, like
It's not. I just think that I just feel really uncomfortable with the king. It just feels horrible. Yeah.
yeah, like this king's in the box. I mean, Ami had a great position. He'll be kicking himself.
I mean, I had this monster game against Taran yesterday, and I know I was suffering the whole time, but I almost won that game. I don't know if you saw the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying
It was
you
just
did really
crazy.
well to get winning, but you found, because we were predicting on the stream that you wouldn't find this king d2, king.
C4 and just roll the d ball for. But I very nearly won that game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but maybe you were short of time, and that was a key element. I think he was also quite short.
Well, I think it was quite an entertaining game because we were clearly both trying to win. So it was quite an entertaining game
So
from that point of view.
this looks like suffering, but
No,
anyway.
but it looks like a lot of suffering. So anyway, so who is your tip for the tournament? I mean,
Well, it
It's gonna
was
be
you.
Mickey.
It was you, mate,
I don't know
before
about
today.
that.
But
What,
as you
what,
drew-
what odds did you offer Mickey pre-tournament? And
I offered Mickey at 4-1, and I had Nikita at about. We had Nikita about 3-1, right? Something like that. Yeah, 5-2. I'm more generous.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't got any money, right?
yeah,
And then I had Gawain at about 11-2, and people were saying that's too big. But considering how it's worked out, maybe that's actually.
yeah.
Dreas, I think, has got a chance now. He's only half a point behind.
But I really feel like it's the big guys. They win every year, don't
I'm
they?
going to go for Shreyas.
You
Like
think there's gonna be an
now,
upset?
you know, I've already
Well, what's happening
said
in the board one game? I'm not even seeing with
that
Mickey.
was a draw.
Yeah. So Mickey's going to be hard to beat, isn't he? To be honest with you, he's an absolute class act, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think he's going to get tired as the tournament goes on. But the problem is that he's going to get some Majeka next round, which is he's probably
who's
going
he
to
gonna
just win with White, because I think Majeka is winning.
Oh, yeah.
Well, borderline winning, and then he's going to get Majeka, and I think he's White against Majeka is, well, it's not a gimme, but I think he might win that. And then if he wins that, Shreyas is going to have to beat like a Nikita or a Vitiugov to stay within half. I think if Shreyas gets in a playoff, he's going to win because he's younger than he's.
I mean, he's obviously a
older
talented
GMs.
player, but I still would say we're looking at Mickey or Vitiugov.
I'm all in Shreyas. I've
the
given up
likelihood
on
is-
Fernandez and
You're desperate to get these top guys beaten, aren't you?
and
They're
Marcus.
just- they're
I've
just
given
so
up
good.
on all those guys. No, Wadsworth is actually if Wadsworth holds, Wadsworth has to hold. If Wadsworth loses, that's a huge blow to my 24,500.
Yeah, so I guess Shreyas is the youngest of everyone, isn't he? So he's from that.
I'm all in on Shreyas. Yeah. Anyway, I think we'll let you go, Richard, because
Yeah, so it was a more exciting game. You probably picked
yeah,
probably picked the most boring game I've played all
you've
week.
got to
but
win tomorrow.
It was more of an interesting game I had yesterday with the back and forth.
Have you got a chance, GM Norm?
Not really. I started quite slowly,
Yeah.
so not really. But yeah, we'll just try and get some points and then see how it plays out.
Anyway,
from there.
thanks a lot for
Yeah,
coming on.
no
So
problem.
next time maybe Nick can go through as well. Yeah, it'd be great to have two twin brothers. Never happened before on the commentary, right?
Yeah.
But thanks again.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks to
All right.
Richard.
Cheers, guys.
Okay, thank you everybody. Yeah, it's great to have Richard on as well. Like the Pert twins dominating British chess. Imagine if there was a Gormally twin, that would just be unbearable. Yeah?
That would be a scary thought.
That's scary thought. Okay, so there's a puzzle now, a Gormally puzzle. Blacks are playing win. Did we have that on earlier? We had that on the intro. So I got this wrong earlier in the puzzle rush. Yesterday I did puzzle rush. Blacks are play. Did anyone? Shall I give the answer?
Wait,
Did anyone
but-
in the audience find the move?
yeah, someone in the audience might spot it.
Blacks play and win. Stunned silence. Well, I got it wrong. Shall I give the? What about anyone on YouTube? Put your comments in quickly. Sorry. Okay. Shall I give the answer? It's Queen E5.
Yeah.
It's actually quite a simple one. Somebody else on YouTube has got it as well. It's Queen to E5 check. Okay, the king goes to, doesn't matter really where the king goes. If the king goes to H6, you have bishop E3 check. And then white has to push the pawn to G5 and you just take the pawn and it's checkmate. With the queen, you take on G5 and the queen is checkmate. So queen E5, king H4 is the only other defensive move. And then black goes bishop F2 check, king H3, queen G3 mate. Now, because I was doing this at speed and I was running out of time, I just went bishop E3 quickly. Obviously, sometimes I think there are. Maybe I should write a book, Nick, on how to be good at puzzle rush. That could be a good book.
You could do like a video course on it. That'd probably be.
That'd be good.
Quite
Yeah, that'd be
entertaining.
quite interesting. Yeah, it could be like records breaking. Should we go back to the game?
Was Matthew on Puzzle Rush today? Because you said the other day he was on Puzzle Rush and he drew with Vitiugov.
I didn't really check.
didn't
I only
see.
get one attempt a day, which is probably just as well, otherwise I'd be on it all day. Can we go back to some of the games, actually? What's happening in the Wadsworth game?
He's still trying to defend.
I think
Difficult
as
end-game.
good as he is defensively, I feel like he's on top of the squad.
But it's like bread and butter for him.
Oh, you think he's just going to hold this?
Well, okay, it is obviously a lost position for Black, but
By the way, apparently...
I think it will hold. What do you
Sorry
think?
to interrupt. I was just going to say, apparently, Paul Bloom, who's Supertit's ex-coach, was telling me that Supertit is only half a point behind. So we could have, how old is Supertit? We could have an 11-year-old champion shattering the record of whoever it is, if it's Michael Adams or David Howe. I think it might be Michael Adams, about 17 years of age.
Well, I mean, 2 years ago, Stephen Jones played Michael Adams in the first round, and they were first and second. And this year, Super Tip played against Vitiugov in the first round. So you never know; it might be first and second again.
Well, in other countries, I think you've had like very young. I think Firouzja won the Iranian championships when he was 12. I think Daniel Dahada, I'm not sure about the pronunciation, Belgian player, won Belgium national championship when he was 12. So it's not inconceivable that people like Supertit and Bodhana could be winning the national championship at a very young age. Certainly I would expect them to become serious contenders over the next 3 or 4 years. I mean, whether they can win it when they're 11, 12, 13, not sure, but I would be surprised if they weren't serious contenders within the next 4 to 5 years. Absolutely, they're going to be up there on the top boards, and potentially maybe we could be seeing a change in the guard.
Yeah, I noticed one of the comments in the chat was, are there any players that you haven't tipped?
Yeah, Sworsport. I would say I'm all in, if Sworsport wins this, I'm all in on Sworsport. I'm going up to Sworsport.
It's like the roulette table, is it, where you bet on every single number apart from the 0?
Yeah, yeah, like horse racing, like Grand National. You know, it's tempting to bet on like. Have you ever had to win a Grand National, Nick?
I did a while ago when I was quite young. I think I got once or twice, but I only bet quite small. Not really. I'm not really big into betting on horses, to be honest.
I remember actually when I one time was around Richard's flat when he lived in London, and I backed number 6 Valverde to win the Grand National, and it won. And I was hoopering, hollering, went out and clapping that night. It was a good night, but I haven't backed a winner of the Grand National for many years. But this is like a chess Grand National, and you can fall at any hurdle. If you make a blunder, then yeah, I mean, it just feels really uncomfortable, but maybe this plan is not decisive, and therefore White would need a breakthrough on some other side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, can White do anything on the queen side?
I just don't see.
How does White make progress on the queen side?
Because your plan is basically to block the board. Like, you're just going to wait passively. Like, how does White get in? It's very depressing, but like you say, like a lot of players will get despondent here. Matthew's body language is positive. Doesn't look depressed or dejected by any stretch of the imagination. He looks quietly confident. Therefore, yeah, what's the evaluation?
It looks quite bad for Black, the evaluation.
Oh, it's actually completely winning. Yeah, H6 is apparently just game
But
over.
what is the winning plan for White, though?
So if I go there, how are you defending?
Well, presumably his side is King F8.
King F8. Right. Yeah, to be honest, I would just go H6 instantly. I don't know if it wins, but it's like a wisely thinking. Like, you got to just play H6 here.
Well, what's the next move then? Well, is there a way to break through on the queen side if Black's tied up on the king side? So Black just leaves the knight on D6, just trying to hold things together.
Yeah, this is a plan, just wait passively. Yeah, I'm kind of being a bit blasé about this.
Well, I mean, obviously, when you check with the computer, it says +4 or something, then you know it's winning.
He's a winner.
but you still got to find it.
But I'm wondering, Nick, if let's say you went here and just push,
Yeah.
and then you go here, because I'm wondering how like the king and pawning game might just be lost, right? If you take the bishop.
No, why don't we just play king g7? Not taking the bishop.
Yeah, you take
I'm not sure if h7 has given black quite a nice square for his king. That's probably a blunder.
possibly done.
But then what else do you play? Maybe black will play rook h8 anyway and just force it.
Can I get G4, G5 and stuff? Because you can't really, my idea is you can't necessarily take the rook if I distracted your rook by that point.
Is there ever a variation where white can play a5?
Yeah, A5.
Okay, I've got this crazy idea.
You want to go here.
I want to go there and take the knight.
I take it.
Yeah, take the knight and then play bishop c8 or some. I don't know if I can ever get that to work though.
It's hard to believe.
Yeah, maybe not.
But this is also always an idea with piece. I didn't agree. He has moved. He has gone h6. He has gone h6.
Yeah.
So we're expecting probably king of 8 feels like the most.
Either that or you play rook h8 first.
So this guy went rook h8, and if what if guys took the rook on h1? Does that make any difference?
Well, we'll just play king f8 anyway.
Okay,
Can you get us in Zugzwang somehow? I don't know. But your c4 pawn is potentially vulnerable as well.
Yeah, I feel like I want to keep it. I mean, could I just? What's so bad about this? Let's say I just allow this.
Okay.
So
Go then.
bad.
King.
Oh, okay. I've got an idea. I want
King
to
of
now.
eight.
Want to bring the rook here, right? Now I want to bring the rook
Okay,
here because
king
my
G7.
plan is this: king g7, and now the problem is I can't go rook h4 and then come back to attack the b pawn so quickly. That's the only problem. And I guess the king and pawn endgame isn't winning, right? If I go rook h4, do you trade and take on h7?
Should be holding, shouldn't it?
Should be holding because also you got an e pawn run, which is quite important. Yeah.
Unless you play g4 so that you're not worried about taking the bishop. Then why do you need the rook on h1 though?
No, well, I wanted to go rook here, rook here, rook here eventually if I got bishop e6, but it's a very long. Oh, hang on, I've got another idea, right? Yeah, go here. Oh no, hang on. Sorry, there's more. Because I wanted to go bishop e6, bishop here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that you don't have time to do that. If you get that in, it's all over.
So let's. Okay, I've given up. I'm going to just see what the enemy says. What was the move? Let's just say you
So
go
rook h8, say.
rook h8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to perhaps. Shreyas is here. Do you want to go over his game? Quite a
Yeah,
good game today.
Shreyas, do you want to jump on? Do you want to go with Shreyas or?
I'll let you do it if you like.
Okay,
It's
Shreyas, jump
it's
on.
Quite a good game.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm pleased to be joined here by England's hopefully future #1 player, Shreyas Royal. Played a great game today, great win. How you doing today, Shreyas?
I feel good. It's some sort of consolation for yesterday.
Yeah.
But I think overall I'm playing reasonably well. Just yesterday was a bit poor, but there's still 3 games left. So
Because I made the point actually, I didn't think you played that badly in that game. Michael Adams seemed to play very well once you made a mistake. So it wasn't like it was like a really bad loss. But let's have a look at your game today against Marcus Harvey. What preparation did you do for Marcus? And have you played him before?
yeah, I have played Marcus before a few times. I think we've had relatively balanced results because he played me when I was a bit younger, and okay, he beat me like in some rapid event, but okay,
Right.
like 9 years old.
Yeah.
But one thing I've noticed about him is that he's very confident as a player, and he tends to overestimate his position. Like, for example, I'll tell you, I played him in 2022 in some English championship, and the position was like roughly equal. He was higher rated than me. He had the black pieces, but I thought it was just going to end in a draw. Instead, he went for like a piece sacrifice, and yeah, supposedly the engine thinks I'm +5, but actually, both of us were repeating moves, and in the end, I had to claim the draw. I didn't realize I was +5, but the thing was, he was the one who wanted to play on.
Yeah. Because sometimes when people play on, they give you the confidence that you know, and you start defending, and you think like, I'm always having to defend. You never think about trying to win, right?
Yeah.
A lot of his psychology. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Marco's a very self-confident player. So you went for the fantasy variation.
Yeah, I didn't really prepare too much for the game. I just wanted to get something exciting because I think, like, okay, he may be confident, but I'm even more confident in my calculation abilities. So if I can get a complicated position, okay, even if he's bluffing, I feel confident enough to
So
find the best move.
I've noticed when I've had post-mortems with you, your calculation is very good.
Yeah.
Speaking of calculation, another guy who's good at calculations, Arjun Eragaisi, and I've noticed he played a fantasy variation as well. By the way, we were asking this question. Do you know what the fantasy variation is named after? Because nobody seems to know what the fantasy variation is named after.
No, I don't think I'd know either.
No. Okay, let's quickly move on. Queen b6 is quite an interesting move.
Yeah, knight c3, e6, a3, bishop e7, I didn't really know. I thought he was, because Marcus also plays the French, and he likes playing some Steinitz structures. So I thought he was going to go knight f6 instead of bishop e7.
Right.
The one we
Okay, go back.
Yeah, like knight f6,
Oh, yeah.
and e5, knight d7, f4, c5.
It's like a French, right?
It's like a French, but I don't have to transpose back. Knight f3, knight c6. And I can go bishop e3, but I have the extra option of, I believe, taking and going knight a4.
Yeah, because
Or knight
normally
a4
in the
first,
French, your pawn would be on a2, right?
But I think my bishop would already be on e3 as well. So
Right.
whereas here it's a bit different.
So you could check and then take the knight, but
Yeah, I can't remember.
It's
It's either knight a4 first or taking, but okay, it leads to some position where it's interesting at least.
yeah.
But yeah, bishop e7, I didn't really know. Like,
Oh, sorry. Go back.
yeah, if we go back.
Yeah. So he went bishop e7. That would have been on move 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe he was just trying to avoid theory preparation.
Yeah, he played it quite quickly, so maybe he knew something about it.
The bishop e2 was quite a good move, actually. I think that was a top engine move. So were you still in your preparation?
No, I just after knight d7, I definitely wasn't in my preparation, but I assumed that his idea was to go knight f6, and generally to meet knight f6, I want to go e5. However, here if I go bishop e2, he cannot really take because I win a piece. So this was my reasoning behind bishop e2, and it's just useful developing move.
Yeah, so you have this idea, go knight h3, knight f2, and just...
Well, I wasn't quite sure, but okay, I mean, he has to do something, and knight f6 is what he would like to do.
Yeah. So what was his reasoning behind a6? Because Nick was saying that he didn't really quite understand what the purpose of what the point was behind
Nor
a6.
did I actually, but the thing was he played it very confidently, and I spent too much time on some moves here. For example, I should have blitzed out knight h3. I was, I thought there should be some reason, maybe it was even some sort of preparation. And like after knight h3, he wanted to knight gf6, I think this was his idea.
Right.
I don't know if it's the best move, but either this or d takes e4 and e5. And after knight gf6, yeah, I hadn't quite decided, but e5 should be interesting. I mean, knight j looks a bit ridiculous, but it's not so stupid because I can't really go f4, knight f3. So
Yeah, your knight's not ideally placed here now for this structure.
yeah, but I could stop like some c5 ideas with b4. I don't know, but I hadn't quite decided. I just wanted to see what he would do, and I thought knight h3 seemed quite logical. So
Sure.
I'd seen d takes e4, f takes e4, e5, but I didn't quite believe it because I thought, okay, I have more developed pieces. This should work.
Yeah, I mean, he's opened up the game where he's underdeveloped on the king's side. So,
Yeah. I spent far too long for queen d2. Like, I don't know how long I spent, but I spent, because actually when I'd seen this line when I went knight h3, but after queen d2 I started calculating, and queen takes b2 wasn't terribly clear to me. But after a while I realized like castle, queen b6, bishop c4, knight gf6, and like bishop takes f7 seemed quite interesting to me. I don't know how good it is, but like knight g5 check and some king e8.
So, yes.
Yeah, and it's like knight e6 as well. So
Knight e6, yeah.
I thought, okay, let's play queen e2 and see what he does. And to my to my horror, he just blitzed out queen c7, probably not having calculated any of those lines. So
Right. Okay.
this is why I felt a bit stupid for spending so long on queen d2.
Yeah. So he basically played quickly, is what you're saying here.
Yeah, I mean, he probably seen queen d2, and I don't know if he calculated anything after queen takes b2.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just blitzed out queen c7.
Practically, it looks dangerous to take the pawn.
It does look dangerous, but I don't know, like, it seemed like the sort of thing he would do. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but
Yeah.
it just seemed like the sort of thing. But in any case, I think I should have blitzed out queen d2 because it feels like the principled move. And if he were to take, then I should calculate, and I would have saved much more time.
So what I'm getting from this is you're putting a big premium on time management.
Yeah.
Because one thing I noticed with some of the players in the tournament, I noticed even when you lost, you still went through the process of, you weren't rushing. But I've noticed with some of the players in the tournament, maybe some of the less experienced players, is they're kind of rushing. When they get bad positions, it kind of tilts them a little bit, and they're kind of rushing, and their time management starts getting worse and worse. So that's a good sign.
Well, I mean, I'm no saint in this aspect as well,
Yeah.
because I have played a lot of, like, at times I make some impetuous decisions.
Sure.
Was that a draw?
Wow.
I think they agreed to draw well.
Well, apparently White was completely winning.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
kind of shocking.
Okay.
Anyway, let's go back to your game.
D5 is good, I think. C5.
Yeah, we had Malcolm Payne on earlier, and he suggested C5 was a bit of an error because he's just leaving this huge supported pass pawn.
But I think black is already a bit worse. I think C5 made more sense practically.
Did you have threats of maybe casting and go D6?
Yeah, exactly. So I think it made some sense practically, and I wasn't quite sure which setup to opt for here. But I had like some idea after like knight gf6 to go rook d1 and maybe some knight e6. So I guess this is why he went knight ef6.
Yeah.
And I was a bit stuck here, but queen e1 didn't seem so bad. So
Queen e1 was a good move. I think all
Okay.
your moves are like the top moves.
okay, played better than I thought.
But here was a big mistake like that.
Yeah, knight e7. It was shocking how quickly he played knight e7.
That's what I was saying about the time management. I think when people are worse,
Yeah.
often your time management gets worse. And the stronger the player, the more they stay in the process, right?
Yeah.
No disrespect to Marcus, but I think he lacks experience in some respects.
I don't know if it's experience. I think it's just the confidence once again. And
Overconfidence, you think?
well, I think someone said this. I believe it was Magnus. In chess, it's better to be confident or even delusional than
Yeah.
to not have any confidence at all.
Yeah.
So I think this has worked well for Marcus in many instances, but it's all about balancing it. And here, knight e7 was played okay.
Way too quickly.
He just didn't sense any danger.
Yeah. I think maybe bishop d7.
Or even b5 and just like.
What's the engine saying here? Yeah.
Is b5, is it blundering something?
Not really.
No, it's just a bit.
It's just very unpleasant anyway.
Yeah.
The position's very bad anyway, but
Yeah.
obviously, yeah, it's funny actually. Malcolm Payne spotted this idea of knight f7 immediately, which is shocking,
Yeah. Yeah.
So Malcolm's obviously a very talented player. I didn't see it at all, and a very nice tactic you came out with.
Yeah.
And obviously at this point the game is more or less over because
Yeah.
your pieces are just flooding in, and you can't defend with a knight. You can't move knight to a useful square.
I mean, it was bound to happen because he wasn't. Because if you check all of his moves, he wasn't following any principles. He was just, faffing around with
Yeah.
moves like a6 and knight df6. Just making very slow moves. So
Yeah,
this was bound to happen at some point if he didn't stop.
sure.
And
But it's still very nice the way you won the game. I mean, it's very impressive. And now f6 is coming, and
yeah,
actually resigned at this point. Oh, no, sorry, he didn't resign.
No, he didn't resign.
Yeah.
tried one last trick with bishop f5. It's not even a trick. I think rook f5 must be winning.
Oh, he wants to go rook g8.
Yeah. No, maybe it's not winning, but it's still quite good. Has to be.
So his idea is that just
Just to
for
me,
the
yeah.
viewers, queen g2 would be checkmate. So he can't be the bishop, but there are other promising moves maybe for white here, like rook e5 maybe might be good, but d6.
Yeah, okay. But in any case, it's quite unnecessary.
But it's unnecessary because you took with a bishop,
And it's, yeah.
and now he decided he'd had enough. I mean, that was really an impressive win. And so, Shreyas, just to before you go, thanks, for coming on the stream, because probably not you know, people at home don't necessarily know your chess that well, but obviously
Yeah.
over the next few years, they're going to come to get to know you.
Hopefully.
Who do you think you might play tomorrow? Because you've already played Michael Adams, you've already played against Vitiugov, sorry, I keep getting the pronunciation.
I don't think it matters. Just
It doesn't really matter.
people get my name wrong all the time. So
Yeah, who do you think you might play tomorrow? Because I think a lot of people are afraid of playing against Michael Adams because they're halving out to avoid playing
yeah,
Michael Adams.
Michael is Mickey's a real pain. I think
Yeah.
I've lost the last 3 games I played against him, and I was completely screwed in another game which I managed to swindle. So somehow,
That was at the British last year, right?
yeah, where I got my GM title. Yeah, but
Yeah,
but yeah, I think Mickey is like the most frightening because
right.
if he's at the top, then he's a problem because sometimes he may halve out and sit slightly lower, but yeah, this time he's only drawn 2 games, so he's.
But I was saying earlier that I think if you get into the playoff, or bless you, if you get into the playoff, or if you finish the tournament well, you might well win the tournament because I think people like Michael and Nikita and Gawain are a little bit older, so you might have a little bit more energy at the end. Is that possibly a fair assessment? Or am I jumping ahead as I often do?
I mean, I'd be happy to make it to the playoffs, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't underestimate the abilities because they have a lot of experience.
Sure.
And Mickey's, I think he's a surprisingly underrated blitz player as well. So
Yeah, he very rarely makes any mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Even in blitz, like he's very solid, right?
the main thing is to get him out of his comfort zone, and then I think mistakes can happen. And yesterday, actually, it felt like I was at some point. It felt like he was not playing in the most precise way, and I think he went for G3 at some point in Bishop E6, and the engine says all of this is fine, but frankly, I don't think he'd spotted all of the lines, and just he just so happened to run into it because
It's more instinctive. Yeah.
No, I think he didn't really have a choice. So.
Right, yeah.
But I think before I had a really miserable position, and he had many different ways to win the game. But he chose this, and he had to be precise. And I don't know if he saw the lines because, frankly, I didn't see all the lines. I thought I had a fair shot after some point.
Because when you played knight f3, we thought you played that maybe a little bit quickly. I think there was another option at that point.
Yeah, I saw knight. I think knight e6 was the other option, and knight takes d5, queen f7, f4. I saw that, and I thought Mickey would see it. And frankly, I think after knight f3 check, the main thing I missed was
King f1, right? He played.
no, maybe not even king f1, just king f1, bishop c3. There's bishop d5 check.
Right.
Because without bishop d5 check, because if I take on e1, there's queen e6, queen f7 mate, and I don't really have anything else. So this is the main thing I missed. Because with bishop c3, I could even be better. But that's the thing.
If
Like
he hasn't got this, haven't.
that's the thing. Like he had to spot all of these resources to be winning, and if he did not have like any one of those resources, then he could. I mean, the position would likely be equal or something. So
Yeah.
so it didn't feel like super convincing, but I just played so badly in the opening.
But his bishop e2, I guess that must have surprised you, right?
Yeah,
Because
it did
I've never
surprise
seen that
me.
line before.
I think
must admit.
the main problem was that I spent too much time yesterday. I was probably doubting myself too much, and at some point I had to make like some hurried decisions.
Right.
And okay, but that's the thing. Like when I sped up, like I thought I was playing reasonably well,
Yeah.
and I almost swindled him. But
Yeah. But one thing I noticed actually with Michael Adams, obviously he's a great player, but when people like Louis Shane and David Howe and Gawain Jones were younger, they had a terrible record against him, but
Yeah,
they started to equalise it a little bit. So maybe that might happen for you in the future, even though you've not got a great record against him at the moment.
at the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Anyway, well, thanks so much for coming on. Hoping we can have you back later on in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's really instructive, and yeah,
okay.
I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, that was brilliant having Shreyas on, Nick. He's a very good calculator. He also talks quite quickly, so you can tell his brain works very fast, right?
You're struggling to keep up, are you, Danny?
Yeah, it's a little bit like the opposite of me, mate. But very shocked as well by Wadsworth's, the game ended a draw when White had +3. I honestly think people are scared to play Michael Adams. So they're basically halving out to just avoid that pairing for as long as possible.
Yeah, I feel like the key to winning this endgame was to maybe not play h7. If we just go towards the position at the end,
You were
maybe.
mentioning it earlier, yeah, you're quite
So
good.
just to try and stop the Black King getting to G7, because once Black plays Rook H8, forces H7, and then King G7, it seems a bit more comfortable. If you could just play Bishop E6 and Rook H1 and just try to,
Yeah.
you might be able to get the King in
But even
somehow.
in the game, Nick, what's the computer valuation at the end? It's like it's almost +2.
Rook H8, you're supposed to play G.
G5.
Isn't it, maybe once you play H7, we can play King G7 and just try to.
Maybe I'm being too harsh on White, because obviously it's easy to say when you see the engine that the computer's saying +2. He never agree to draw it, but obviously he doesn't know that in the game, does he?
I think he could have played on a bit, couldn't he? He didn't have to agree a draw
Very
right there.
surprised. I'm really shocked. But you were saying, yeah, it's a mistake to play this move, and Bishop E6. So one winning plan of what I had was Rook. Very hard to make progress here from a human perspective, but like you mentioned Zugzwang earlier, you might end up running out of moves. So let's see.
Well, I mean, it's a B6. He probably was afraid of knight takes C4, wasn't he?
Okay, so knight C4.
Then
but
maybe
then
the king
king
comes
G4.
in,
Computer says it's winning. King
Yeah.
goes to G6.
and
Then you really will start to run out of moves. Like let's say I go
yeah,
half here.
you could win the E pawn as well. You have to be willing to sacrifice all your pawns, don't you? But it's probably worth it. So knight takes E4.
Yeah, to be fair, this is not that obvious. Like even the computer
But
just
yes, it's a Zugzwang, it's some sort of Zugzwang, I guess.
Yeah.
But they've got they've got.
got quite a lot of pawns.
You've given away 2 pawns to get to this
Yeah,
position.
I mean that's the thing with computer evaluation. You get carried away with computer evaluation. It's two humans playing against each other, and I'm obsessed with engines because I can't calculate anymore. I can't evaluate anymore, so I just stick the engine on whenever I get stuck. But yeah. Still, this is very surprising. Shreyas had a great win, so he's bang up there, and potentially, who do you think? Look, actually, we need to look at the Gawain. Oh wow, Gawain's actually kind of blown this a little bit because now it's actually not looking winning anymore. Wow.
Yeah, I still think this is quite good practical chances. What was his last move then? Rook H1.
He was actually winning. Rook H1 is a big blunder by Gawain. Very surprising.
It still looks a little bit tricky. I mean, how are you supposed to hold this? I mean, they do have like Rook F and H against Rook is a draw, but you wouldn't be confident drawing that in game.
You wouldn't be confident. That's a classic endgame, and Geary was mentioning a while back that I think he had a training camp just based around that that ending that went on for like a whole week or something. So
Have you ever had the ending Rook F and H against Rook?
I've never had it. I've never studied it. I never want to. I didn't even know how to mate with Bishop and Knight against King.
Oh dear, that's a bit embarrassing.
King, Bishop and Knight against King. So I studied it a few years ago for a book that I was writing. I really study technical endgames, guys, because it will improve your chess so much. A really good book, actually, about how endgames can improve your chess. It was Amateur to IM by Jonathan Hawkins, who coaches a lot of the players playing in this tournament. Former British champion himself.
I think it's very hard for Taran to hold this endgame though.
Practically,
It's
even though
probably-
he's blundered. Computer always, if you look at rook and pawn endgames with computers, they say that we're passers because
He found the right move.
he found the right move, right?
But even so, I mean,
What's the plan by White? By the way, just to go back to the position, so Rook H1 was a blunder by Gawain, but apparently something like King G7 was winning. Like, let's say you do the same move, then I can activate King. So what's the difference? So why is Rook H1 a blunder?
are we just going to push the D pawn up and force that ending?
Oh, okay. So now you're going to go here. Now, if I go King F6, I get Rook A8, and then I'm going to win one of these.
I think this is the Rook F and H ending, isn't it?
So you're going to get this ending.
Which the computer obviously can draw, but a human will find quite tricky.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there might be a better way to win that deep, or maybe you don't need to use the king. Maybe you can use the rook to win it.
But okay, so it feels like Gawain. What's the current position on the board? He's gone rook d8. And
It could end. We could end up with that end game, couldn't we?
Very much so. Probably that's going to happen. But Gawain must know that it's a theoretical draw, right?
Yeah, but he just knows in a practical game, it's probably like 90% going to win.
But it's a sign that he's a little bit out of form to blunder like that. I'd still argue it's a sign that he's not in great form to blunder with rook h1 like that.
So Taran is going to force the end game now.
He's gone d6. He's played. Do you think Taran studied this end game? Given that he had that end game against Richard yesterday, that he managed to draw, but he didn't play it very well at times.
But I think even Kramnik, I think, beat Aronian in rook f and h against rook, didn't he? So it's basically really hard to draw.
I've heard that. It's very tough. There's a lot of end games which are drawn, but are very tough to draw.
Yeah, I still think very likely Gawain's going to win. I mean, if we just take a quick look at the scores, if Gawain does win,
Oh, you
I'll
think he's
get
going
it.
to play? Who's he going to play?
Yeah,
He's going to play Mickey, isn't he?
because also Shreyas was saying it doesn't matter who he plays, but he doesn't want to play against Gawain, does he? But is Gawain up
It's
floating
the
this
right
round?
colour to play.
Is Gawain up floating or not? Is he up
I'm
floated?
not sure. How do we find out the standings?
If Gawain's up floated, then he
I
won't
don't think he's
upfloat.
up floated. I don't think he's up
But
floated.
maybe up floated last round, did he? I think if you upfloat, it protects you for 2 rounds.
The 2 rounds, but not later in the tournament, yeah.
So as in you have 2 rounds, you don't upfloat. So it'd be 3 rounds between one upfloat and the next upfloat.
Currently, Gawain's got 3.5. So if he wins, he'll be on 4.5.
You'll be on that big group on 4.5.
Right, so if we look at the group, super tips on that. Let's look at potential parents. So Michael Adams has played Nikita. He hasn't played Daniel Fernandez.
Yeah, that's the most likely, I think.
That's the right colour as well. He could get white against Daniel. Shreyas, he hasn't played. Sorry, he has played. He hasn't played Yi Chen. Hasn't played Siva, who was white. But yeah, you're right. Fernandez is right colour and high. So Fernandez was trying to avoid Mickey, but it looks like it's going to get him anyway.
But what about Matthew Wordsworth? Or did Matthew?
Wordsworth
No,
was-
Wordsworth, he floated up though, didn't
Wordsworth
he?
was black, wrong colour.
But what didn't Wordsworth float up at one stage as well?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think Daniel Fernandez. It could well be Daniel Fernandez.
Okay, so we think that. Hang on, how do we get back to the British Championships? Here we go. Right. Sorry, got out of that. So, okay, so what games are still going? So we've got Taran, and then a lot of the other games finished.
It's quite a lot of draws actually.
What about Roberson, Eggleston? By the way, David Eggleston was telling me that before this game, he had a massive plus score against Roberson. However, it doesn't look like he's going to lose this game either because he's quite a lot of 2 up. But White's got his people, which might save him. Feels like it might be a draw, actually.
Yeah, sometimes when you get the big plus scores, you just carry them on, don't you? It's quite funny how David Eggleston is basically 100 points lower rated.
Yeah.
And he's still got a massive plus score against him.
But I still feel like it might. Roberson might hold this because that B pawn's huge, right?
Yeah.
So it might have. Yeah, it's actually a draw. Apparently from the engine. So that's possibly heading for a draw. We've got Brandon Clark lost actually to wow, that's a surprising upset. Have a quick look at that game.
Yeah, sure. I think it was quite a tactical game.
Richie is a young Scottish player. He's very prominent. I'm surprised that Brandon lost this game because I think at some point he was doing very well. Let's stick on to see important moments. Go through the game quickly. Yeah, one of these sort of topical lines, I think.
It's just a very messy position, isn't it?
That was a mistake. He should have taken there, apparently, but he took there. Okay, fair enough. And wow. Okay, rook there was a mistake. He should have gone 95. Much more dominating kind of move. Very computers are monsters in tactical
After
positions.
knight e5, queen e5, is there just a clear win there?
E7 maybe. I know queen b4 is wow.
Oh, okay, that's just straightforward, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. The computers are monsters in tactical
Yeah.
positions, right? But I think 95 is fairly obvious. He should really have spotted that. like rook c1. So Brandon went for the top line. What happened to Brandon? That was a blunder. He could have taken on c4 and then dilute some of the pressure with queen d6. Knight d6 is quite a bad blunder. And then
It's been a really messy game.
yeah, absolutely. It was a Lionel Messi. Yeah, it's a quite a poor quality. I think the quality is going down a lot of these games because I think people are getting tired, and he blundered horribly with Queen D1. I think people are getting tired. They're either scared to play Michael Adams or they're getting tired. It's the two.
I don't think people are throwing games to avoid Michael Adams.
Not throwing games, but I think subconsciously they want to avoid Adams. So if they get a better position, they're like, right, I'm going to try and halve out from here, you know, to avoid Mickey. So why was this a blunder? Oh, because there's Queen D4 and Queen F8. Right. So he probably just blundered that. And Brandon was short of time at this point, and then full panics.
Okay.
So surprising loss for Brandon. Some of the 2,400, 2,500 players. Slavistav is a lot worse against William Claridge Hansen, so William Claridge Hansen might end up.
Do you want a quick look at that ending?
Yeah, absolutely. Surprised at that. Yeah, William Claridge Hansen's having a great tournament.
So it's a bit tricky for White, isn't it, to stop both those pawns?
I think a good chance for a draw though, even though the engine says
It's quite hard though. Like, how do you draw that endgame? What's the sort of drawing plan? Because if you get distracted by one pawn, then the other pawn gets you.
it's practically I think there's good chances he'll hold this because he's a high rated player. But yeah, what would you say? What's your prediction on the result? What do you think is
Okay,
more likely?
I'm going to call a black win. I think it's quite hard to hold this position.
I'll go with you, Nick, just because you are now the doyen. Every time you say, I'm just gonna agree with you. Okay, so yeah, so possibly maybe William Claridge Hansen's going to get one of the big boys the next round if he wins that game because he's going to be on a good score as well. He's going to be half the point behind. Kobe Cavalian currently is equal against Frankie. That's quite. Lan Yao won quite a high board, so he's potentially going to win the ladies' prize.
It's still quite close. Harriet Hunt's in there.
Yeah, Tricia lost unfortunately.
And Bodhana, how did she get on?
Good for Nigel Davis. Let's look at Bodhana. Yeah, I think we'll look at Bodhana and quick look at Gawain's endgame, and then I think we'll wrap up.
Bodhana's turned it around.
Oh, come on, Bodhana. Come on. Come on, Bodhana.
Yeah, so the ladies' prize is actually really open as well, with Lan Yao and Harriet Hunt also winning.
I must admit, though, this will be tough to win because of the fact that limited material and White has these 4 pawns. If you can eliminate one of those pawns, you're probably going to win the game, but you can use these bishops for a long time, right? These bishops are so
This is
powerful.
like torture for White.
This is where the 2 bishops are really going to come to it for. I think Itzy's going to win this game. What do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to win that game. So, okay, we're going to quick look at it. Wow, it's just saying a draw, right?
Yeah, but they're probably going for that ending, aren't they? I reckon Gawain will win.
It's quite likely, yeah. Unless Taryn's on a massive.
Unless he can somehow simplify and win the H pawn or something.
Looks a little bit upset, one. He looks a little bit upset.
If Taran can win the H pawn, obviously, then it's an easy draw. If Gawain can just get it down to Rook F and H against Rook, I think he'll be big favourite to win. But he still has to get to that situation.
He's wearing a green Kento. It's a green T-shirt.
It's true, actually. There's some difficulties just reaching that ending, aren't there? Like, how can Gawain get to that end game?
Oh, you mean eliminate the D pawn?
Yeah, how can he just swap the A pawn for the D pawn without losing the H pawn?
What happens if you had A and F pawns? Well, what's that like? Is that an easy draw?
Can he get that though?
So whose move is it? It's back move. So let's say you can't push because of King G. Well, you can, but let's say you went here, but then I go D7, and you go here, and I go Rook A8. But isn't that ending?
Yeah, but can you just play Rook takes and Rook D4 or something, or
Yeah, let's say you do this.
can you just get to that? Yeah, maybe you can just get the end game.
And you're saying this is a draw, but but objectively, in a practical sense, you're probably going to lose it.
If you can get your king over to the G5 or something, then, and yeah, then I guess it should be a draw by theory, but in practice, a very hard draw.
Because white can't necessarily, like, go king G2, king H3, rook H6, rook takes H4, because black would win the king and pawn again. So you have to basically play a lot of moves, and psychologically, that's very tiring. This is part of the reason why I'm doing a commentary, to avoid situations like this.
The problem,
I'm going to have to be defending for like an hour and a half against a 2650. No, thank you very much. I'd rather stick to the commentary room.
yeah, I mean, the problem is as well, the 50 move rule is never going to come into play, is it? Because he can just move a pawn.
It taunts you for 250 moves. Right?
Exactly.
He'll destroy David Howe's record of longest ever game by a British GM. I think also Bogdan Lalic's son, Peter Lalic, has these incredibly long games. What's the longest game you've ever had, Nick? Sorry?
Yeah.
Oh, Billy Phillips. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Peter Lalic.
But some of these games, it's not like real moves, because you get to a point where they're just going back and forwards around in circles.
Yeah.
But I actually played a game against Gawain in the British in Sheffield, where there was actually it was really complicated for about, I think, maybe 150 odd moves.
Sure.
Ended in a draw. I had one against Stephen Gordon as well. Similar situation. Though that was a bit more manoeuvring around. But the one against Gawain was a very tense game the whole way through.
There's a tension of like having to defend very difficult positions. It's a difficult challenge. But there are situations where you'll be confronted by this professional player, and you just have to accept those situations. Well, anyway, I think we should end. And you've been great today, Nick. And thanks to all our guests. We had some very interesting guests on. We had Shreyas earlier, who's potentially going to be England's #1 in the future, could win the British Championships this year. We had Malcolm Payne, who's one of the driving forces of English chess. It's great to have him on also from this area. And we also had Yi Chen and Daniel Fernandez on, and we had Human on as well as a chess organizer. So are we ever going to have any women on as well? It's just all male oriented. Like, we need to get some. So if there's any women out there watching this, I'm scaring them off. Nick.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so anyway, thanks a lot, guys, for watching the broadcast. I think tomorrow we're going to be on the chess.com broadcast. I'm also doing a masterclass around about midday, I think, tomorrow. So that's going to be fun. And yeah, I'm looking forward to a long day tomorrow.